Hey, and good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. We're doing a simulcast. Yeah, we're doing it on YouTube and on Facebook. I had to kind of slug through it a little bit, but we got it going on both of them. So again, welcome to both audiences here. So we're going to be tracking this severe weather for tonight. Got some housekeeping we got to do, but right off the top before we get going, because I know we got people that come in a little late. They join and stuff and everything else. So first thing, if you're on the Facebook side, you got to make sure that you give a like on the main page. You got to go to the main page, you got to hit the like at the top. If you're on YouTube, you got to do the subscribe thing, okay? So when you're dealing with these social media platforms and you got small audiences, that's the only way you can grow them. So you got to do those things. You got to do the likes and things like that. Now, I've got some things new here for the broadcast for tonight. You got a couple things I put in both chats you'll see in there. One is a link for you. I've got my website up here for the North Georgia First Alert Weather Center, which is ultimately what this whole thing's going to become, for you to register to win a free weather radio as well as an account for Weather Call Next Gen. All right, so the link's in there. You go in there, you put in your name, get your email in. It's a really neat little program I found. It'll take all the names in and it'll just kick out a random name at me, and I get to give out a couple of prizes. So again, but you got to be a subscriber, and you got to be either a subscriber or follower, because I will check. I will check. That's the whole purpose of this, is to drive some traffic here to both the platforms here. Also, very important thing I want to put out here. All right, we've got this thing called Weather Call Next Gen. They are our weather partners here for severe weather coverage, okay? So I've been kind of promoting them a little bit on today with my updates here on the Facebook page. Again, this is a great service. This is a personalized service that takes all the guesswork out of it, okay? This is, you will get, if you got it's a service, so it's not an app. It's not an app. It's a service on your phone, okay? And if you go to the link in there where you can sign up for this service, there's a video that kind of explains how it works, okay? It'll tell you, it gives you you hear my voice. I'm the one telling you, hey, tornado warning for your location. It tracks the GPS on your phone. It got you right where it is. Tells me what's going on right there and gives you an alert. You get a text message. You get a little radar thing in there as well, showing you exactly where it's at. It's a great personalized service. So for you ladies out there who don't want to be hassled with the app and everything else, all you got to remember to do is turn on your phone. So I highly recommend it. For $15, is not a bad idea. Now I am going to give away one subscription tonight for a weather call for tonight as one of the winners. So we got a weather radio, and I do have the radio, so everybody can see. Here they are right there. Boom. Weather radio right there. We're going to be giving away a weather radio tonight, and we're going to give away a 1-year subscription to Weather Call Next Gen at the end of the broadcast. But we're going to be doing this for a long time. We're going to be watching what's going on. So let's go ahead and get on into this here as we'll go see what's the latest going on. Now, I will tell this much, okay, folks? This is not a traditional setup as far as severe weather is concerned, as far as the Georgia area is concerned. And the reason why is we just don't have the instability. In fact, I think the residual wedge that's in place is going to help weaken these storms as they approach. But the northwest sections are going to get hit pretty good. What's unique about this system is that it's a very dynamic system. The pressure is forecast to fall with the main low pressure system up there in Missouri, somewhere around like 979 millibars. To give you an idea, that's equivalent to a Category 2 hurricane. So this is a very big wind field with this thing, okay? So regardless of the thunderstorm threat or not, we're going to have some very strong winds coming in across northwest Georgia here going into tonight. So again, the line on the northern part of this does not look all that impressive. I mean, it really doesn't. But all the severe weather stuff is down here on the southern part of this line. There are a couple tornado warnings down here in the south, and this is where the best instability is, down here into Louisiana. This is where the tornado threat is. So I've got a lot of questions today asking me about the severe weather risk for North Georgia. I mean, as far as tornado risk, and it's very low. You can never say zero. Can't give you an absolute on something like that. But again, it's more like the straight line winds. The damaging winds are the big thing because of the pressure gradient coming in with this system coming into North Georgia. All right. So again, let's go over the outlooks here. I do want to break this down here. So again, this is the current outlook here from the Storms Prediction Center here as far as the severe weather. So as this stuff, again, now got a big area there in that enhanced area here for today, and that's where the tornado risk is going to be, running 10%. So far, I say it's been underperforming as far as the number of tornado threats. We'll see what happens. We've got a few more hours to see how things go because the models were indicating here that the line may get a little stronger as it kind of moves out of Mississippi and moves into Alabama. The wind threat also running extremely high in there as well for damaging winds. But again, in preparation of what's coming here across the North Georgia area, where I'm at, and a lot of our viewers on Facebook are at, it's going to be the strong winds that are going to be moving in there. In fact, they went ahead and put up the high wind warning. Those are those counties there in that kind of I guess what would I call it, brownish hue up here for winds in excess of 55 miles per hour. Into that zone here for tonight. So if you're in North Georgia, especially the northwest side of the state, I would say the first things y'all need to do tonight, lawn furniture, trash cans, anything that you can secure to just get blown down the street or blown into something, do that tonight and make sure you get that ready, okay? So just make sure you're security. Obviously, you see all the wind advisories covering up the entire state of Alabama, most of Georgia, South Carolina. So we got some very good stuff going on in there for tonight. So, yeah, hello, Ella J. There's Ann on Sprayberry. And, I do have both of the chats on Facebook and on YouTube both up. There's Janelle checking in there. Hey, Janelle on YouTube. So, again, I'll be able to talk to you guys throughout the night here as we're going through the broadcast here to kind of give you the one-on-one coverage here. So again, here's the big picture here. Let me let this update here, and I want to do a little interactive here on this again with this storm system. Again, it's a very complex system. I'll pull back out here a little bit here with this system, so you kind of see the big. Again, when I say complex, I'm not kidding. I mean, this thing is really a complex system on how this thing's working out. You got basically this big, huge low here in the middle there, and they're getting blizzard conditions across Nebraska, Iowa. Again, not a ton of snow with this, but boy, they're getting blizzard conditions on this thing, and it's one big giant pinwheel. And we're getting these waves of energy. We've got that warm front coming in from the south. So again, as this thing progresses further and further east, we're going to see the gradient get tighter and tighter. And what that's going to mean is windier conditions across North. It's not really like outside my house is not that bad, but a lot of areas in North Georgia are going to get pretty good hit with this system. So here's the regional satellite here. Again, you see those storms blowing up here across Mississippi, Alabama. Notice there's a little difference. When we're doing severe weather coverage like this, and we go later into the spring, okay, we go into start getting to April, we start getting into May there. You get the real bright orange and red cloud tops. We're not seeing that with this. These are lower top thunderstorms, 30, 35,000 feet. That's what we're seeing there. So again, this is what we're going to be seeing here with these storms here for tonight. So anyway, let's go ahead and talk about the model data. Let's go ahead and track what we're talking about here. Let me get that up real quick, and then we'll go back to radar and we'll do some more stuff over there. So just stand by with me for 1 second as I get this up here for you. And let's go over to the latest. There we go. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar here. So again, this is the latest high resolution model, last complete run that just came in here. So right now, as we're going here toward 8 o'clock, we're getting Eastern time. We're getting that line that's coming on through. But notice the progression as this line gets further into Alabama. It does appear to be intensifying a little bit. At least that's what the models are indicating here. So we got a line that's intensifying. You're getting a nice little punch. You got the low that's hanging back here. Again, and you got some very strong winds driving this. Okay, so some very strong winds, and you got the low level winds out ahead of it. So there's wind shear there. What's lacking again is instability. If we had temperatures much warmer than they are, except for the Gulf Coast, we'd be dealing with a different situation here. That's why we're not seeing the big tornado outbreak with this. So again, this is coming in Alabama. What's going to protect Georgia a little bit, especially North Georgia, is that we have had a residual wedge in here pretty much all day in here, kind of keeping the temperatures down just a little bit. We've seen this time again across North Georgia, that's for sure, as this thing punches in. So as it punches into Georgia here after midnight, as it goes further off to east, it's going to lose its punch. It's because it's moving into a slightly more stable air mass. So those who are like on the east side of Lake Lanier, for example, probably not going to get as bad as, say, over toward the west side, Ellijay, Blue Ridge, going up toward Dalton, those areas up there. I think that's where the worst of the winds are going to be. At least that's what the models here are showing again. So again, to illustrate my point again, talking about the tornado threat, let me go back over here. Again, we've had a couple tornado warnings down there in Louisiana. That's what we're seeing it right now. And that's where it stays. Notice it stays right along the Gulf Coast. This is the significant tornado parameter staying along the Gulf Coast. So again, I don't expect anything unless we get some sort of weak spin up or vortex along the squall line itself, which is always a possibility to be a weak one. That's why that tornado risk is not going to be totally down to zero for right now. So we're still waiting to see what the new watches and warnings are going to come up right now. Those tornado watches there are getting trimmed away there in Mississippi. We'll see what the Storms Prediction Center is going to do here shortly. In fact, let me go over here and take a quick look real quick. And take a quick look and see if they have got anything up. Again, if you're new on the Facebook side and you have not yet hit the follow button on the main page, you need to go to the main page, hit the follow button there. YouTube, you guys got to get the subscribes and you got to get the likes and stuff going, okay? That's how we track the audience on that side. So please do what you got to do to maintain that. And again, the links for the free weather radio and for the weather call service are in your chats. Look down in there if you're interested in joining the weather call next gen. And there's a video, by the way, you can watch to kind of explain how that service works. You'll see that. And again, make sure that you go and register there for the weather radio as well as for the weather call next gen service. All right, so I was going to the Storms Prediction Center before my ADD self got a little distracted. So let me go take a look here. Of course, I got to take my glasses off because I'm a little nearsighted. So let's take a look at this real quick. I just want to see if there's should be seeing a new box come out here pretty soon. I just want to see if they've got anything being generated. Right now, no, they do not have anything extended beyond the current watch box that's up right now. So let's go back over to the local radar here. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. And we'll take a look at what's going on currently on the big picture. And again, most of the severe weather is down here on the southern part of the line. I know, one thing I forgot about, of course, today's Mardi Gras. Shoot, I totally forgot today's Mardi Gras going on, and they've got the very gusty winds going through the New Orleans area right now. The parades and stuff been going on today. It's been very windy down in Louisiana today as well. They've had some very high wind gusts with this thing as this has moved on through. And right now we've got four different The tornado warning we had earlier has expired, and we've got 3 different warnings out there. Let me take a look at some of these winds. I want to see what the winds, that's probably the big thing here with the winds, is to see exactly what the winds are doing in here with some of these storms. Oh yeah, 67, 76 mile per hour. Again, this is some of these storms, 64, 69, 73. Again, the wind is going to be the big factor here. And I'm going to be using the velocity mode here a lot tonight to kind of illustrate where these gusty winds are as they come across Alabama and into Georgia. Look at 73 mile per hour winds, 78 mile per hour winds. So again, regardless of the tornado threat or not, it's going to be the wind field and the wind damage. The wind, the upper level wind energy, the jet stream energy is only about a couple thousand feet off the ground, especially as that bottom of that trough comes switching out of Alabama and going into Georgia. It's going to be pretty easy to bring that down to the surface. So if you're at any kind of higher elevation across North Georgia, for example, you're going to be, that's where the higher winds are definitely going to be here for today. So anyway, we got Tyler checking in from Jasper. He's saying it's pretty windy up there in Jasper there. Yeah, I don't doubt that. The wind's been increasing up there. It's not bad out on my side. I'm on the east side of Lake Lanier, so it's really not that bad over on this side of the mountains. The mountains, I think, are deflecting a little bit of some of that wind there. So again, you can see the lightning going up into Tuscaloosa. The main line is still hasn't really gotten all the way up into North Georgia. What's interesting when I'm looking at the radar representation, this looks all fairly not very convective. There's kind of a snowy look to the appearance. That's usually an indication of a stable air mass when you see something like that. Again, this is not going to be a convective nature of these storms as they approach and move into North Georgia. It's going to be those winds, which are going to be the big factor as this moves on in. I totally did not do that real quick. I got to go back to my, totally forgot to do that. Let me go back. I meant to go back to the, let me go back over here real quick. There we go. We're kind of showing these winds here. Let me switch this to the southeast here. Southeast, there we go. All right, so I want to show this real quick here. Let me go back over here. And look at these winds as they coming through Alabama right now, going until 6, 7 o'clock. So a lot of that orange we're talking, I see there's a 65 mile per hour wind, there's a 59 mile per hour wind, there's a 60 mile per hour wind. There's a lot of heavy winds with this stuff. But look what happens as this thing comes into North Georgia for you guys on Facebook. So again, you can see the northwest section there at 10 o'clock getting very, very windy. There's 52 up there in Blairsville, for example, seeing 50 mile per hour winds on the western portion of the state. But as it moves further east, it loses its punch. It really does. And I think that's because of the residual wedge in place. It's like a force field. Think of it that way. Kind of working that down a little bit as this kind of moves off toward the east here. So that's a big thing. Hello there, Lafayette, Georgia's in the house. Good to see y'all. I'm gonna go down the chats here in just a second, guys. Let me go put this back on the radar, and we'll have a little more fun here. Go on my regional radar here. Let me get that thing cleared off. I don't want to see that. So we'll go ahead and get a little chat going here a little bit. Yeah, for those my normal YouTube viewers on, just so you guys get an update of what's been going on with me. I'm going to be honest with you, I've been totally disappointed with what was going on YouTube. YouTube is pretty much, what YouTube has done is they've taken the weather entrepreneurs, and that's what I'm going to call them because that's what they are, the Ryan Halls of the world and the Max Velocities of the world, and they pretty much have monopolized YouTube. I can't make any dents there at all. So I pretty much have given up any chance of trying to kind of do it. I'll still do my national updates. I'll still do those, and I'll still do the live one. So I've kind of focused more on North Georgia on a Facebook page, which is doing really well. We're knocking on 30,000, which, by the way, you folks on Facebook, and I'll be checking, y'all need to make sure y'all hit those likes. I want to get 30,000 tonight. We got about 500 more to go. So if you're not officially a follower, please go to that page and hit that like, okay, so we can grow this thing. So I went to a digital weather conference back in December, and I was kind of losing my heart because the YouTube channel was just I was getting just a handful of followers, really getting anything, and so decided to go with the local, and it's done very well. I put my money and my effort and everything in there, and we've got almost 30,000 followers on Facebook now, and I've set the goal to get 100,000 on that. So I've kind of found my outlet there. I'm not totally giving up on YouTube, but I am going to rebrand the Weather Nerds to become the First Alert Weather Center. That's what it's going to be. to kind of support the Facebook page here as well. So I've got a legitimate business. I got a license. I got an LLC called the North Georgia First Alert Weather Center. I got a Facebook page which hasn't been built yet. I just got it operational enough to put the ad campaign on there for the radio giveaways. And by the way, if you're checking in, make sure you go into the chats and make sure you go ahead and fill out the paperwork there to it's your name and your email address to log in to win a free No Weather Radio and a free subscription to Weather Call Next Gen, who is our partners here for our severe weather coverage. So make sure you do that. So anyway, that's where we're at right now. So again, Facebook is going to be my bread and butter. I'm not abandoning my YouTube folks and the folks who've been following me for the last year on that. But that's where the main effort's going to be, and I'm going to continue to try to chip away at those weather entrepreneurs who pretty much hijacked YouTube for the most part. It's, the thing that drives me crazy about YouTube is every storm is the end of the century, and everything's the biggest thing in the world. Watch this, oh my God. It's not. Okay, I'm going to give it to you straight, folks. I'm not going to blow smoke up your butt. This was never a big deal for me as far as the tornado. I knew the wind energy was a big threat. I've been saying that for days, but I wasn't going to hype this thing into something I knew it wasn't. It was just, again, a big wind event here across a lot of the South. The tornado threat was going to be on the Gulf Coast, and that's where it's going to stay here for today. All right, hey, let's go through some names here. I want to highlight some of these folks here watching here a little bit. We got Lessa on Facebook over there in Flintstone, Georgia. Hey, good to see you there. We got Brenda reporting up there from Chattanooga. Says it's been windy there all day. I don't doubt that one bit, especially with the advisories up. We got Brenda over on YouTube. Hey, Brenda, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome on board. We got Tyler Belcher back in the house. Hey, Tyler, hit that like button. You know it, brother. You know the game. Tawana. Good to see you there in Demrose, Georgia. How you doing? Good to see you. Again, just kind of going. Got Johnny Jacobs. There she is. Others are fearmongers. Yeah, that's the truth. They are definitely fearmongers. I try to balance it. I mean, I've got to put at least some sort of a teaser, thumbnail on there a little bit to try to attract some attention. But I don't go over the board with it. Man, it's just kind of crazy. We got Canton, Georgia in the house. Good to see you there, Christine, over there on Facebook. We got Jeremy in Duluth. Good to see you there, Jeremy. Good to see you. And let me check to see how the on Facebook or YouTube, we got a good audience there. You guys are doing great on YouTube. Y'all keep going on there. The one thing I wish Facebook would do, YouTube is easy. I can track and see the stuff over there very easy, but I can't see Facebook. Facebook does not do like a live streaming thing. I wish they would. It would make it a whole lot easier. So there we go. We're getting some followers on there. So we got about 413 more followers to go on the Facebook to get that 30,000. So we'll see what happens there. So let's keep going through here. If you guys got any questions for wherever you guys are at, if you're on YouTube or on Facebook, again, don't hesitate to kind of go through there. Lewis Lane in Rabun County, good to see you. I know folks are going to be coming in and coming out too, by the way. That's okay. Y'all can do that. YouTube, you know what you guys got to do. You got to do that thumbs up thing. You got to do that subscribe thing so the YouTube algorithm will at least try to let other people come into the broadcast. That's how that works. Facebook, y'all have been great all day. We've had my Weather on the Go this morning had 20,000 views on it. I was like, awesome. That was awesome. And my updates throughout the day were getting close to 8,000 views per day. So that was pretty good. I wish my YouTube did that. That would be sweet if it ever got to that. But again, it's just important. The thing on Facebook, there's a lot of folks who interact with this channel, but they're not a follower. They're not a like on the main page. I send out invites all the time, literally thousands of invites to people who've interacted on the channel and are not there yet. Hit that subscribe button. Yeah, I know. We only got a handful of folks watching on YouTube, man. I won't get anywhere near the numbers on YouTube that are watching on Facebook right now. Facebook, we got a few hundred watching right now. 343. So so we got a lot more people on Facebook watching. YouTube, I got 11 out there watching. So see the disparity? That's why I'm doing the Facebook and YouTube thing. So, but I'm gonna take care of both y'all because I love y'all. I really do. And I like my new look too, by the way. I really like the look there. Again, if you're kind of coming on through, again, the average turnover here on YouTube, what are we averaging here? We are averaging, hold on, let me take a look real quick. I want to look at the YouTube here. We're averaging 4 minutes and 33 seconds, which is probably about the same on Facebook. I'm sure they're both the same. Just make sure y'all do the likes and the thumbs. I got 13 likes over here on the YouTube channel, and so keep doing it on the Facebook. What are we doing over at Facebook? We've got 67 over there, so we're doing really good. Y'all keep doing the likes things and keep that thing going. Remember, if you are coming on board right now, you got to go into your chats. The one thing you definitely want to make sure is that you register for the free NOAA Weather Radio, as well as the free Weather Call Next Gen service. I've also got that link in the chat as well. Again, that Weather Call Next Gen is really something sweet, and it's a very great. Again, I think for folks who may not be as technically inept with the apps and stuff like that, y'all go to just get service. It's $15. You set up the account. You hear me. And by the way, this will work anywhere, not just for North Georgia, by the way. So if you're somewhere else on YouTube and you like to just have the service and have my voice kind of call into that, you can get the service anywhere you want. And it's just when the alert happens, you're going to hear my voice telling you, hey, tornado warning for your area, or this, that. So make sure you guys do that as well. So anyway, let's go ahead and take a look here. Let's go back over here to the warnings here. I want to go back to the local radar. Let me get my glasses back on here. I take them off when I was looking at stuff. So my beautiful bride just walked in the door. Let's say hello. Hey, Julie. Julie says hello. She just got home from work. Yeah, your sandwich. Yeah, it's in the refrigerator. I bought her an Arby's sandwich. I'd take care of her because I knew I was going to be doing this. Hey, Matthew in Crawford, Alabama is watching tonight. Hey, good to see you there, Matthew. Good to see you. All right. Somerville, Georgia. How is weather looking at Somerville? You guys are going to see the strongest winds over there in Somerville. That's probably we're looking at the 50-mile-per-hour winds. Huh?
You want an on-air kiss?
On-air kiss? Wife wants to give me an on-air kiss. Okay. Okay. Wife. Jenny Julie says, hey, Julie. All right, so let's go back here over to the radar mega here. I want to go back and take a look at what's going on down here in the southern portion of this line. So this is where let me switch over here to the next radar here. There we go. We got one tornado warning down here toward New Orleans. And this is, again, remember, this is where I was showing you where the most intense probabilities for the significant tornado parameters were showing, okay? So we're definitely seeing that. It's getting up near Lake Pontchartrain, so you can see where that intense area is. I'm not seeing any damage reports or tornado reports. I saw some this morning back over toward Texas, but I haven't seen a whole lot with this stuff this afternoon so far as tornado reports yet. So again, this is not what I would call a typical spring setup. I call it more like an atypical one for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the velocities in here, see if I can see anything as far as a signature. Not really. Yeah, it looks like if I got something going on in there, it's probably sitting right about in here. So let me see what the winds are doing in here just for kicks and giggles here. Let's take a look. Yeah, look at 80 miles per hour. Woo! 89 miles per hour. There's the place is going to get nailed with some very high winds. Look at this, 85. Yeah, very, very high winds around here. 40 on the backside of this, but in front of this line, yeah, 89 mile per hour winds. They got some serious wind gusts with that thing. Very, very high. That is going to be the complete nature of these storms are going to be the high winds. Again, the winds are not that high off the surface. You get a good downpour, you're going to bring them, they're just a few thousand feet up. It's going to bring it right down to the surface, that's for sure. So that's what we're seeing down there to New Orleans. And I hope they've got Bourbon Street ready for some of these storms coming on through. Of course, obviously, Fat Tuesday going on today. Obviously, that's going to be a bit of a problem for those folks down there. So hopefully that won't be too big a deal. So I got these couple of these warnings up here toward the north. I'll switch over to the Mobile radar here. Again, we got this one here goes until, what's this one go till here? This one goes until 6:30. This is moving east at 30. So these aren't moving that terribly fast. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, again, moving east at 30. So moving right along. And then, but you notice on the northern part of this line, just not a lot there. Again, I'm looking at the difference. Look at the difference in the radar. It's a little radar 101. Okay, for you guys. Again, when you look at the radar up here, when you look how fuzzy all this looks. Okay, this is when it looks fuzzy like that, that's an indication of an air mass that's fairly stable. But when you look down here, look at the difference here. Let me go back down here. Look how sharp the color contrast is compared to what is up toward the north. So when you see the definition of the radar a little more sharp or detail in there, that means that the precipitation's more convective in nature. So that's the two differences there. So what's coming into North Georgia, for those on Facebook, is not so much, again, the convective nature of the storms. We'll get a few rumbles of thunder. I think that's still possible. But I think it's mostly going to be some heavy rains are going to come in with this. And with the heavy rains, because the jet energy that's just off the surface, a couple thousand feet up, it's going to drive that higher winds right down to the surface. And you're going to get basically the same thing you would get for a severe thunderstorm, but not really be severe thunderstorm in nature. Like I said, it's a very complex, weird setup with this thing. Thus, all the dang advisories that we have here. Of course, North Georgia's got the high wind warnings there across the north, which goes until tomorrow morning. I mean, these high winds are going to stick around here not only for tonight, but into tomorrow morning. So again, I got to tell folks anywhere across Alabama, Georgia, if you're watching in these storms and you haven't had the winds in the area, just secure your property. Don't leave the umbrella up in your backyard stand. Maybe you had it up because the weather was nice for a couple days. Take that down. Garbage cans, anything that could get blown over into a neighbor's yard because of a big wind gust that comes in. That's basically what you need to prepare for here for tonight. So I'll be honest with you, just kind of looking at where we're at with the line, I think this is tracking a little faster than what we were seeing on the model data. Let me go back over here to the radar again. I think we're going to see this kind of come out on and so this tracks on down toward the south. So again, if you're just now joining us here on the channel, I just want to again thank you for joining the coverage here on Facebook and on YouTube. And before you guys go, make sure you give the like and the thumbs up there. Look into the chats on both channels. You can go ahead and get that. And by the way, you can snapshot the QC code up there, and you can sign up for the Weather Call Next Gen service. It's a great service to have if you just don't want to be fooling around with weather apps and alerts and stuff like that. It is a call service with yours truly's voice on it, alerting you to different severe weather elements. You get that, you get a text message, you get a snapshot of the polygon, and it tracks where you individually are, where you're located in a specific county, So again, it alerts you for that potential active weather in your area. Really kind of makes it, takes a little bit of the stress off. Make it part of your emergency plan, okay? So go ahead and sign up for that up there, scan that barcode, or look for the link in the chat. Also, that service will also tell you about how it works. There's a video in there. It kind of explains how it works a little bit and how the service is a great thing to have. For $15 to have that kind of peace of mind for a year, I think it's well worth it. I'm definitely going to get my mom on there so if there's severe weather for her down in Florida, she can hear her son tell her, hey, take cover. So anyway, here we go. Let's go through some of the chats here a little bit. Go back here. Shauna, the wind is getting crazy and the clouds are moving super fast. That's in Blairsville. And yeah, Shauna, again, if you're in any kind of elevation across North Georgia, those winds are going to be definitely something to deal with here for tonight. So watch out for that there. And you're at 2,000 feet. Yeah, I saw your earlier comment there. So, hey, American One Radio. Well, thank you, American One Radio. Thank you for coming on board. I appreciate that. And anybody over listening from 387 Country. They're actually one of my country internet weather radio stations that I'm doing stuff with. Chatsworth, y'all get ready for that high winds tonight, babe. Just get ready for it. It's coming. It's coming. Let's go back here on New York. Kova. Yeah, though, there's one of my regular YouTube viewers. Been back with us since the early days going. Yeah, we're the little channel that could. And, I just wanted a little more Kova. I really did. I take Kova if the YouTube channel was doing like my Facebook's doing. If I had 30,000 followers on my YouTube channel and I was getting the regular few thousand views, I would be happy as a clam. But I can't even get that because YouTube, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to be nice. I shouldn't. I'm not going to say anything nasty. But let's just say they made it very hard for me, and it's gotten so overloaded out there with all the weather crap. And boy, it's gotten so bad in the last year. I'm gonna tell you, some of us weather meteorologists up. There's been so much talk. It's gotten so bad out there with the misinformation. There's a TikToker out there who puts out the worst crap I've ever seen over top, and he just makes a ton of money doing a bunch of lies on it. It's just absolutely crazy. And but there's been a lot of talk in the weather community here on the social media's influence on some of the misinformation that's been going on out there, and to the point to where can you regulate it? I don't think you can. It's free speech. You can do it however you want. But the big thing is for you folks out there to pick a source that you feel comfortable with. Now, I might ride Ryan Hall and pick on him a little bit. That's all fun and dandy. But he's got an audience. They love him. They like him. They think his stuff is good. And he's got a tremendous amount of resources to produce a great product. And if that's who someone feels comfortable with, more power to you. Go down that rabbit hole. My goal is to try to have a good product for you guys here, give it to you straight, and to try to live up to y'all's expectations, answer your questions and things like that. So that's why I'm so excited about the North Georgia First Alert Weather on the Facebook page, is because, boy, if we get the right numbers and we get the sponsorships and we get the subscriber service, which is coming, I will start that subscriber service on next, probably toward the middle of the month. It should start up around the 7th, and then I'll get that going. But that's really going to help drive this train, because I've got real plans for a nice weather upgrade here as far as my capabilities are concerned, and eventually a North Georgia YouTube streaming platform, a 24-hour channel. That's hopefully within the year. So that's some of the things I hope to work on there. So anyway, let's go ahead and check a look. Again, I only got 3 warnings, 1 warning. I got to be honest with you. I thought we'd be seeing a little more stuff than what I'm seeing so far. Based off what, we've had some of these storm reports. Let's look at some of these storm reports with some of this line here. So trees down, 3-inch trees down. I think, trees down are going to be the big thing. And those across North Georgia, if we're getting 50, 55 mile per hour winds, and the winds have been howling all day, you're going to see some roof damage to a storm, some trees down in the area. A lot of just trees being reported down with some of these storms. So I think we're going to see some of that again. These are convective nature winds with these storms. What we're going to get across North Georgia is going to be kind of more of a just the jet stream pushing the rains in, and the heavy rain bringing down some of the higher winds aloft. But you see the most intense rains are right in here. Very strong there from Starkville through Philadelphia on down through Laurel and Hattiesburg. So that is where the strongest activity is going on right now. Let me scroll down here on the chat here. Winds are getting rough in Ranger County. Christy's reporting in from Gordon County talking about the rough winds. Yeah. Banks County, Georgia, you're going to see some wind. Banks County, you're on the northeast side, right? If I remember correctly. Probably not as bad on that side. I think if you're on the east side of the mountains, your winds are not going to be as bad. I think 35 miles per hour on the east side of the mountains. So like Gainesville, going up, heading up the 985 and heading up to northeast Georgia, anywhere to the east of there, I think you're going to be fine. It's the northwest sections I'm really, really concerned about. Clouds watching in Acworth, Georgia, and the clouds are fast moving, but just slight breezy ground level. Yep, it's not bad right there in Kennesaw, Acworth. Y'all get some gusty winds a little bit later tonight. You'll probably hear the winds howling as you get to sleep. Which are the winds going to be coming from for Blairsville, Georgia? Well, when that initial line catches up, it'll come out from the west. But generally right now, they've been southeasterly winds pretty much all day. And then they'll switch around out of the west as the front goes by. Tomorrow's going to be breezy and windy too, so just plan on that as well. Fort Oglethorpe saying got some crazy winds there in Fort Oglethorpe being reported. There's Tris from Dawsonville in the house. Good to see you there, Dawsonville. Good to see you. Again, if you guys are coming on through the channel, make sure that you go on and do the like, share, and follow thing. Obviously, make sure that you're if you're on Facebook, do me a favor. All you Facebook folks out there watching right now, go ahead, take the broadcast and share it with your friends. Do a share. Okay, let's bring some more people into the broadcast here. Make sure that you follow the page. Okay, I do send out alerts to everybody. YouTube's guys, you guys got to do the subscribe, like, and share. Keep that thing going over there. I know it's going to be hard because the Godfather's on, but we'll do what we can over there. So anyway, let's go back over here to Facebook here. All right. And we're going to keep this kind of going here for a while. Again, people come in and come out, and that's going to how it's been tonight. And of course, we also got Mardi Gras going on tonight. You got this. It's not really the State of the Union, but the president speaking tonight too. And so it's just, I guess, just a busy night. Got a lot of stuff going on. I think the basketball, the Hawks are playing. The Hawks are playing tonight. No Braves baseball yet. I'm looking forward to the baseball season getting started. I'm glad the winter's over though. I'm glad the winter's almost out of here. For sure. All right. Hey, we're up to 100 likes there on the Facebook. Good job, guys. Keep that going. Good to see there. Good to see there. Absolutely. Keep going. But yeah, unfortunately, I got to figure out. I just figured out how to put this the website here for folks to register for the weather radio. I just figured that out this morning on how to do it, but I can't tell until the thing ends on how many people have actually registered to go in there. So again, the registration for the free weather radio and for the free weather call next gen service is in the chats. I put them in there. Just scroll through there. You'll see them in there. Go into the chats down in there and go ahead and make sure you get in there and do your subscribe and get your chance to. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So actually, not a lot of people have. So it actually does update. Okay, there it goes. So right now, only 5 people have registered for the radio. so that means a lot of you haven't done it yet. So there's plenty of time. We're going to be doing this till real late. But yeah, at least I know it's working. There you go. I can go ways to go in there. So go in there, put in your name, put in your email address. Again, YouTube, it's in the chat. There's a link in there. Go in there. The only thing I ask for you guys, and I will double check this, is whatever winner it picks out for me, I will double check to make sure you're either a follower on Facebook or you're a subscriber on YouTube. That's all I ask to make sure you guys are on there. Hey, Tryon, Georgia, good to see you there. Johnny Jacobs is watching on her phone. Hey, good to see you there, Johnny. Oh, Jackson County. Oh, you're in my backyard here in Houston. Again, I don't think it's going to be bad in our area here for tonight. I think folks here across our area, there'll be you're going to hear the wind and some brief heavy rain, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think once it gets on the other side of the mountains, it's not going to be that bad. I'm thinking, maybe 30, 35 mile per hour winds. I don't think it's going to be bad on this side. Blairsville, different story. Blairsville, North Georgia, I think that's all going to be a little bit. Let's go. I want to really illustrate this point again. I want to go back to let's go back over to the wind. In fact, let me see if there's a new update here coming in. Yeah, the 22Z is now in. So let's go on and take a look at that. So I want to show these winds. This is at, it's almost 7 o'clock now. So we'll go to 8 o'clock here. Right there. So let's show here. Let me go back over here real quick. Turn that off. All right, let me go back over here, and we'll talk about the winds here tonight, because this is the game here tonight. The winds. Look at all that orange there. We're talking winds greater than 50 mile per hour winds in there. All right. There's a 60 in there. There's a 48. There's a 59. Quite a few bit of winds, and this is as of the 8 o'clock hour. And we're also seeing it on the radar. So I can verify the fact that we're seeing it on the Doppler radar and we're seeing it with the model data. So as this thing moves into central Alabama, for example, right around the Birmingham area, it's showing 60 mile per hour winds here. There's a 62. There's a 69 there in southern Tennessee. So again, it's because of this big low pressure system. You got a driving jet coming this way, and it is screaming at that line right in there. It's enhancing that wind that's just above the surface, and that precipitation is helping to bring that heavy wind down to the surface. So these 60 mile per hour winds are going to cut right across Alabama. Notice here at 11 o'clock at night, here, boy, I'm seeing one here showing up 70 miles per hour right there on the Tennessee and on the Alabama line. So quite a bit there, seeing that right there. So very, very heavy winds with this. And that's at 11 o'clock. And it comes into North Georgia. And now the new update here for North Georgia is some good news here. This is backed off the winds here a little bit across North Georgia on this new update as the line crosses in. And again, I mentioned this earlier. I'll mention it again. we had a residual weak wedge in here across northeast Georgia here, just a little bit, and that could be a little bit of a stabilizing element here for any convection, any kind of thunderstorms coming in out of Alabama. Now, I'm still seeing some heavy winds. For example, there's 56 there in Blairsville. If you got any elevation in the North Georgia mountains, you're going to see these heavy winds that are going to come on in here. So this thing moves on off, and then as it moves off toward the east, it'll move in across the Carolinas, and it picks up again on the Carolina coast, which I think tomorrow they may see two tornadoes down in this area. They'll have a little more instability in there. But even toward tomorrow morning, I mean, you're still seeing these winds across North Georgia still howling at 35 miles an hour. I mean, there's still 30, 35 mile per hour winds tomorrow morning across North Georgia. So, again, that's what we're looking like on the model data. Let me go back over here to the regional radar again. Kind of want to show the big picture once again with this. Let's take a look at this. Let's pull back out. Again, we got this. I can't illustrate this enough. I mean, how many times you guys ever seen a weather map drawn like that? Because I can honestly say I haven't seen one like that in a long time. It is just so weird to see that it's basically one big giant bombed out low with basically almost like a car. It's like a pinwheel. You got these little spokes that are around it basically. And just seeing this thing bomb out like it is, and I mean, north of Omaha, they got blizzard conditions, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. And then on the south side, they got next to nothing on this. So quite a bit of activity here with this system. Obviously, you get the blizzard part of this thing to the north. I mean, you're seeing the snows up here in the north part of this. Check that out. We got heavy snows. Let me pull back out here. Just north of Omaha, Ames, Sioux City getting in the heavy snows up here on the around this round top. Minneapolis getting on snows, and the temperatures are sitting in the low 30s. So this is again the snowfall amounts weren't going to be that high, but because of the wind with this, just absolutely tremendous wind with this thing is really going to be driving it because we're getting close to bottoming out right now. It's showing it on the OB at 988 millibars. It's forecast to get like 979 as it bottoms out here the next few hours. So it's that high wind threat that's going to be driving the conditions here across the southeast as those storms continue to move up to the west or to the east. Hold on a second. Let me turn that off. Hello. Sometimes I forget if I don't close it off right, it leaves that little graphic up, and I hate that. All right, let's go back over here to the chat here. Let's see what we got. We got Douglas County checking in. D. Craner, good to see you there. Of course, Janelle, one of my old favorites. Hey, Janelle, good to see you on YouTube. All right, Daleville, Alabama. Hey, Daleville, you're gonna be hitting it before we will. Let us know how the weather gets over there. They're watching on YouTube. Good to see you there, Daleville. All right. Oh yeah, I know somebody was asking earlier. I had on one of my chats. I totally forgot about that. The donations and stuff on the Facebook stuff. That can't happen on Facebook until I'm 90 days old, which is going to be in 2 days. And then it takes maybe 3 or 4 days for it to be turned on. So like the stars and donations and subscribers, all that, Facebook is not active on that. My YouTube is. That's still going. Janelle just gave a gift there. And Janelle, you know I appreciate you always supporting us. You've been with us a long time. Thank you, Janelle. Again, those will come on later again, because what I'm going to be doing on Facebook here when we get the new channel up and going is, again, where that subscriber service goes, I want everybody, you're going to be a founding member of the channel. You're going to have your names put in on closing graphics on forecast pages. You're going to get behind the scenes look of me doing trips to Barron Services, talking about the weather equipment we're going to get, studio build out, equipment upgrades. You're going to get behind the scenes on everything. I want to make sure you get the little reels and updates and really feel like that you could see, hey, I'm donating $4.99 a month and I'm going to get to see what it's for, because I'm going to show you exactly what it's going to be going for. And so I do appreciate you guys, helping us out. It's kind of weird when you see some of the YouTube channels, and I'm not just talking about Ryan Hall, some of these other guys. I mean, they're just rolling in the cash, donations and stuff coming in. I've never been good at doing that. I'll be honest with you. I'm always afraid to ask for anything. So my wife can attest to that. But I do know that if I want to get to my ultimate goal, it's going to be driven by the success of my interaction with you guys on Facebook and on YouTube to some degree. Because what I plan to do with YouTube is rebrand it, part of this, and then we'll kind of see them kind of working together in tandem. I've been able to drive most of my new subscribers on YouTube from the Facebook page because YouTube has pretty much abandoned me. So, but it is what it is. All right, let's go through the chats here. Let's go back over to the, I'm going to go back over to the main radar real quick. Let's do that. Again, I want to welcome everybody here on board. I got to remind myself every few minutes to remind folks to make sure they go and subscribe for the radio service. If you have not done so, please do that. You got to do that. That's for sure. Whoops, hold on a second. I want to see what we're up to on the giveaways. Let's see what we're up to now. Still only showing 5. Well, that's going to be an easy one to grab. That's for sure. Again, if you have not done so, there's a link in the, maybe I should figure out where I want to put that link. Or maybe I should create a QC code for it. I don't, in the future. I'm kind of learning how to do this if I want to do these giveaways, because I do like to get more people involved. There's a link in the Facebook chat and in the YouTube chat. If you're watching on both those platforms, if you are a subscriber and you're already a follower, go in there, hit that link, and register yourself. It's just your name, email address, so I know how to contact you, and you're registered to win a free Midland radio. We're talking one of these official Midland radios for you, right there. And you're also, there's also, I've got the other prize I'm going to give away tonight is going to be the Weather Call Next Gen, which is the QC code up there. Weather Call Next Gen is a $15 a year annual service. It is a way for you to receive instant calls for any severe weather in any area, especially for you folks here across North Georgia. And make sure that you get that, and then when you get if there's an alert for any kind of severe weather, you'll get a call. You're going to hear my voice telling you, hey, you need to take shelter. Here's a tornado warning for your area. You'll get a text message. You're going to get a radar snapshot showing exactly where you are in relation to where the storm is. It's a great service. So highly recommend you doing that. Again, you can scan the QC code there up on top, or you can go in the chat function down below and hit that and go in there and do the same thing there as well. So, all right, got my promos, I got my plugs in. Hey, Jane, Mary Ann Rheingold, good to see you there. Jane, good to see you. Oh, you're asking about the snow part of that. You know, I don't know about that tomorrow night, Wednesday night, whether we get any snow. And even if we did, I don't think it was going to accumulate much. But I haven't really looked at the new data to see what it was showing. I know there's a chance. I know Weather Service got a slight chance of snow in the forecast for the mountains, possibly going into Wednesday night, but I'm not expecting much. Demarest in there. Hey, Gail Thomas, good to see you. Welcome on board. Cindy Mathers in Noonan. Good to see you, Cindy. Welcome. Janelle, I know you did. I know you registered. Absolutely. But we'll see how it goes. We're just kind of getting started. For those of you who just joined us on YouTube, again, before you guys leave on YouTube, make sure you do a subscribe, do a share if you can, and please leave me a comment. Let me know where you're watching from here on the YouTube side. I do appreciate you guys checking this out. And again, make sure you do the hold on. Just subscribe for Weather Call Next Year. Hey, way to go, D. Kramer. Hey, good. Let me know how that goes for you there. Thank you for signing up for the Weather Call Next Gen. That's good. I know I told my parents I got to get them signed up for theirs. They both want it, so I got to sign them up. So Tiffany's asking how it's going to be for Blairsville. Blairsville, I'm really concerned about the winds there, Tiffany. That's the big thing. Just make sure you secure your stuff outside. I'm worried about 50. There could be some sporadic power outages for tonight for North Georgia because of the winds, especially up in the mountains, any kind of elevation. If you're up a little bit in the elevation, those winds are going to really be driving, especially as that precipitation comes in for tonight. All right, let's go back to the local radar here. I want to do some radar Omega stuff, so let's do some scans here. We've got 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings that are right here in Laurel and Harrisburg. Boy, that's some nasty-looking cells right there, my friends. Check that out. Very, very strong winds right in there, getting some very strong, heavy, just a little lightning, not really a lot of hail with this stuff, but boy, I tell you, look at the winds with this stuff here. Let's check out some of the winds here out ahead of this system. 45. 60 mile per hour winds. That's all 68. Let's see, 60, 64. Just kind of scanning here, so 60. So yeah, a lot of 60 mile per hour winds with these storms on the convective side of this. So what I need to be watching is I probably need to go to the northern part of this line, and where it does not look as convective, but I do want to take a look and see what the winds are doing up here. So let me look up here. Look at, oh, God bless. These are just off the surface. Look at this. Now, this is from the radar beam, okay? The radar beam's up here. Here's the radar beam. See it right there? Okay. So I'm shooting a beam down this way, right? Now, this is a little bit off the ground here, but look, 82 mile per hour winds, 87. Again, this is the strong winds coming in Alabama, just off the surface. 85 mile per hour winds. I mean, this is, again, some very strong winds that are coming in around that trough and dugging into Alabama. So again, any of this heavy rain, especially coming in like this little line right here, you saw the heavy wind. When the heavy rain comes into where that wind is at, it's going to drive it right down to the surface. So you saw that very heavy wind there showing up. So despite the fact this is not your quote unquote traditional convective, severe thunderstorm wind field, it's just so high winds off the surface because of that monster low pressure system and this vast wind field that we could take that wind and drive it right down to the surface and cause some real headaches and real problems, and almost like dropping a rock in a pond and whoop, kind of heading on out there. So again, it was just confirming what we were seeing with the model data was showing that a big part of central Alabama was showing winds getting close to 60 miles per hour. And looking at what we just saw above the surface there with some of this rain here, we can drive some of that higher winds and higher wind gusts down to the surface. So that is verifying what we're seeing on the radar. So that is, but this stuff on the northern part of this line, there's still a little lightning in this stuff in the north, but the real convective stuff's down here to the south, that's for sure. Now, it's going to be this area down here along the Gulf Coast. So Pensacola, Gulfport, this is the area that'll have, I think, the biggest risk for tornadoes going in for tonight as that moves on through. So Gulfport, Saraland, over to Mobile, Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, heading over toward Crestview. That's the area that's going to be concerned here for tonight for potential tornadoes. That's going to be the area of concern. All right, let's see if there's been any updates here on the watch warnings. Nothing new there. All right. So waiting to see if let me see with the Storms Prediction Center here again. Let's take a look at this. I want to see if they've updated this at all. Hold on one second. Let me get this updated here. I think they're going to cut this back some, just judging by what I'm seeing here. Hold on one second. I'm going to take a look at this. Nope, they still have not changed it. Just want to see if they had made any changes to the outlook. Nope, still the same. All right. All right, let's go back here to the scroll here. I'm going to go back to the local radar here, and let's go through the scrolls here. We like talking to everybody. That's the best thing I love about it. The program I use is called Chat Ninja, and it allows me to kind of do both. Oh, we got an alert here. Actually, I need to turn that alert back on here. Let me turn my audio back up. Oh, let me go. Hold on a second. I forgot to do something. Let me do this first. So let me do this real quick. I need to turn. Hold on one second while I turn this off real quick. My bad. I'm just turning this off, and that way that's my background music that I use, and I want to make sure that the alert tone is turned back on. So there we go. So got a new warning here. So let me go ahead and go to this real quick. Got a new warning here. Southern Mississippi. This is for northern Perry County, Wayne County, and northern Greene County. It goes till 7 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located a line extending from Heidelberg, 6 miles northwest of Ovette, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So that's part of that squall line right there. That's where the most intense line is. But you're seeing that storm just moving right along there with this. What's going to be interesting is because we're not dealing with convective nature of the storms, and we got these high winds, I'm not exactly sure how you do a severe thunderstorm warning when it's not really a thunderstorm for northern Alabama and going into North Georgia. It's kind of weird. I guess you could do a high wind warning. I guess you could do something like that. But it's definitely a hybrid, weird, different kind of situation. That's for sure with this system tonight. Again, if you guys are new here to the channel, before you guys leave on YouTube, please make sure that you go ahead and give a like and a thumbs up and a subscribe if you can, if you're on that side. On Facebook, if you're watching right there, make sure you give a share out right now. Make sure that you are a follower on the main page. I haven't looked at my numbers yet. Here in a little bit, let's go take a look at that. I want to look and see how we're doing on our YouTube channel. All right, we're getting ready to crash 29.6 looks like we're at 29.597. Don't think we're gonna get the 400 tonight. I'm not advertising, so I wanted to see how I did this organically. So this is something I'm learning there with the system. So we'll keep that going on. And how are we doing on viewership here? Just want to go over here to the Facebook page, take a look at this. And yeah, people coming in and coming out. That's good. 123 likes on the Facebook page. Thank you, folks. Keep that going. Because I think the same truth works for both platforms here, for both YouTube as well as Facebook. You're going to have the, you got to have the interaction with the audience. That's the only way you get that turnover going. Now, my live reports did very well because that went into a lot of stuff. So I've not cracked the nut yet as far as what happens with the live wall-to-wall coverage. And this is really a kind of an atypical setup. This is not like as we get deeper into spring, I think we'll probably have a more a legitimate and more organized severe weather event. This one's definitely not it. This is more of a high wind because of a big area of low pressure that's coming into play here, and that's what's going on with that. So let me go back over to the regional radar here. Again, you can see the new warnings here. I need to turn that off real quick. Let me go in there and do that. Turn that puppy off. There we go. All right. I'm telling you, folks, y'all wait on the Facebook side. You wait until I get the weather service, the weather company I want to partner with to help with the. So it's called Barron Services, and when I get their weather equipment, and hopefully by the end of the year I get it, that's really going to take this presentation or this coverage to a new level. That's for sure, because this is all man-made. This is all by me and going through services to kind of get this going. So again, appreciate you guys watching on YouTube. Again, make sure you do that, like, share, and subscribe. If you're watching, let me know where you're from. Go ahead and put it in the chat. I'd like to say hello to you. And we've been kind of doing a little Musketeer call for everybody here on the chat room here. I don't know if it's going to be that bad there. Just be prepared for the high winds there, Tiffany. All right, let's keep going through here. We're batting down the hatches in Blairsville as much as we can. If we could lose power, our generator is all set to go. Way to go, Barb. Good to be prepared. Again, I think it's just some gusty winds. That's going to be the big thing tonight, guys. Oh, it won't let you register only 5, Johnny? Ooh, okay. That's kind of weird. I don't know if there's a way for me to go in there and fix that. I don't know. I can try. Let me go to the actual page. I'd have to go in here and see if I can actually adjust on it or not. I don't know. Let me go to, let's see here. See, this is something I'm not very familiar with. There it is. Let me see here. Edit. I'm looking at the weather page here to see if I can go in here and make any adjustments. It is published. Oh, there's 18 entries. Oh, no, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. There's 18 in there. It did get you. Johnny, I think it got you. Yeah, there's 18 in there. It's just not updating on the other end. I could see it in the, I had to go into the dashboard. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. All right. Just again, folks, if you haven't registered for the radios, please do that. Go into the chat. There is the link in there down in both the Facebook and the YouTube chat. You can go in there and you can register for the free weather radio. I can't look at the output yet, not until it's closed, unfortunately. So I can't tell Johnny if you're registered or not. I hope you are, but it is going up. It is going up. I just went over to take a look at it. It is there. Also, if you have not heard of Weather Call Next Gen, they are our partner here on the page. They are our new partners here. This is a new endeavor here for the North Georgia First Alert Weather Center. And if you would like to have a great service that gives you peace of mind, you get it's basically a call service. You get it on your phone, and you're going to hear my voice alerting you any kind of potential severe weather, telling you, hey, this is what you got to do, take shelter, tell you what you need to do. And you get a text message, and you get a lot. Now, so if you scan the QC code up there, or if you go into the chat function, go to the chat. I also put it down in the chat. You can go in there and you can take a look at the props. You sign up for the service. We had a couple folks that have done that tonight, and you can watch the video. It kind of explains to you how it works. So give that a try and see what you got going there with that service. It's something we hope to really kind of expand on. I'm probably going to do some little advertising, do a little real advertising with Weather Call Next Gen here as our partners here for severe weather coverage. All right, let's see what's going on here. Rome, Mary Worthington in Rome is in the house. Good to see you there, Mary. Good to see you. Yeah, Cal, hey, we're just getting started, man. Miranda, it's just early March. We got to get through April before we kind of say goodbye to our severe weather season. So we got March and April to deal with here. Good news is I don't see anything on the next 7 days coming at us, okay? Willow Brown, hey, Willow, well, thank you. I appreciate you checking out the channel here. Again, we got a lot of good stuff coming your way. Hope you'll stay on board with us here as we continue to make that drive. Again, if you guys have not followed on the channel, make sure you go to the main page, give us a like on the main channel as we're continuing to drive forward here. Krista Flowers just joined us. Nancy Johnson just joined us. Sue Amos, Buster Foyt, Jacqueline Mira, Amanda Brandon, Ben Cantrell, welcome on board. Vicki Houston, good to have you guys on board. Thank you for subscribing to following the service here. Filled out. It was going to cost money to you, so I didn't sign up. That's okay, Linda. If you don't want to sign up for the weather call, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that if you don't feel comfortable with it. That is just something we're promoting out there. There's a lot of folks out there who are not very tech savvy. So those that are not tech savvy, if you like to have that additional protection with the weather call system, it's a great thing to have. I'm definitely going to get it for both my folks for sure. So here we go here. Yeah, Murray, Karen, chat, where's Kenny? Y'all just get batten down the hatches. Just get ready for some strong gusty winds tonight. There, it looks like coming in after 11 o'clock, I think, the way it's tracking right now. And Barb's reporting that she's been getting a lot of heavy winds up there in Blairsville in the last half hour. I expect that to continue. Kay in Cartersville. Good to see you there, Kay. Welcome on board. Good to see you. And if the folks on YouTube, I could pull up y'all's chats too. Looks like Joni. Joni's over here. Joni's actually on the YouTube side. So I really love my chat ninja, man. I could pull up chats from both of y'all. It's awesome. Very nice indeed. Go over here to, yeah, this is, because of the way this thing is developing and the way it's looking right now. Notice that warm front starting to come back up toward the north too here for tonight, guys. That warm front will add some additional instability, kind of trying to riding a little bit to the north there a little bit. Notice here as I go in on that front, I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer, that all the severe weather, it's not a coincidence, it really isn't, that all the severe weather is south of that warm front, because that's where the best convection is. That's where the best instability is. That's where the warmer, juicier air is out ahead of that. So that's not that unusual to see that. Now look at these temperatures up here across North Georgia. Again, we still got a little residual wedge in here. Look at these temperatures still holding up in the 50s right there. But you got 70 degrees over here near Kennesaw and Ackworth. So 68 up here. So 64 in Dalton. So it's warmer here on the west side. For sure. So I was kind of hoping this was going to be a little bit bigger than a little more of a classic setup, but as this thing has gone on for the last day or so, it's like, yeah, this thing looks like a one big giant windmill effect, and that's exactly what we're getting here for tonight. That is for sure. Yeah, maybe, Michael. Maybe it'll stay south of Atlanta. We'll see. Brad Ellis, you're over there. You're on the east side of the mountains, Brad. I really think your winds are going to probably stay 35 miles per hour. Wind advisory criteria. I think that's what you're going to stay over there. Again, where the worst winds are expected here across North Georgia are those areas there up here across the north. So basically from Dalton, Blue Ridge, over to Blairsville, this whole area up here across North Georgia. Again, we got those, remember I showed you those stream winds coming up that way. And they're just a couple thousand feet off the surface. We get a good downpour with some of those heavy rains. We can bring that right down to the surface right now. Waiting to see if there's going to be another tornado warning, at least along the Gulf Coast. Haven't seen that just yet. Oh, I also got to send out a big thing. I got to double check this. I think this is a new record for me. I want to double check this. I think it is. I want to double check this. For those who don't know, on the Facebook side, I do a weather short daily called Weather on the Go. It's something I do every day. Yeah. Wow. I didn't even say today. The Weather on the Go this morning had 20,109 views. That's a new high. 20,109 views. That's just amazing to see. Over 404 likes. That's just and 71% of y'all are, it was 29% of followers and 71% were non-followers. So again, that's great to see that kind of coverage from those reels, to get that kind of coverage. So again, thank you very much. 20,000 views on that weather. It's a minute and a half forecast. I do it every day that I'm home. I do it and give you guys an update on the weather there. So let's go back to local radar here. But yeah, that was a nice little thing to see. Do you have any update on the Hattiesburg Summerall area? Okay, 33. So we'll take a look. Let's go see what's going on there in Hattiesburg. I think the worst there has kind of moved on out of your area. It's getting really close to clearing. Let's go over to that. Let's go zoom in. It's kind of sitting right on top of you right now. You got a warning there, still in effect for another 22 minutes. So this is over for northwestern Forest and Lamar counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That seems to be the big thing there, 33 degrees. Again, that worst of that line is coming through you right now. And kind of give it another 30 minutes and should be about cleared out of there. But you're definitely seeing the heaviest of the activity through there. Let's see what the winds are doing there in Hattiesburg for kicks and giggles here. Again, it's kind of in between the... Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Let's see here some of the winds here south of town. Oh, yeah, 80-mile-per-hour winds just off the surface, 67. Yeah, you got some pretty good strong winds through there. Absolutely getting some very heavy winds. So that is where you see where all the lines, it's kind of intensifying. And the models were indicating this too, that looked like we were going to get a intensification of that line. So you see all the warnings there. We got 7 of them. They're kind of lined up with each other. Northern Meridian coming all the way down to just north of New Orleans right now. Getting a new scan there on the radar as it's coming around. So there you go. Danny in Bartow County. Danny, good to see you there. Welcome on board. Tonight, just expect some very gusty winds on the west side, which is where I expect the strongest winds are going to be. Now, we'll say the last high-resolution model data was showing the winds really backing off as that stuff is coming across Georgia. I still think 40, 50-mile-per-hour winds. But again, 60-mile-per-hour winds are just off the surface. The main wind threat are for those in the higher elevations. If you've got 1,500 feet to 2,000 feet, you're gonna get a lot more wind stuff up that way for sure. So, but you're on the west side. I think if you're on the west side, you're going to see the stronger winds. If you're on the east side, like if you took Georgia 400 and went east, I think that's where the lower winds are. If you're on the west side of Georgia 400, then you're probably going to have higher winds that way. Hey, not a problem, Danny. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good to see you tonight. Thank you. Hey, thanks, Barbara. I appreciate that. Anything y'all could do to help grow the channel, I do appreciate it. Again, I'm really looking forward to getting my subscriber service going, and I'm hoping once I get my subscriber service going, my initial goal is to try to get 500 subscribers. I got 30,000 followers. I'm hoping to get at least 500 subscribers. And at $4.99 a month. And for that, basically, again, I already told y'all, it's going to be behind the scenes, founding members of the channel, founding members of the set, and everything that's going to go with it. But I hope to use any funds to help reinvest toward growing the channel more, because the advertising money gets expensive. I've spent some money really trying to promote the channel as best I can, and it'd be good to kind of offset the cost a little bit. To help advertise and grow the channel. The goal is to get to 100,000 followers on Facebook for the end of the year. On YouTube, I'm hoping to get to 10,000 followers by the end of the year on YouTube. Now, YouTube, the best chance for those to grow is when I get a really good severe weather event. We had a couple of those. We had good grows, and maybe obviously hurricane season. That's also a big event for the channel as well. So for folks across North Georgia, again, it was always a marginal risk for severe weather. The one thing I've been looking at is again, watching this line, which is associated with the front. It's this line here that I think as this thing sweeps through, it's going to bring those higher wind gusts down to the surface. Okay, so we're talking about that wind here. So So because when I look here at the velocity mode across northern Alabama, and I'm kind of scanning some of these winds out here in the periphery here, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Look at here just north here, 58, 67, 67. Again, this is off the surface. You see the wind, you see the radar beam right here. All right, so the beam's going up at elevation and shooting on out. It's above, so it's just a few thousand feet above the surface. We're seeing these very high winds, these are not convective nature winds. These are just because of the wind profile, that low pressure. So as this thing goes on, as that heavy rain line burst comes down, you get that good downpour. You can drive those big winds down to the surface. So not really convective in nature with that. So again, I got to watch very closely that wind line here to see how this interacts. Obviously, we got the severe thunderstorm warning on the southern part of that line, but we'll see if that works its way north, especially as the warm front is moving to the north. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah, I appreciate you for sharing and linking with all. That's really good to see. Again, I appreciate everybody doing this. It's interesting when we've had big broadcasts on YouTube and we were covering severe weather events to see the subscriber stuff go up a lot there, but we don't get a whole lot on the Facebook side. Like we just added 4 more. So Irma Prairie, Krista Flowers, Nancy Johnson, Sue Amos. Thank you for joining on board here. We just crossed 29.6. We're at 29,603 and 397 to go to get to 30,000. I was hoping we were going to get 30,000 tonight, but I don't think we're going to get there tonight because the weather is just not quite bad enough to really kind of get a lot of people watching the channel tonight. It just, you know, it was this was always going to be a borderline weird event for me. I just didn't see it as being a really bad thing as far as thunderstorms are concerned. The wind was what I was most concerned about. And I'm waiting to see what happens with these storms as it crosses the border because let me go. I want to see if the new hourly is up real quick. Let me take a look at that real quick. So let me pull up the model data again. I'm going to go look at the new hourly here, see if the new one's in. It's still processing. Okay, so it's far enough in for me to look at. Okay, so this is the 23Z run here is in. So let me go ahead and take a look at this. Let's go pull this up here for you guys. We're going to take a look at the latest model data here. So let me pull this up. Let me turn that down for you there. All right, so, all right, this is lining up pretty well from what I'm seeing on the radar and what I'm seeing here. So, but again, the line appears that it intensifies a bit here across Alabama. It really does look a little nastier. As it enters Alabama, I think it's because the warm front's lifting to the north. Again, you got the low pressure back here. We got a driving jet stream blowing in from the west around this thing. You got southerly winds coming out ahead of that front. So as this thing moves to the east, that line intensifies. You can see it on the model data here. So right now the model data is showing up till midnight that this line, as it is currently, does appear to get a little bit stronger as it's moving across the state. When it's into this position, you see the stronger line right through here. That's where the strongest winds are going to be. And we're going to take a look at those winds in just 1 second. And then it comes into North Georgia at 1, and then that's kind of holding its own. Another thing I kind of look here is any kind of bends in the line. Notice the line here, it bending a little bit. It could indicate the stronger jet kind of pushing in like that. And sometimes you get a bowing effect that can also drive winds down to the surface. And again, this is just interpreting it from the model data. So let's go look at the winds field on this one. Let me look at the winds. I'm going to switch over to that real quick. Stand by. Let's get an update on that. There we go. So let's look at this. Again, here at 10 o'clock here across central Alabama, here 67-mile-per-hour winds, 55-mile-per-hour winds, 61-mile-per-hour winds, 57-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, just very, very gusty winds. So I know the model's been real consistent on that. But again, it looks like the highest winds are really right across North Georgia. It looks like the Weather Service did a pretty good job with this, at least based off what I'm seeing here on the model data. Right through there is where the highest winds are, and it's obviously exactly where we have our high wind warning at, right there, boom. So where the model is showing the higher winds, that is where we're seeing the higher wind warning here across North Georgia. And the reason why they put it up in there, especially up in those mountains, is again, those highest winds with the jet energy is creeping in at about 2,000 feet. Not that far off the surface. And you bring in a good heavy rain, a line of thunderstorms coming in, you can bring that wind right down to the surface. So let me go and clear that out. There we go. So that's where we are. I'll go back to local radar here. And we'll get this thing looping again here. All right, to welcome everybody here to the channel. Again, if you are not yet subscribed on YouTube, please do so. If you're not yet a follower on Facebook, please do so at this time. I appreciate you guys joining us here tonight. Again, we are sponsored, our co-partner here is Weather Call Next Gen. That is a QC code up there. It is a paid service. It's $15. Okay, it's not free. It's $15, but it's a one-time thing, and you're good for a year. What's great about that service is that you don't have to worry about screwing around with any app. You don't have to worry about, configurations or anything else like that. It's just a call service, okay? You're going to get a call service from me. It's going to be my voice alerting you any kind of warning in your area. It tracks with your GPS. You're going to get a text message. You're going to get a thing. It's going to point out where your position is in relation to the Polygon box. It does a really good job. It's a great service to have. Highly recommend that you go ahead and add that, especially if you've got somebody that's not very tech savvy. Maybe you got an older mom or dad or something like that. That's a great thing for them to have. Give them a little peace of mind. Just I got to make sure they do. Only thing I got to make sure they do is make sure they got the ringer on. Okay, and when you sign up, you're going to get a test call message, which is basically me saying, hey, this is a test call, and then you save the number in your phone as weather call. So when you see, oh, it's weather call, you know what it is. It's good to have, especially for nighttime storms. Definitely a good thing to have. Another thing, if you have not done so, it's in the links in both Facebook and on YouTube. Okay, there is a link in there for you to register for a free NOAA Weather Radio. That's what these are right here. I do have these. I got 8 of these here. I'm going to be giving them away whenever I do these live events. And go in there and register. Last time I checked, I think we had 18 in there. Go ahead and register in there. And the program that's using that, when it's closed, it's going to spit out a name. So I don't even have to fool with it. It's really cool. So it's going to spit out a name, tell me who the winner is, and then I'll email you back and send you your prize or send you the code information for you to get the free Weather Call Next Gen. I'm also going to do a subscription for that free tonight too. So again, make sure you're YouTube and in the Facebook chats, go in there and make that happen. So sub and like the little channel. Yeah, Weather Nerds is the YouTube channel. I will be making that change soon, Delina. That will become the First Alert Weather Center. Kind of more, not specifically North Georgia because it's kind of a national thing, but it'll become the Georgia First Alert Weather Center page. I will be rebranding the Weather Nerds channel over to the new concept to support the Facebook, because Facebook is my primary audience now. Facebook is the audience that has got 30,000 folks on it, whereas YouTube's only got about 5,800 on it. So, but I still will serve both communities. I am not going to go anywhere from that. And I like doing my weather dailies too. I love doing my big national discussion weather dailies, although I'm in a process of doing a rebrand on that. So I'm going to keep doing that. But okay, here's an interesting thing. I don't think a lot of folks realize this. YouTube is 70% men, 30% female. Facebook is the exact opposite, 70% female, 30% men. So, and my demographics break down that way. So I'm glad I got a lot of the ladies here on the Facebook side, but I don't have the men audience over on the YouTube side. Everybody go there. So that's why I try to reach both audiences to some degree. Appreciate it, Barb. Yeah, no problem. Channel. Oh, Barb said, "Can't." Are you going to? Oh, you found it. Oh, yeah, you found it. Okay, I see the conversation. I totally missed that. Sorry about that. Brent from Hayesville, North Carolina. Yeah, that's where I do 389 Country is based out of that area up there. They are a 389 Country is an internet country station covering their the western portion of North Carolina. So I wanted to serve that community, and I figured that was the best way for me to do it. Since I do a daily weather forecast for those guys, so you can listen to country music and get your forecast there on 389 Country. They're also, you can do a Google search 389 Country. You can listen to them online. They're up there in North Carolina. All right, seeing a spike here. We got a new tornado warning here. Just came out here. Let's go take a look at this. Radar indicated. Just noticed this just popped up. This is a tornado warning here for central Clark County and east central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Quitman, moving northeast at 40. So let's go ahead and switch the radars here. I guess we'll use the Mobile one. Or it's the Jackson. It's falling in between the radars, which makes it kind of hard. Let's look at the velocities here, see what we got going on in there. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, I got something kind of spinning around in there. See that little quirk in the line right there? There we go. You definitely got something spinning around in there. Not unusual to see that along a squall line, and that's probably the big concern when you get these squall lines down here to the south, is you might get these little eddies that form right in the middle of it. Let's see what the winds are doing in here. So we got 35, 38 away, and 30 above. So that's about, you take away and toward, you add them together, it's about 70 mile per hour wind. So basically, if it's tornadic, it's a weak one. So we're talking about EF0, EF1 at best with that particular tornado. But there, it's got a little kink in that line. Absolutely. Yeah, I can see it kind of spinning around a little bit. So that's radar indicated on that tornado warning. Getting ready to cross into Alabama, that line, that main squall line. That's starting to look nastier, that's for sure. Look at that line there. It's starting to intensify, and that's what the model data was showing there. Hey, Betty Cooley, long, good to see you. Welcome to the house. Appreciate it, guys. Let's see what we're doing over on the Facebook here. I wanted to double check and see how we're doing. We're up to 156 likes. Appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Keep that going. 29 shares. If you're out, for the folks out there on Facebook watching right now, go ahead and do me a favor and do a share on the channel. You can do that. I appreciate that. Do a share, do a comment, and make sure that if you're not a follower, there's so many of you guys on Facebook who love the channel but not quite following, don't quite know yet on that. But so I have sent out thousands of invites. Those invites actually go into your little bell on your app there. You just go and hit accept the invite, and you guys are on board. So make sure you do that. Make sure you hit the like on the page. And we are up to here. Let's see. We got Bo Colburn just joined us. Hey, Bo. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining. And Irma Perry also just joined us here on Facebook. Good. Thank you. Haven't seen any new subscribers on YouTube, but I wasn't expecting any, to be honest with you. It's just one of those things. So you guys on YouTube, if you'd like to subscribe, it'd be a pleasure to have you on board. I do a weather daily on the YouTube channel. Didn't do one today because I was doing all the severe weather coverage. But I do a weather daily over there, and I can give you an outlook of what's going on every week to 7 to 10 days predominantly. But check that out. On the Facebook side, make sure y'all look out for that weather daily. Boy, that thing, the weather on the go, that thing has been a huge success. Very big success out there. So please use that. All right, let's go back here to the radar mega here. Again, we've got 9 severe thunderstorm warnings all lining up against this line. Definitely getting more robust here with this line coming across. Let me look at the SPC again here. I want to see if, there it is. There it is. I've been waiting on it. All right, there, they did issue the new tornado watch. Okay, so good. I was waiting on that new watch warning. It should be, nope, still hasn't popped in over here, but we do have a new watch. So new tornado watch has been issued here for southern, south central Alabama, western Florida, and it goes until 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. Few isolated tornadoes. Significant wind gusts to 80 miles per hour along that line. So basically what they're doing here, and I'll just draw on here, it hasn't popped up in my update, but it's going to be basically here on down to the south, okay, down to the Florida Panhandle. Oh, I'm sorry. Do this again. I put it in the wrong spot. Basically here, south. There we go. So that's where the new warning. Actually, I guess it's right there actually. So that's where the new watches are coming out. I'm just waiting for this to update. It'll update here shortly because it just came out. That's another thing I'm looking forward to having with that new service. It'll be a little more instant than. This is pivotal weather I use for the alerts. It automatically is supposed to recycle and update. It's just it sometimes gets a little delayed. Let's go back over to the regional radar. Again, this is where we're looking at the current warnings there. with the watch. Again, this is being driven by the big area of low pressure back here in the middle of the country. And this thing is really, really deep area of low pressure. So it's this big pinwheel system, and you can see how complex this thing is. Definitely not something we typically see, that's for sure. And it's bottoming out, and you can always tell it's bottoming out by the fact that we got a front that's becoming occluded. So when you see that that purple feature right there, it's called occluded front. That usually is an indication that the storm is bottoming out and maxing out at this time with the pressure. It's providing blizzard conditions up there into portions of Nebraska and Kansas, and setting up the severe weather here across the south. As we got a driving jet stream with this thing, there's a very strong jet blowing it around this area of low pressure. It's coming in from the west to east, and a lot of high wind energy with this thing. Let's go back to local radar here. Let me scroll here. I'm scrolling up down the foot. I kind of got behind here. Calhoun County, Adairsville. You're looking all right there. Not bad. North Georgia mountains. Y'all need to watch out for the winds. That's the big thing there. As you saw on that watch warning, there is going to be those high winds, man. These are 55-mile-per-hour winds or higher in that area. Turn this thing back on. Wasn't hearing my alert tones because I had my thing muted. And what's weird is because those higher winds aren't going to come from this convection down to the south. Oh, we got another tornado warning here. Let's go back here. Yeah, things are starting to get active. Looks like the models did a very good job with this here. So we got a radar indicated here. Let's take a look at this one. This is for southwestern Choctaw County, northwestern Washington. Central rain goes until 7 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles northwest of Clara and moving east at 55 miles per hour. So it was a little bit of a lull there, but boy, that line has really started to intensify here in the last hour or so, stretching here from that radar site here all the way down to the Gulf Coast to New Orleans. And right into that line, it's where the strongest winds are being driven right down to the surface here. And we've got a couple of tornado warnings in here with the kinks. Let's go over to velocity mode here. Take a look at that. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow, there you go. That's textbook. See that little kink right there? There's a kink right there. Got that one near Waynesboro. Looks very impressive. Let's go a little bit closer here. Yeah, it's a very, very strong winds with this one here. Now, I just realized I turned these off earlier. I totally forgot to turn them back on. Let me see here. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second here. That's the buoys. There it is. I turned my spotter network off. I forgot to turn it back on earlier. My bad. And that's impressive right there. Let's pause that off right there. Let's see what the winds are doing in here. Scan is a 42 and a 42. Okay, so 42, that's 85 miles per hour roughly. 85 mile per hour winds swirling with that sucker right there. So we got a potential tornado right there. It is radar indicated, as not observed. Yep. And it's moving at a very high rate of speed. Turn that off once again. The good news is we're not expecting anything like that across North Georgia tonight. We're just expecting the very strong gusty winds as that line approaches the area going in toward tonight. Oh, Brunoff, you know how to sign it, and I've already said it like a bunch of times. You're just now tuning in. This is my old weather buddy here, Dan Brunoff here. He's chiming in. He does weather coverage out in Dallas, Texas. He's a big guy out there. He's asking about Weather Call Next Gen, which is that QC code there right above my head right there, and it's also in the chat down below. So I have mentioned it a lot of times there, Dan. Oh, don't worry about that. He's my buddy and partner in crime there. We worked together at a company called Weather Plus years ago. That was supposed to be a new competition to take on the Weather Channel. It was a little ahead of its game, a little ahead of its time. Didn't quite make it, but we had good times back then, didn't we, Dano? Anyway, yeah, but check out Weather Call Next Gen. Again, that's a great service to have, especially for you folks who may not be technically an app, again, it's a call service. It's not an app. Folks were asking me if it was an app before. I said, no, it's not an app. It's a weather call service. So when we get events like this, so when we get tornadoes or stuff like this, what'll happen? So let's say that you're a weather call user and you live right there. Let's say I put you right there, and a tornado warning comes out. You're going to get a call. It's going to be my voice calling you and telling you, hey, you got a tornado warning. You need to take shelter immediately in this area because a tornado is alerted where you're located because it locks into the GPS on your phone where you're at, and it tells you what you need to do. And you also get a text message, and you also get a little radar image there as well, showing you in relation to where your location is to where that storm is. So it's a great thing to have. So again, you use the code right there. Go to the link that's also in the chat in the Facebook and on YouTube. There's a little video there that kind of explains how it works as well. So it'll kind of help you out there, and you guys can sign up for that service. So and we've had a few folks sign up for tonight, and I do appreciate it. So check that out. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning just came out here. Again, it looks like the model did a very good job of indicating these storms pulsing back up as they were coming into Alabama. So this is a new warning here. This is for Choctaw County, northern Washington County, northwestern Clark County, and southeastern Wayne County. This goes until 7 o'clock. 60-mile-per-hour winds with this. It's moving east at 45. So this line's starting to pick up speed here just a little bit. So that's where we got, it's amazing, just about an hour ago, we had dropped off to about 3 warnings, but now we've got 2 tornado warnings and now back up to 9 severe thunderstorm warnings as this line is definitely pulsed up in intensity. You can kind of see the most intense line here, just approaching the Alabama line. So this most important part of this line is getting ready to cross out of Mississippi and into Alabama right now. Don't like that radar. So the Birmingham radar, a lot of this rain here out ahead of this is just very not looked convective nature, very snowy looking. The radar back behind it, look, it's amazing. All radars are not the same, by the way, if you didn't know that. Some radars are better than others. Some have been updated, some have got the latest tools, and some other ones don't. So sometimes I got to move around a little bit. Regina Wilson, how you doing there in Eaton, Georgia? Hope you all doing good tonight. James Shell, good to see you. Barb is telling me she loves Weather on the Go. I love it. I know, like I said, 20,000 of y'all watched Weather on the Go this morning. That was unbelievable. That's a new high on that. I know it's because we had weather that was expected today, but that definitely was a new high for that. Adrenaline, no, it will not be a new YouTube page. I will just update the graphics. It'll stay the same. I will not change anything on it. It'll just have a different brand look. That's all it'll change on it. Everything else will stay the same. Same service, same everything. Now, eventually, are we still getting high winds? I'm in Gainesville. Albert, in Gainesville, you're on the east side of the mountains. I'm not expecting the winds to be nearly as bad as the North Georgia mountains. I'm expecting maybe 35-mile-per-hour winds for your area tonight. We've got a new warning that's been issued. Another tornado warning just got issued. Let's go into here. Again, we're seeing these little kinks all up and down the line. So this is for northwestern Washington County, northeastern Perry County, southern Wayne County, and northern Greene County. This goes until 7:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located in Richmond, moving east at 60. So these things have really picked up their speed. A little over an hour ago, they're only about 35 or 40 miles per hour. Let's go over to velocity mode, check to see. I guarantee we got another kink in the line. Yep, right there. Yeah, right there near the Richmond area, right there. So looks like not a whole lot of this. We got Brewer, Smithtown, Henderson, Cottrell, and then we got over near the state line. So this is just coming over out of Mississippi. Yeah, it's not unusual to get a squall line like this. When you get the squall lines, you'll get stuff that's moving along. You'll get these little eddies that'll spin and move up the line, parallel the line. And that's when you can get your weak tornado. You get your weak tornado spin ups. Now these aren't going to be your big monster ones. So we're talking EF0, EF1 with these 70, 80 mile per hour winds. That's what you're going to get along the line there. Now further up this line, these are just some strong winds up in here that'll take those high winds that are running about 2,000 feet off the surface and drive them right down. So Ginger asking about Rome, Georgia. Well, Rome, Georgia, you're on the west side, so that's where I'm expecting the higher winds to come in, probably after midnight, about midnight or so, and that's when we're expecting those 50 mile per hour winds to come up your way. Again, so it's now 7:37, and we're just now crossing the state line. So we'll get a new update here coming here shortly. Oh, not going to answer that question. Somebody sent me a question on there about something. I'm not gonna worry about that, Mary Beth, right now. I'll answer you a little bit later. Everybody's concerned about the weather service going away. It's not. I can promise you it will not. There may be cuts, and so there was the weather service. For those who don't know, in the 1990s, the early 90s, went through a modernization and reduction. And in the 90s, they went through a contraction big time. A lot of weather offices were closed around the country. Stuff was shut down as part of government costing adding stuff that went on in the 90s. There was like 430,000 federal jobs that were cut at the time. And so what the Weather Service and what NOAA are getting ready to go through, they've gone through this before. They went through this back in the 90s. And of course, the technology has gotten a lot more advanced now than it was then. So they'll look for ways to consolidate and figure out ways to, they're not going to, one thing I will tell you is that congressmen and everything else, if it looks like the public well-being is going to be possibly impacted there, the Congress will say, we ain't going to be cutting too much. They're going to consolidate. There'll be some things that'll be addressed, but I don't see the Weather Service going away. It's going to be there. All right, so let's go here. One of my ideas was I think they should privatize part of the National Weather Service. I mean, you got the website there. They're already in little regions. How salespeople get sponsors for it. I guarantee you they'll sponsor the weather stuff. Make it self-sufficient so it cannot be impacted by government cuts. That's my idea. All right, let's see here. Yeah, definitely seeing a more intense. This more than part of this line is definitely looking a lot better than it did earlier. Getting ready to cross into Alabama right now. So it'll be interesting to see what these wind gusts do as they come off to the east and they move in toward Birmingham. Probably a few more hours. They're moving at about 50, 60 miles per hour. So let me check the distance here from the state line. I forget. That is about... Oh, I'm sorry. Hit the wrong thing. My bad. Wrong thing. Let me clear this out. That is approximately 85 miles. So 85 miles, do the math, it's doing about 50, 60 miles an hour, about an hour and a half or so, about 2 hours or so, should be getting in there. Johnny's still multitasking. That's okay, Johnny. I'm doing it too. I'm definitely multitasking here. Again, I want to welcome everybody here to the channel. If you have not yet done an official like on this page on Facebook, please do so at this time. If you're watching on the YouTube side, please hit that subscribe button if you can. Let me know, give me a comment. Let me know where you're watching from. If you got a question, please post that down below. I'd like to interact with you guys as much as possible. And check that out. Also, a reminder, we're doing a weather radio giveaway. If you have not done so, it's in the chats in both Facebook and on YouTube. You can go in there and register to win a free NOAA weather radio. That looks like this one right here, Midland Radio, right there. There it is right there. And we're also giving away a free 1-year subscription to the Weather Call Next Gen. They're our partners here on our broadcast here. Again, a Weather Call is a service. That kind of takes the angst out of having to deal with an app or dealing with different things, especially if you're not really technologically driven. It's an opportunity for you to hear alerts that come from me, my voice, and tell you what you need to do and take cover and all that kind of stuff. And I definitely got to get my own parents signed up for that service, which I promised that I will be doing. All right, so we got 3 tornado warnings, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, all lined up along that line. So you can see everything is lined up here in the view right there. Basically from New Orleans, getting almost up to Tuscaloosa. Getting really close there. Hey, Kansas City, Missouri. How you doing there from Kansas City? I know you guys had that cold weather coming from there. That blizzard was up near, not too far from you too. Welcome there, Helen from Kansas City on YouTube watching. Hey, good to see you. Hannah just reported that Hiawassee just got a big old gust of wind. What's the forecast for this area? Oh, Hiawassee, you're up in those mountains areas. And again, if you're up in that area, that is the prime zone for the high winds. So these are not convective in nature. These are just the high winds that are just off the surface as that big trough the low is progressing closer and closer to us. We're going to drive some winds, 55 mile per winds or higher down in that area. So Hiawassee, you're right in the crosshairs there. Notice we do have the new watch finally showed up here. There it is. Right there. Goes till 1 in the morning Central Daylight Time as that squall line, which is now lined up right here, going to cross the state line. Now, as this continues to move in from west to east, they'll trim those counties back. But I think we will probably not see any kind of tornado watch here across North Georgia. I think they'll stay to the south because that's where the best convection and instability is. It'll probably stay down in here. But again, it doesn't really matter, again, because of the heavy wind threat here for tonight. If you're across North Georgia, the big thing I can tell you guys is to please make sure you secure all your outdoor furniture. Anything can get blown away or get into a car. You want to make sure you do that. Again, as we're kind of watching the big picture here with this big old area of low pressure here spinning in the middle of the country. And that's what's responsible, these little pinwheels of energy just kind of all the way around that area of low pressure. And zooming in a little bit, we've been protected here a little bit. It's been warming up. It's been definitely warming up here. I see the temperatures have gone up around Atlanta. And getting a little bit milder as that warm front continues to move a little bit further and further to the north. So I think wherever that warm front sets up, that's where the boundary is going to be. As far as where the severe weather, south of that warm front, that's where the best instability is going to be with the system. Pull this back out a little again. Line it up right there. There we go. Let's go back over to radar Omega. Let me take a look here. Local radar. Here we go. All right. Let's see how we're doing here on the YouTube side here. All right. All right, we're up to 177 likes on Facebook. Good. If you're on Facebook, again, make sure you do the like thing. If you can do me a share, we've had 33 shares today. Thank you very much. Make sure you do a share. Again, if you have not liked officially the page, please do so at this time. If you are on YouTube, please give a subscribe. Give me a YouTube. Tell me where you're from, like Helen. Helen's watching from Kansas City. Wow, so they got blizzard warnings there in Kansas City with gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Again, it shows you how complex this storm is. I was saying blizzard, and somebody was telling I was hyping this stuff up. I think on Saturday I had put a YouTube up there. I said blizzard and severe weather, and says, "Oh, you're just hyping this up." I said, "No, I'm seeing a blizzard and severe thunderstorms, and that's what we got." So. Gust winds in LJ, how will they be here? LJ, again, you could plan on wind gusts possibly up to 55 miles per hour or above in LJ tonight. You're in that zone for the high wind warning tonight. We got Turtletown, Tennessee. Hey, welcome there, Turtletown. Good to see you. Welcome on board. Let's see here. Who we got new here on the Facebook channel? Let's take a look here. I wish they had a different way of doing this. All right. We got a whole bunch of new people. I got to go down the list here. Let's welcome these people aboard. All right. We got Raina Broho, Dixie Hall, Carol Swain, Bo Coburn. It doesn't do this in order sometimes. It's kind of weird. I see that sometimes the names don't show up in order. Sue Amos, Cheryl Hatcher, Diane King, Jason Spencer, Nick Hughes, Melanie Sparks, Denise Peters. So we got a lot of new folks here coming on Facebook. Thank you very much. We're not going to get to 30,000 tonight, but at least we're chipping away at it. That's good. How are we doing on the YouTube side? YouTube side, have we got anybody new over here? We added a couple. Well, we got a couple new subscribers on YouTube. Thank you guys for coming on board. I appreciate it. I don't see the names. I have this thing called Streamlabs. Sometimes when somebody subscribes, there's an alert that's supposed to go off. But sometimes I think it depends on if you're on a mobile device or if you're on your computer. I never quite figured out why that doesn't alert like it typically does. So thank you for the 2 new subscribers over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Again, if you guys are just coming on through, again, the average turnover time here, we're running, about 5 minutes. So again, before y'all dive out and somebody comes on in, make sure that you do subscribe, make sure you do a share, and make sure you do a thumbs up on YouTube. Same goes for Facebook. Facebook, do a thumbs up and a share over there as well. Be careful of those weather apps there, Courtney. I'll tell you that. I'm not a big fan of those things. 12%. Severe weather. Yeah, I'm really not expecting in Brazelton as far as severe weather tonight. It's going to be a little windy tonight, no doubt about that. It'll be windy tomorrow morning too, by the way. But I'm really concerned about the North Georgia mountains and the northwestern section of Georgia. That's where I think the worst winds are going to be for now. Kelly, stop bowling. I'm in Florida right now. Stay alert up there. Oh, you're in what part of Florida are you in there, brother? All right, let's go back over to, I'm going to go back over here to the channel here. Oops, let me turn that off real quick. I'm going to switch back over to, somebody's got their little, I hate when they sit into the radar here. Oh, got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go down here. This one is for northwestern Harrison County, northeastern Hancock, east central Pearl River, goes until 7:15. Severe thunderstorm capable was located 12 miles east of McNeil, and then moving northeast at 50. So these things have definitely picked up their speed a little bit. And we got 8 severe thunderstorm warnings and 3 3 tornado warnings. Get my mouth to work here. But you see all the warnings lined up right through here. Here's where they're all along that line. And that's where the bulk of the severe weather is. It goes from west to east. So we're talking Selma, Montgomery. This might get into Auburn and Columbus tonight. We'll see for those watching from that area there. I know we got a few watchers from Columbus in that zone. I'm never going to be watching that. This is the line I'm going to be watching for the wind gusts here along this line, because it's this line as this thing progresses across the state, like Rome, and we'll see how far north if it gets into Dalton or not. Because that's where I think where that heaviest precipitation's at, that's what's going to drive those winds right down. That's where the real gusty winds are going to be. Let me go over to velocity mode on this radar. I want to scan some of the winds up here. Let's take a look here. 65. Boy, there's a lot of wind off the 80 mile per hour winds, 85. Of course, the beam's going up. But again, it just shows what's just off the surface. 85 mile per hour winds, 90 mile per hour winds. It is very windy aloft. I can only imagine what it's doing down at the surface. Let me turn that off here. Let me see here. I don't usually use the data over here, but I probably need to start. Not that one. Where is the data? Here we go. Let's see here. Wind speeds. Here we go. I'm going to look at the wind speeds here. Now these are sustained winds, unfortunately, so I can't see what the gusts are doing. Now that's not going to help me. See a lot of 20, 25 mile per hour winds. So a lot of the winds are going to be, like here across North Georgia, I see a 20 up near Dalton, for example. Here's a 20, here's a 13, here's a 13, here's a 20. These are your sustained winds, okay? But you're going to get your gusts that are going to be the big thing that's going to blow through here. And that just does wind. That doesn't do gusts, unfortunately. Those are sustained winds. And you kind of get the wind directions here. So I got the arrows on. So right now the winds here are blowing here out of the southeast. And then they're coming in from the west behind the front, obviously. Let me turn that off real quick. Here's that intense, but just kind of coming across in Alabama right now. So from Hamilton down toward Vernon and down in coming into Reform right now. That's where the most intense part of the northern part of that line is. And then we got the stuff down here on the south. I need to switch over to the mobile radar here. Let me see what the, let me look at the velocity. I'm gonna go check the velocities on this one as well. Let's take a look here. Yeah, those don't look quite as good as they did earlier. And you've got a little bow there on that one. This one I can't see at all. Got a new scan. Let's see what the scan puts down here. Just a quick update here. Morgantown, pretty windy up there. I don't doubt that. Yeah, Biloxi's going to get hit with some pretty good winds tonight. Absolutely. Waiting on the new scan to come around here. I thought a new scan was coming. Here, nope, it did go around. There it goes. Ow, I messed it up. That was my fault. Yeah, okay. So, as part of this warning is right there. And this one's kind of right in there. So, looks like just little eddies along that line. I can't, doesn't look like they're closed off. But definitely some strong winds in there. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I need to turn my cameras back on. I didn't mean to turn those things off earlier. Let me see if I can find what I did with those. I was fooling with this earlier and I was messing with stuff I should not have done. Spotter layer on. I got that on. Oh, there it is. Turn that back on. There we go. So I got all these cameras here across North Georgia. I want to see if I could see if there's any windy conditions out there. 69 degrees. That's at Bartow County. Yeah, it's a little windy there. See that camera waving a little bit. And this is up in Pickens County. This is up kind of dark. Oh, someone's moving that camera around. Look at the trees. Doesn't look that bad. There's Cherokee County. So I keep a watchful eye on this, on those cameras. The radar program I'm using, by the way, is called Radar Mega. They're the next group I hope to do partnership with. Radar Mega is actually based out of Atlanta. They're actually on the north side of Atlanta, and I'm wanted to wait until I got to about 50,000 followers on the Facebook page before I went over there and said, "Hey guys, you want to partner up?" And so, I'd like to see if I can get them as part of a partnership here. So anyhow. So we'll see how late we're going to go here for tonight. I want to keep this going for a little while because I want to make sure we give folks a chance to subscribe to the channel, but also make sure that you all are at least signing in for the weather radio campaign that's going on here. So let me check and see here. I want to look at the 23 entries. We've got 23 in there right now. So 23 people have registered for the weather radio. The link is down in the YouTube and in the Facebook page. If you have not done so, go into the chat, and I could probably go put it back in there. Let's just do that. How about I do that? Let's just do that. There you go. I'm going to do this right now. I will do this right now. We'll put it right here. Boom. There we go. I just put in their chat. There's the link right there for the weather radio giveaway, as well as the weather call next gen service. Just go ahead and hit that link and go in there, and that way you can go ahead and register for the radio. We got 23 people who've registered so far for tonight, so go ahead and do that. If you're interested in the weather call service, I got that QC code above us as well, but you can also go right here as well. I'll go ahead and put that link here as well too. There's the weather call link. Boom. In the chats on both of them. You can sign up for that service. Again, when you go to that link on weather call, if you're not really sure what it is, again, it's me calling you and telling you what to do in the event of a severe weather. Great to have, especially for nighttime storms or if you're not paying attention and you don't have to fool with the weather app. It's a great service. There's a little video in there you can watch. It'll tell you about how the service works. And you can set it for anywhere you go, not just for your house. If I'm going out of town, I'm going to be in Florida or something, or I'm going somewhere and it might be some bad weather. You can adjust, you can go log into your account and change it wherever you're at. It's real easy to do. So check that out. Good thing to have. Again, appreciate you everybody watching tonight. Again, we're up to almost 200 thumbs up on the Facebook tonight. Thank you guys. Keep doing that. Absolutely outstanding. 36 shares. Very good. Very nice. Keep that going. Keep that going. All right, let's go back over to the radar here. I'm done promoting that for this 5-minute turnover. That's the hardest thing when you're doing this kind of turnovers, because you get people coming in and coming out, coming in and coming out. You gotta keep promoting. So we're up to 10 warnings now. Look at the size of that warning. That's a big one. Woo! We got some. This is a big one. 1 hour. This one is for Choctaw County, Washington County, Western Clark County, Eastern Wayne County, and Northern Greene County. It goes until 8 o'clock. Line of severe thunderstorms from 3 miles southeast of Kinnerbish to 3 miles northwest of Silas, moving to the east at 40. That is some nasty, nasty stuff right there, man. Especially the southern part of that line. All that lined up from Utah, just south of Tuscaloosa, all the way down to New Orleans. Well, thank you, Dina Martin. I appreciate you there. Send me a message. Send me a private message there. Thank you very much, Dina. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see how we're doing over the. Anybody new that I can say hello to here? Let's see. I always like to say, oh yeah, there you go. Pam Roberts, Steve Bear, Debbie Fisher, Jerry Dean Franz, Rena Ball, and Dixie Hall. Thank you. We're up to 29,621. Appreciate you guys coming on board. Yeah, the bad thing about we've had not so bad around North Georgia. I know the Carolinas, there was a lot of fires over the last few days. This stuff's moving at such a great speed. I don't think we're going to get a ton of rain out of this across North Georgia. Maybe an inch, but anything that had wildfires or some embers burning, this is definitely going to be a big plus to help there. Oh, yes, I am in Brazelton. I am in the Brazelton area. Yes, I'm in the Mulberry Park area. If you're familiar with Brazelton, that's where we're located here. Let's see. Let me see if that has changed any here. Well, I love that Chat Ninja. I could use that thing all day. I love that. I love my Chat Ninja because it just really, really helps me. All right. Up to 24. All right. And I'll leave that thing. I've got that thing closed off. I got it going until, I think I got to go until 6 in the morning. So I'm going to leave that, the Midland Radio giveaway the window to register up until 6 in the morning. I left it up in case some people came in after the fact on the live broadcast, so you did. So if you're on YouTube, again, make sure you go ahead and hit that. You can register to win that free Midland Radio in there to do that, and make sure that you hit that subscribe button and do that like and do the thumbs up. I've not been looking at the stats at YouTube, but I'm sure we've only had about 160 views over there. So, like I said, you got the weather entrepreneurs take all the oxygen out of the room over there. Yeah, but that whole line is going to be generating 60-mile-per-hour winds all up and down that thing as that moves off from west to east. Let's go check out the northern portion of this line. This is the part of the line I'm watching for North Georgia, obviously. You see the intense red here. This is the most intense part of this line. So as this thing tracks across Birmingham, I'll be watching closely to see what kind of winds are reported there in that zone as that moves in. Probably an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and 20 minutes away. Probably getting close to about 10 o'clock by the time it moves into, or 9:30, 10 o'clock as it comes into Birmingham. So yeah, a little bit of these thunderstorms, a little more lightning starting to pick up in here as well. I think that's indication of that warm front punching to the north. So the air mass is a little more unstable. And we'll stay on the Birmingham radar. Absolutely, stay on the Birmingham radar there. All right, we're down to 1 tornado warning. That's good. That's on the southern part of this line. Let me go zoom in back in here again. Still got 13 minutes left on this. Let me look at the velocity on this. Yeah. I mean, it's a little kink there, but it looks like just very strong straight line winds in there. Let me see what the winds are doing on that line. Ooh, very high. 78, 80, 85, 85, 87, 80. Yeah, it's very, very high winds in there for sure, coming down to the surface. I was talking with Glenn Burns earlier. He had mentioned, for those who don't know, he was the WSB chief meteorologist for a lot of years. He says he hates dynamically driven storms because they make forecasting a little bit of a pain in the butt. If you got the instability, it makes it real easy. Because I got heat, I got jet energy, I could line this up really easy. You can tell when it's dynamics driven, it's a different beast. Let me see. I haven't looked at the model update here in just a little bit. Let me look down here. Let me look at let's see if the new model data's come in yet real quick. Let me take a look at this. So the high resolution model, it updates out. This is the 0Z. This has just come in. Let's see, does this go far enough in? Yeah, good enough for me to show. All right, so here we go. I got the 0Z run just came in. This is the high resolution model data. It's updated every hour. All right. And well, thank you there, Barb. Appreciate that. Yeah, Glenn, I've known Glenn for years. Of course, I used to work at CBS 46 years ago, a long time ago, 2005 to 2009. That's when I was there. Chris Holcomb and I were actually students at Mississippi State. We first met there years ago. So, but anyway, let's go back over here to the model data real quick. I want to show what's showing here on this. All right, so this is pretty much lining up very good. What you just showed there with the radar, let me go back to that real quick. So there's the local radar. Okay, you kind of see there, right? That's Northern Alabama. And then you see with the regional, it's 8 o'clock right now. So here's what the model data is. So they're lining up pretty well. Lining up very well there. All right, so let's go ahead and take this forward. Watch that line. Very intense on the southern portion of that line. Definitely see her from like Montgomery southward down toward the Florida Panhandle, heading toward 11 o'clock. And by 11 o'clock, we're through Birmingham at that time, by 11 o'clock Eastern. It comes into North Georgia around midnight, 1 o'clock. So that comes on through. And then it clears North Georgia basically by the time we get toward 4 or 5 o'clock. That's the latest it's gone out right now because this model's still rendering right now. So that's when it goes on through. Let's look at the winds. We'll see if this has changed any. So let me see what this is looking like. It's definitely more intense over Alabama for sure. Like right there at 10 o'clock, right there into Birmingham, I'm seeing 64-mile-per-hour winds. There's 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds. You see this orange in here. There's 54 up toward Blue Ridge. So you got some very gusty winds here. These are wind gusts. But as it comes across North Georgia after midnight, it does come down. It does. I mean, it's still showing 40-mile-per-hour winds on Gainesville, for example. And it comes on, and it stays windy tomorrow. into the afternoon for sure. Let's go back to local radar here. So you guys can do me a quick favor. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I need to go and get me a drink because my vocal cords are getting a little starched. So stand by here for just 1 second. I'm going to mute my microphone. I'll be right back. Stand by for a sec. Be right back. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Oh, put my eyeballs back on. Whew. All right. And I got the second half of my sandwich. I didn't finish my dinner. All right, they did update that a little bit. They're starting to trim away a little bit. They're still keeping that margin risk up there and the slight risk. They have not changed that. So they're trimming away the back part of this as this is clearing out. Still seeing the marginal risk all across North Georgia, mostly because of the wind. That's the big threat, the wind threat there. Oops, why did that pop up for? Good figure. Let me see here. Let's see here. We got any more entries in there? Nope, only 23. Oh well, that's going to be the easiest win for anybody to win a radio tonight. I've got 23 people have entered. Let's go back over here to the main radar here. All right. Well, welcome everybody to the page here. Again, it's about 8:10. So we're watching the lines now really kind of picking up steam here heading in through Alabama. If you have not yet subscribed on the YouTube side, please do so at this time. Hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit that. Tell me where you're viewing from, and also leave a thumbs up over there. I appreciate that. Facebook. Oh, we're almost to 200 likes. So, hey, if you haven't done so on Facebook, give me a like over there as well. If you haven't liked the main page, please do that. Good to have you on board there, and share it with your friends. We're up to almost 40 shares now on the broadcast for today. Let's see if we got anybody new here who's joined us here. Let's take a look here. And Jake State Farm. Hey, Jake from State Farm. that's the guy's follower name, Jake State Farm. That's cool. I've never seen that one before. So 29625. 29625. All right, so yeah, make sure you all look down in the comments section. I put the link in there for the weather radio giveaway. Make sure you get that. Go in there and just go in there and go to that link and put in your name and your email address, and you're automatically enrolled to win a free Midland Radio. That will the program will pick one at random on whoever's done it, and they'll tell me who to send it to, and I'll email you. And then also there's going to be a year's giveaway for Weather Call Next Gen. They're our partner here for our severe weather coverage. If you're interested in Weather Call Next Gen, what it is a specified service here for especially folks here on Facebook on the North Georgia First Alert Weather Center. You will get a call from me on your phone. It's a weather call service. Okay, you're going to get an email. You'll get a text message with the alert and in relation to where you're at and where the radar is showing you and the information on that, and you get a call from me. So you sign up for that service, you get a test call and say, hey, this is Greg Majeski, test call. You save the number in your phone, and you're all set. All you got to do is make sure you keep it on at night. Good to have for nighttime storms, too. You know, if the phone goes off, alerts, that you'll get a call. Oh, okay, yeah, I got it. Oh, got to take action. So great thing to have, especially if you got people who are not very technical savvy and stuff like that. Great service to have. So it's $15 annually. You done one-time service. You pay for it. Boom, you're done for the year. Check it out. My buddy over there in Texas, he said during his live broadcast, of course, he's got a bigger audience to pull from there because he works in radio. I think they signed like 700 people. I'm like, wow, 700 people signed up for a service. So that was pretty cool. So hey, check that out if you get a chance. Both those are down into the comments section, or you can scan the QC code if you'd like to check out the weather call. There's also a video there you can watch. It'll tell you all about it as well. So for North Georgia, the big concern here across North Georgia, I'm not worried about the tornado threat. I've been saying that for days, that I didn't think that was going to be a problem. The issue for us is going to be the high winds. I'm assuming that's going to update. That just backed out for a second. Let's do that. I've been using that. Oh, that stinks. That just went bye-bye. Okay. Not sure what's happened there. Hold on one second. Let me see if did it log me out for an example. Let me log in. Let me go over here. Sometimes it needs a little kick. All right, there it goes. I figured that was, sometimes you got to give it a little kick sometimes. Let me go switch over to the right region here. Doop. Nope, it's just it's just on the national. Go figure. All right, well, doesn't really help me, does it? I'll have to go back and fix that one. For some reason, it's down for a minute. So while I do that, we'll go here to the radar, and I will fix this real quick since it's giving me a little bit of a fix here. No, I can't do that. Okay, never mind. All right, well, I'll have to wait till it updates a little bit later. I think I'm going to drop that service. This pivotal weather, they're a little severe weather thing. I like their display, but man, it gets a little flaky sometimes. I don't know why it does that. It drives me absolutely bonkers. But when I get my Barron services up, man, I tell you, we're going to be kicking some butt, man. I think that thing looks really good. So let me go back here. I'm going to do a reset on this real quick. All right, watch this running. I'm going to reset this. So stand by for a second. Keep this on refresh. Yep. All right. I'm just going to set this back up. I'm sure it'll pop back up. I just got to get it set to sit right where it's supposed to. That'll pop up eventually. Just it's out right now. Hey, Morgantown Cradle, good to see you there. Diane and Farley in Chatsworth, good to see you. All right, got a couple new warnings here. Let's go back to the local radar here. Got new severe thunderstorm warning here on the southern part of this line. Let's go down here to the Mobile radar. And this is for northwestern Mobile, southern Washington, George County, southeastern Perry, Greene County, and eastern Stone County. It goes till 8:15. Storms are moving east at 40 on the southern part of that line. So we have no tornado warnings out there. That's the good news. So here's where all the severe thunderstorm warnings are. Right down here, all right? Now, you folks across North Georgia are probably going, well, all the severe weather's down there. We're not going to get into severe thunderstorm. Not really. We're not looking for that kind of severe weather. What we're going to get up this way is the northern part of this line, okay? Now, you see the northern part of this line. Hey, Ball Ground's in the house. Good to see you there, Tricia. Welcome aboard. Glad to see you. What we're going to see here on the northern part of this line is you got this intense squall line right here, okay? Now, just above the surface at about 2,000 feet, there's a screaming winds, like, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. So when you get a downpour like that, it can drive some of those higher wind gusts down to the surface. So it's not technically a convective severe thunderstorm, but it can give us winds that are very similar to severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's the main concern as this moves on through. That's why there's a high wind warning up across North Georgia, which I'd love to show you, but my service is right now down. Hopefully they get that fixed here shortly. But I'll be coming into that area. So it's this area up here across North Georgia, these North Georgia counties here, that are going to be seeing the high wind warnings up into that area. So, but also notice here all these warnings they're from the warm front southward. That's typical. That is very typical. I've seen that happen a lot with that warm front boundary where the severe thunderstorm convection is where the best instability is. And the best instability is basically south of that warm front. And that's also where the tornado watch is up in that same area. There's Barb. Hey, we got Annette there in Hall County. Represent Hall County. How you doing, Annette? Dana from North Hall County, good to see you. The warm front's going to push north, but not far enough north. I don't think it's going to go into North Georgia. If it did, the convection and severe weather threat would be much higher than what it is. So if you want to get an idea where that's going to be, actually, if you look right here, you see where this kind of goes, where the slight risk is. That this is where the warm front's going to be, and by the time it gets far enough north, the front's going to have gone by. So you've got this outlook for today. Now this will push off toward the east. So you see where the severe weather is for today. This goes until 7 tomorrow morning, and then shifts over to the east coast. So it's going to move up. All that wind energy is going to go into the mid-Atlantic and into the northeast. So it'll go by us. We'll be done with it tomorrow morning as that goes on by. Michael Osborne from South Fulton. Good to see you there, Michael. Welcome aboard. Let's go back to the radar here. That's a nasty squall line. Look at that. Look at that thing. It's I got to give the high resolution model some credit here. It did very good. It was a little bit of a lull there, but as it was showing as we were coming into 8 and 9 o'clock, that line looked like it was going to be intensifying a little bit, and it's definitely done so. Anywhere in that line, and let me go into velocity mode. What I want to do here, I'm going to freeze this right here. I'm going to scan some of the winds in that zone where that squall line is. So yeah, see right in here, 55, 60, 70, 80, 55, a lot of heavy winds in that line, all the way down. Down here, 78 off the surface, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Again, there's a tremendous amount of wind energy just off the surface. Not very hard to bring this down with some of this heavy rain as this moves on through. Again, I think 1 inch at most as this thing moves on through, because it's moving at a pretty good rate of speed. 1/2 inch to 1 inch rainfall amounts is what I'm expecting. I think the Weather Service is going a little higher than that, but I don't see that. Thank you, Morgan. Appreciate it. I need all the help I can get. My ego, I don't have the world's biggest ego, but it does need to be stroked every now and then. Let's see. Rob from White County. Good to see you, Rob. Welcome on board here tonight. Again, make sure y'all do the shares tonight if you can. Help me out with the channel, man. We're trying to grow. And when I say I want to be the premier weather source across North Georgia, I mean it. I mean, I want to make sure that we have the most followers than anybody in the area. All right, we got a new warning here. Let's go back over here to see what's going on with this. Oh, new tornado warning down here near New Orleans. Check this out. Got a cell down here. This is out. Boy, ain't nothing out in this area. If you want to have a tornado, this is a good place to put it. This is southeastern St. Bernard Parish and northwestern Plaquemines Parish. Goes until 8 o'clock. This storm is moving northeast at 55. That's going to move out in the open waters. That's definitely not in a populated area. That's good. Let's see if my watches and warnings is updating. There it goes. Let's give it a second. So there's the latest watches and warnings. I want to show this once again. Again, I expect the tornado watches to stay down this way. Unless that warm front shifts further north, I think it'll stay south of there. Again, North Georgia, that's where you're going to see the wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour. As that squall line comes on through, that's when we'll drive down some of those higher winds aloft. Make sure that you have secured trash cans. Make sure you've secured lawn furniture, anything that can get blown around in your yard. Make sure you do that tonight. I'm seeing if they've updated that frontal position. They have not done so yet, but I'm sure they'll do so. It's made that line. It's kind of rushing out ahead of that front pretty well. So tomorrow's going to be a windy day too, by the way. Just because this goes through, it's going to be windy for tomorrow. Again, these are the morning. The highs for tomorrow are going to be in the 60s. So we'll have building sunshine later in the afternoon. It'll be breezy with the southeast wind 15 to 20, but the higher gusts. So these are the high temperatures for tomorrow. Morning lows will be in the 50s, but the wind gusts up to 60 for tonight with the stuff moving on through. So that's what I'm expecting for the overnight temperatures there into North Georgia. Go back to local radar here. And if you haven't signed up for the radio, I know we got people coming in and coming out. Let me see if that's changed any. If you'd like to win a free NOAA weather radio, which is what this is what one of these right here, and a free Weather Call Next Gen service, make sure you go to that link I put down in the chat. Okay, that is for a free Midland radio right now. I haven't had any new people log on there in a hot minute. So if y'all want to go in there and register, do so. Just kind of check it. Oh, we're up to 27. Okay, we're up to 27. That's good. So if you haven't done so, go in there and do that. I will put that link back in that chat again. I just got to keep it because we get people coming in and coming out all the time. So if you'd like to win a free Midland radio, go to this link right here. Just put it down in the chat. There it is right there. So go in there, just click on the link, put in your name, put in your email address, and you are good to go. And you can register to win a free Midland radio as well as a subscription to Weather Call Next Gen. That's one of our partners here on the channel. And when I say partner, when you sign up for that service, it's $15 a year for a whole year. The whole year. It's like $1 something a month. Okay, that's not a lot of money, folks. So it basically makes it very simple. You get a call. You're going to get a call. You're going to hear my voice. I'm going to tell you about a warning in your specific area. It locks on to where you know how they do the way they do these warnings right now. So, for example, when you look at these, you see all these polygons, right? So let's say that you're, in the Thomasville area. You're right there, and that's where you're located. As soon as it sees where you're located, and that polygon pops up over your area, boop, it's going to say, hey. It's going to register the call. You're going to hear me saying, hey, you got a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. Take immediate shelter, the normal garb and stuff like that. You're also going to get a text message. It's going to show you the warning, the radar with where you're located, and the information on it and stuff like that as well. So you're going to get those two things. Now, if you go to that service, you scan that QC code, go there, you go to that link, you can go there and check on that. There's also a video there that kind of explains how it works as well. Great service, highly recommend it, especially if you got some folks who are not, say, super technically apt. I highly recommend that for, older people, maybe your parents and stuff. Like my dad wants me to get him signed up. I got to take care of him tomorrow and get him that service tomorrow so he can have that on his phone. Let's go back here. I want to go back to the northern part of this line because this is what I'm kind of watching to see how this northern part of this line behaves as it's getting closer and closer to Mobile. It's kind of holding its own with this coming on in. It looks like it's about an hour or so away from coming into Mobile. I mean, not Mobile, Birmingham. Let's see how we want. Wow, 208. 208 thumbs up, guys. Thank you very much. Great, that's awesome. 42 shares on Facebook. Outstanding. The best way we can grow the channel is for you guys to participate. Again, my goal is to build the premier weather source for North Georgia, obviously on Facebook, YouTube, everything else. Yes, I'm eating my sandwich. I know it's my mother. I'm sorry, my wife is saying I'm being a little rude, eating and talking at the same time. Sorry, Mom. Anyway, so she didn't care. So In order to do that, I need y'all's help. All of y'all here on Facebook, do the like, do the share, so make sure that you are a follower on the page. The way we grow this page to make the premier source, again, I want to build an honest to God YouTube weather channel that's going to be strictly talking about the weather and stuff, and I can't do it without y'all's help. And the big magic number we're trying to get to is 100,000. We're almost to 30,000, so we're at 30% of the goal. By the end of the year, we want to make that 100,000. And we get to 100,000, that opens us the doors for advertiser support, sponsor support, upgrades to the weather system, weather tools that I want to bring on board. I want to build the premier channel here. And the best way I can do that is you guys keep doing the likes, doing the shares, invite your neighbors, invite your friends, and everybody here across North Georgia is taken care of. The Atlanta TV stations, they focus on Metro Atlanta. Let's be honest. They kind of ignore a lot of North Georgia. I've heard enough of y'all folks out there on Facebook who've mentioned the fact that the Atlanta stations ignore y'all. And I want to give y'all the service y'all deserve. So again, help us kind of build the channel here. Make sure you go ahead and log in down there, and make sure that you get you log in for that chance to win that weather radio too. I like to give away some free stuff. And I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to do this for every one of every time we do a severe weather event. I've got 8 weather radios that I bought last year. I was going to use it for something else on YouTube. Decided not to because it wasn't going anywhere. Hey, we're up to 29. Outstanding. 29 people have already logged in here to chance to win the radio. That's good. The service, what I'm using is it's a program. It ties into my WordPress, which is my website, which I just launched today. It is called Raffle Press, and it actually takes all the stuff, and then when it's done, it's going to kick out 2 names for me, and I don't even have to fool with it. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. What's interesting about this warning, it just came out. It's a little bit further north, so we're getting near the Birmingham area. So we've got this here for Tuscaloosa County and southeastern Fayette County. Severe thunderstorm was located along the line extending from 6 miles east of Ashcroft Corner to near Lake Lorraine State Park. Moving east at 45, wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. And that's what I'm concerned about going into Atlanta. So this is getting close to not too far from Birmingham. Let's go ahead and freeze this. I want to take a look at some of the winds in here. See what the winds are doing in here real quick. Oh yeah, see the winds right along the border here, right ahead of it. 60 mile per hour winds. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not a problem with those winds, that's for sure. So you got that nice intense squall line. We know we got some very high winds above the surface. So as this comes into the area, there's a little bit of lightning with this, but not a lot. Just a very heavy downpour. What I think is going to happen with it, if this line holds together as it comes in, it's going to sound like a rolling wave. You're going to hear a big burst of wind that's going to come through. It'll be really windy for a couple of minutes, and then it'll settle down. It'll just be a little windy after that. So it's going to be very similar to that wind event we had a couple of weekends ago. Just kind of barreling through, real heavy wind. But that one had a little more convection with this. This one does not appear to have as much convection with this. I see a lot of lightning out ahead of this, though. See all this lightning out here ahead of this. But not in the squall line itself. Let's see here. To see so I'm checking anything from the weather service, see if there's been any changes. No changes in the thinking here. Everything is looking right on par. Patricia Deere just joined us. Hey, welcome to the family there. And my father's calling. Let me take this call from my dad real quick. Hey, Dad, you're live on my broadcast. What's up? Dad, did you call me by accident? Hello? I think he butt dialed me. Okay. Anyway. Oh, no, he was trying to call me. Let's see here. Yes, Dad. Hello, Pop. No. just keep. All right. Anyway, let's get back over to the channel. I think he's just butt dialing me. He sounded like he was working on something. He likes to play with his phone. Well, I don't know what's wrong with him. He keeps. Hold on, I'm gonna mute my microphone. Stand by, guys. All right, sorry about that, guys. Had to take care of the old Poppy. He was not feeling too hot. He got church tomorrow for Ash Wednesday, so I said, "We'll see how you feel tomorrow." So anyway, all right. My dad's a Vietnam veteran. I moved him up here from Florida to help kind of better take care of him a little bit better. So we're looking forward to getting his new teeth soon. He hasn't had any decent dentures in a long time. So hopefully we'll get that pretty soon. Hey, we're up to 30. All right, we're up to 30 entries here on the radio giveaway. So again, if y'all have not done so, the link is in the chat. I'm looking right at it. You go in there, you go right to the North Georgia First Alert website page there, and you can go ahead and subscribe. You put your name, put your email address in there, and y'all registered to win a free NOAA Weather Radio, as well as a subscription to Weather Call Next Gen. So make sure y'all do that. It's also on the YouTube channel too. Y'all folks looking on YouTube, please go down in there and you can subscribe and win as well. Please do that. Alrighty. All right, let's go back here to the channel. Let me go back here to Radar Omega here. Kind of sensing. So we got set that warning down on the southern part of that line. It's about halfway through here tonight. Yeah, I think I'm probably I wasn't too sure how late I was gonna go with this, kind of depending on how the broadcast went here tonight. But I'm thinking probably for another 2 more hours, about 10:30 or so. I do get up early. Obviously, I do my weather on the go early. I get up at 6 and do my weather on the go, and I have my live stuff. If it looks like it warrants me to stay up later, I will do so, but I'm going to play it by ear. For right now, I'm looking for the next 2 hours to stay on here. So if you guys want to come in and come out, obviously you want to go there. Yeah, I tell you, I don't expect that line moving through the Braselton area, probably not till really early in the morning, probably after 2 o'clock, I would say, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, probably. And that's when you'll probably hear some gusty winds and some brief heavy rains as that, whatever's left that line moves on through. But I suspect, winds 30, 35, shouldn't be too bad there across. The other side of the mountains, I don't think will be as bad. All right. Let me look at the regional. I tell you, what's been this has been such a neat storm to kind of watch just because of how it is gone. Let me see here if it's changed. Yeah, look at that pressure's dropped to 984. Woo! That is something. That is something. Look at that. They've got blizzard warnings there in effect there into Kansas City. Kansas City's still warm right now. I'll let that load up real quick. I thought that was really cool. It's interesting to see that. Whoops, hold on. My bad. I messed myself up. All right, there we go. But they're going to change over to snow here pretty soon. But they got blizzard warning. But look, this is 984 millibars. That's almost to a Category 2 hurricane. You see the snow line back in here, and there's some very gusty winds in here. Boy, they're getting it bad there in Kansas City. I guarantee they're going to have a lot of power outages up there. Boy, that's a strong low. That is a very strong low pressure. But it's hard to believe that that same low, I mean, we're a good distance from that low pressure, and it's setting up that blizzard there and the severe weather down here, all part of the same system. So it's interesting, we got that the first severe thunderstorm warning there north of that line, north of the warm front there in Tuscaloosa. That's the first one that's kind of head up north that line. But very intense, going all the way up into Florence. And coming into the Birmingham area, probably, again, it's still around to about 9:30 is what we were looking at coming into Birmingham. So that looks like that's right on schedule there. With a very intense line. Look at that nasty thing. Go all the way down here along the Gulf Coast, all the way back here. It's already cleared out through Mardi Gras. I don't know how bad the winds are doing down here in New Orleans, but let me see. Hey, Siri, what are the current winds in New Orleans?
It looks windy in New Orleans, Louisiana. About 16 miles per hour right now.
That's not too bad. 16 miles per hour. They can handle that in Mardi Gras, right? If the storms have cleared. It's the last party night there in Mardi Gras down there in New Orleans right now. So anyway, that's the main squall line, and that's what's going to be coming into when we're watching the northern part of that line. This portion right here as it comes across North Georgia. So we're still several hours away from that. Looks like, again, it still looked like it was going to be like 11 o'clock midnight for this thing to come on through. So let me go back over to the local radar here. How are we doing over there? We got to, I had mentioned it. Let's see here. Let's see if that's updated there. Woo, almost 50 shares. Outstanding, man. Y'all doing good on Facebook tonight, man. 50 shares. That's awesome. That is awesome. Over 225 thumbs up. That's great. That's good to see. And again, if you guys are not familiar with how social media works, again, everything that goes on as far as how Facebook, even YouTube algorithms work is the interaction on your guys' part on the chats and the thumbs ups and the shares and stuff. That triggers it to kind of allow different audiences to come in and come out. Hey, I appreciate it. I enjoy doing this. You know, I got to do this for TV stations over the years, in Columbus, Georgia, Panama City, Birmingham, Chattanooga, Atlanta, obviously. So to be able to do this on my own, and the technology's come up to the point to where everything you see at the TV station, I can show you here. It's just great. Really, really good to see. Oh, I need to turn that on. Yeah, I'm going to keep that on there. Somebody was asking me if I should keep the profanities filter on. I said, yeah, keep it on. So it's kind of interesting with Facebook. Just to give you guys a heads up here on the Facebooks, guys. Hey, Cherry, good to see you. Thank you for recommending the page there. Thank you for sharing. Again, the success of this channel will rise and fall based off what you guys want. And the more you guys get people on board with the channel, the more interaction we get, the better the channel is going to become, both short-term and long-term. So you guys keep doing what you're doing, and appreciation for my thanks for you guys being on the channel. Obviously, that's why I'm doing the radio giveaway. So if you are new here coming on, and I'm seeing a little spike here on the Facebook side, and before you leave, first give me a thumbs up, give me a like. But do me a quick favor if you could. If you have not registered to win a free NOAA weather radio, which is what this is right here, it looks like this. It's a free Midland radio right there. Go into the chat, and there's a link in there for to the North Georgia First Alert web page. You'll see it in there, and just link on that link. Put in your name and your email address, and you're registered to win a free NOAA weather radio, as well as a subscription to Weather Call Next Gen, which is our new partner here. For severe weather coverage. It's a call service where you get an alert call on your phone, my voice, calling to you, telling you about a severe weather in your area. It locks onto your phone wherever you're at. If it pops anywhere one of those polygons are, you're going to get the alert. You're going to get a text message. You're going to get the radar image showing you like that dot where, oh, there's me. There's the polygon. Oh, there's the bad weather. You get to see that. It's all in there for less than $2. That's like $1.25 a month. That's a great service to have. It really is. To get that on there, and you get that peace of mind. You don't have to worry about fooling with an app. All you got to do is you sign up, you get the service right, And then what'll happen, you'll get a test call and you'll hear me, hey, it's a test call or test message. And you just save the number in your phone, weather call. And when it goes off at night, you see weather call. Ooh, that's Greg calling me. I'm calling you, letting you know you got a warning in your area. So weather call is a great partner, and we're looking forward to working with them here in the year. So definitely make sure that you do that. So again, as we go forward, I think when we get more into a traditional broadcast, when we're talking about a true, hopefully nothing like April 11th type event. But I think because this is not really a typical, this is like a spring teaser, because spring, even though we're in meteorological spring, spring starts on March 20th, and we get into the end of March, we get into April, and we get into more of a traditional severe weather setup. I know we're going to have a lot more viewers here watching at one time than what we're getting. We're averaging about 50, 60 or so per hour here, kind of going at one time watching the product. So again, you guys can get in here, and we'll be able to share this and be able to grow this thing as we go along. We just patched 150 thumbs up there, or no, I'm to 225 on the thumbs up there, and over 52 shares now. We added 2 more shares in just the last few minutes. So that's awesome. So again, as we bring in more people and we grow the channel, we'll get this going. The subscriber service, that'll start pretty soon. Do that. I'm trying to hit, I think, the middle of March. It depends on how Facebook works with me. I've also been assigned a Facebook advertiser guy. I guess I've been spending enough money to advertising with Facebook. They said, hey, we're going to give you a guy to help you out to kind of grow the channel as well. So the big goal, like I said, is to get to 100,000 by the end of the year. And it's going to be events like these that are going to help us drive the growth whenever we can. So that's I'm looking forward to really serving you guys great here throughout the year. All right, so let's go ahead. I think we hit all our bells and whistles. So that's the one thing. If you're not used to following severe weather coverage on social media, you got to repeat yourself every 7 or 10 minutes, 7 minutes or so, because of the turnover. You get constant turnover on YouTube and on Facebook, so you got to constantly repeat yourself, which is hard for me to get used to doing. So anyway, let's go ahead and take a look here. This is the part of the line. I'm going to stop this real quick. So anywhere from Haleyville coming all the way down to Tuscaloosa, it's right along this line in here that when the intense downpours hit, that's where the very strong winds are going to come down. So not really convective. Notice I'm not seeing any real lightning in there. Let's see, you got here. So not seeing any real lightning in there. So it's just heavy rains. Now the convection, I've seen a little lightning out here, out ahead of this main squall line here down to the south of Birmingham. Seeing lightning down here, obviously with the heavier thunderstorms and where all the warnings are down here on the southern part of the line, because this has got a lot more, this is all convection. Obviously convection driven now. So this is convection driven, but the stuff up here in the northern part of the line, kind of really more the dynamics driven, we'll say. So let me switch over to that, back over this. So we're going to be watching closely this northern part of this line as it comes across Alabama on how it's going to behave as it gets into North Georgia. Now let me look at some of these cameras up here. I want to see if I can see how the winds are doing out here. I can see the wind blowing a little bit there, the camera shaking a little bit in the breeze. That's is that Bartow County? That's Bartow County. So I had somebody in Bartow County asking earlier. That's what we look there. This is up in Pickens County. You see the wind there. So you see the flag. I think someone moved the camera to get the flag in. That's good. You got to get an idea how good the wind's blowing there. Let's see here. There's Cherokee County. That doesn't look too bad. There's the other one. There's the people have the cameras around to see the flags, so you can see how bad the wind's blowing. That doesn't look too bad. So it's good to do that. So I can check those cameras. Again, Radar Omega is actually based here in Atlanta. They got a number of cameras here across North Georgia. That's why I do want to partner with those guys in an official capacity here, and hopefully in the near future. But I got to get my bills, I got to get the growth of this channel up to a certain level and certain things for them to take me serious as an entity. Because we are an official LLC. This is an official business, okay? Right now, this business ain't making any money. And in fact, if I had to file taxes for it, it would be for a loss. So hopefully we'll turn that around here later this year. but we shall see. All right, so just double checking. So you can see they're trimming away the counties here. So they're trimming away the counties out from Alabama as that line moves on through. So again, I still think this will probably see additional watches come up here, coming in East Central Alabama, West Central Georgia, including Columbus, coming in down here. This will probably continue to track this way. I'm not expecting any tornado watches up this way. The only thing I'm expecting up here in North Georgia is high gusty winds, okay? Especially at the higher elevations. 2,000 feet, we got winds of 60 miles per hour, and of course we got our elevations higher than that. I guarantee if I was up in Suches or Brasstown Bald right now running out, boy, those winds are going to be really howling through there. Of course, Brasstown Bald's at 4,700 feet. So we're kind of watching the regional radar here as that line is getting closer and closer to us here. Oh, I know you guys. I know I can count on you guys for sharing. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, Cindy, I'm so sorry I talk too much, darling. I got to entertain myself somehow. I got people coming in and coming out. It's just it's part of the job, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Hey, it's not like the first time I've heard that one before, too. Don't worry, I don't take it personal. You can't do this business and take anything like that personal, because if you do, you're in the wrong business and you need to get out. And that's the big difference between when you're a solo and you're doing weather coverage and the TV stuff. TV guy, you might have a couple of meteorologists. One tosses to the other one tosses to the other. He looks at one thing, he looks at another. They may report, throw it to a reporter, report it to an anchor. So there's a little bit of a breakup there. So the average turnover here on, and Facebook doesn't give me this. YouTube does. YouTube tells me the turnover rate on there, but I'm assuming it's going to be very similar. Roughly about 5 to 6 minutes, you get new people coming in and coming out. So thus you got to repeat everything as you're going along. No, nothing's changed there, D. Nothing's changed there. Again, I think we're still looking at probably around the midnight hours. This thing's going to be coming across and into the early morning hours. Let me see if the new model data is updated here. Hold on one second. Let me take a look. Let me take a look over here. Okay, the 0Z's done. So right there, that is midnight. So here is the midnight position. Hold on one second. There we go. So there's the midnight position right there. So we're just kind of, the most intense part of the line is kind of going back. So coming into Auburn looks like by about midnight, 11 o'clock Central Time, and then kind of coming in through Columbus by 2 in the morning, and then coming through Atlanta around 2 in the morning. But you see it coming across North Georgia. Again, North Georgia's got a little bit of that residual wedge back. I think that will help weaken it just a little bit. Yeah, but the timing on that still looks about right. There's a little bit of rain out ahead of it. Yeah, definitely a nasty looking line. You know what? I have not cracked the TikTok nut yet. I would love to do something on there. I haven't figured that one out yet. I do have a TikTok account with the weather nerds I was using for hurricane season. I was doing little shorts and stuff on that. They did okay, but I got to figure out how to work TikTok in. I need to prick the brains of my daughters, I think, to help me out on that one. I don't believe there'll be any school delays. I do keep a track of a lot of the schools on my Facebook page, but I've not seen anything that will bring us anything there yet. So let me take a look here. I don't believe so. One of the things, once I get this thing up to level, also I'm going to be, I've been talking to some of the regions of the GEMA with the Georgia Emergency Management folks. and also getting with the emergency manager offices so that they put me in their distribution feed. So when they have school closures and stuff like that, I can put that in. And then obviously we can create a new crawl for stuff like that, for like obviously winter weather events and stuff like that for school closing. So that's something hopefully we'll do in the future. Let's see here. 200, 1500, 100. I still can't believe that Weather on the Go got 22,000 views today. That's unreal. Unreal. Anyway, let's go back to the radar here as we go ahead and check on this again here for tonight as we're kind of tracking this very intense line of showers and thunderstorms really south of that warm front is where most of the thunderstorms are. Very strong dynamics that are driving this system in that big, strong area of low pressure near Kansas City, which is producing the blizzard up there, producing the severe weather down here. The main concern is going to be gusty winds and things like that. So again, if you're on the YouTube channel, again, if you're new to the page, I'd appreciate you hitting that subscribe button. Do me a favor and please hit that thumbs up and leave me a comment. Let me know where you're watching from. I'd like to have an idea where you're looking from here. And also, if you could, before you leave on YouTube, make sure you go down into the comment section. There's a link in there for you to sign up for a free NOAA Weather Radio. Again, all I ask is that you at least be a subscriber, obviously. And go ahead and put your name and email address, and then we'll have the drawing. It closes at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so it's a program that I signed for on my thing. It'll randomly kick out 2 names, and then I'll give those out and make an email and contact y'all. It'll be this weather radio right here. Looks like that, Midland Radio. And also a service to Weather Call Next Gen. That's a new service that we're partnering here on the channel. Also goes to you folks over on the Facebook page as well. That's my cue. Almost second. All right, got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's for western Monroe, northern Washington County, Clark County, and Wilcox County. It goes till 8:45. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 3 miles west at Freddie Jones Field to 8 miles northeast of St. Stephen's, moving east at 45. So again, this whole southern part of the line, this is going to be the line right in here into that zone. That's going to be where the best tornado threat's going to be. Could not rule out an isolated tornado in there, although I don't think any of these are going to be very strong. EF0, EF1 on the scale, on the Fujita scale there. So you see that very intense line getting very close to coming into Mobile here soon. All right, it's kind of cleared through New Orleans, so the Mardi Gras partiers can check it out. Just check the winds there in New Orleans. It was like 16 miles per hour, so they can finish their Fat Tuesday events there as now that the storms have cleared there. Got a new scan coming around here. Let me see here if there's any kind of changes here. Seeing the new scan. All right. So again, all our thunder and all our lightning's in here. I'm not really worried about hailers with this. These are low top thunderstorms, all driven by dynamics. Some instability down here, but not a ton of it. So, and then the northern part of this line, well, there's a lightning strike. I saw one up there. Yeah, there's one right there. Like I said, you still see an occasional lightning and rumble thunder with some of this stuff. It's so intense. So what we're going to be watching across North Georgia is what this line does here. Now it's moved through Tuscaloosa. Again, very close to Birmingham. Probably within the next, how many miles is that away here? Let's take a look here. Let's look at the distance. It is approximately about 37 miles. So at the speed it's moving, yeah, about 9:30, left about 9:30. It's still tracking about right. So kind of going through the Birmingham area. Hey, Greg, glad to catch you live. Hey, man, I haven't seen you in a long time. Hey, good to see you. Marcus the First over there on YouTube. Good to see you there, brother. Yeah, we're covering the stuff here going through Alabama. It's kind of not your atypical setup here. Make sure, Marcus, if you haven't done so, there's a link in the chat for a free NOAA weather radio. I want you to have your opportunity to win as well. There's 30 people, I think, last time I looked at it, had gone in there to register. We're doing a free weather radio, and we're also doing a weather call next gen subscription service up there. We'll be doing that. So make sure you go in there and do that. Brick Tamlin level. Yes, thank you, Janelle. You're a great supporter. Love you. Hey, Tasha Patterson, Royston, Georgia. Good to see you. Welcome on board. I think you're talking about Polk County. Just gusty winds there. Again, you're not going to have the real severe stuff. That should stay south. And Dawsonville in the house. I gotta give the the Facebook algorithm a lot of credit. They did very good at advertising, and we got a very good diverse population here across North Georgia. Y'all are all over the place, and it's good to see. Got a new warning here out of this other line. Let's do that. This is Western Monroe County, Northern Washington, Clark County, and Wilcox County. It goes till 8:45. No, that's the one we just did. Where's the other one that just came out? Oh, this is a tornado warning. There it is. It's got a new tornado warning. There it is. That's what just came out. I was going to say I did that one. Yeah, there it is. This is for northwestern Mobile County, southeast George County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles south of Lucedale. Very familiar with that area. Moving east at 50. Let's look at the velocity mode on this, see what it looks like in there. Oh yeah, a little kink in the line. There it is. There she blows, right there. Very, very common. When you see something like that, when you see where the winds try to wrap back in on itself like this, when you see that in a squall line, you can get the little tornadoes that spin up in there. So that's what that is triggered that warning for there. It's most of the time it doesn't drop a tornado, but sometimes it can. I want to see what the winds are doing in here. Ooh, very high. 80 mile per hour winds, 82, 80, 91. Wow, 93. That's some good winds in there. But they're not gate to gate, so I'm not seeing away and toward the radar. So it's not closed off. It's a rotating wall cloud along that line. Got a little kink in there. See that right there? A little notch. It hasn't closed off, so it's not showing me that classic blue, that blue, yellow, green away from each other. Not seeing that right in there. So again, those warnings like this are going to continue to pop up in and down that line as that squall line moves across southern Alabama. That's why we got that tornado watch box there until 1 in the morning going into that area. Hold on 1 second. Eat my dinner. All right, Tristan, you're over in Dawsonville. Right now, you are south of where the high wind warnings are. I'm expecting winds maybe up to about 40 miles per hour as the line goes through. Now, what I've been saying here, looking at the data and stuff, is I always thought this portion right here across North Georgia is the area that would have the highest winds as the storms are coming in, because there was a residual wedge that was in place here across East Georgia. So as those storms come across, they traditionally weaken a little bit, and that's what the high resolution model is showing as well. So areas there around Metro Atlanta, it's 35, 40 mile per hour. It's nothing too bad. But the winds are going to stay really gusty here for tonight. They're going to stay windy tomorrow too, by the way. So just not as bad as we're expecting tonight, but still windy for tomorrow. Thanks, Diane. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Roma. Thank you for coming. We got our new follower there, Roma Culture. Thank you. Thank you for following us. I appreciate you there in Buford. Not too far from me. I'm up in Brazelton. Good to have you. I haven't looked at the update here on the followers here in a little while. Ooh, nice jump. Wow. Had 11 new people here on here. All right. Deneen Brown, Jackie Haas, Paul Cloud, Patricia Deere, I think, again, they don't put these in order. Sometimes it jumps around. I don't know why it does that, but it does. Melissa Ainsworth, Tammy Crisp, Tim Taylor, Hope Carroll, Bonnie Merritt, James McCoy. Again, thank you guys for all coming on board here tonight. Continue to track away. We're at 29,640. So we're not going to get to 30,000 tonight, but we will in the future. We're going to get there pretty soon. Oh, hello from Cumming. Hey, Tia, good to see you there from Cumming, Georgia, being represented. Thank you for sharing with your 11 folks. You guys, I tell you, you guys share with your individual friends, especially if y'all do the invites. That's the quickest way for us to really grow this channel. It really is. You guys do those individual stuff, and y'all's endorsements and y'all's recommendations that you do on the page. All that stuff helps drive the content. I really do appreciate it. And I'm very, very grateful for you guys doing that. Yeah, Tyler, but hit that like button, Tyler, especially on the YouTube. I got my traditional YouTube viewers who like to come in and come out and watch me on the YouTube side. And don't worry, guys, I'm not going anywhere. It may change the brand a little bit, but we're going to keep broadcasting on YouTube. But YouTube was pretty much a lost cause because of the algorithm favors the weather entrepreneurs who've got a couple of million followers, and if he's broadcasting, there's no oxygen in the room you can suck off there at all. So that's why we're doing the local stuff too. Hey, Dade County, good to see you there. Juanita up in Dade County. Y'all going to get some strong winds up that way. Watch out for that. Y'all are in that high wind warning area up in Dade. Let me go back over to the radar here. And I was wondering if we're going to be getting a new warning here for this part of this line up here, getting close to Birmingham. So this warning here goes for another 12 minutes. So I'm thinking we're probably going to get we might get a new warning. We'll see. We shall see. This is actually north of the warm front. So this is moving this way. So you got the steady rain out ahead of this main line, which is really weird. From your mouth to God's ears, D. Hope so. We shall see. We shall see. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest with you. When I attended that weather conference back in December, I worked in this market, and I'm thinking, oh, Metro Atlanta, they got all these big weather teams. They got all this stuff. They do all this great stuff. I was thinking about doing YouTube and doing a national thing. And when that hit a wall, I was like, I don't know. And then the guy said, well, have you thought about doing local? I was like, I don't know. I never thought about that. And he said, well, he goes, they don't really do a whole lot there in social media in the Atlanta market. And so I started doing research, and I looked in like Dallas and Charlotte and other comparable markets, and then compared it to what Metro Atlanta was doing. And I was like, whoa, yeah, you're right. They're woefully not covering Atlanta very well. The only one that had a sizable page was Glenn Burns, obviously, for obvious reasons. He was the godfather in this market for many years. He's now retired. So, but the rest of the Facebook, as far as its presence here in Atlanta, not very well represented. So I decided to go local, and I decided to invest a little bit of my other little business. I have money into advertising, growing the channel. And I had no idea that I would be able to, between the different snow events we had and this event, that I would be able to grow this thing up to the number we've got. Now I'm up to the level now, once we get the 90-day mark going and I get the subscriber service going, to where hopefully I can generate some funds to help pay for some of this stuff, because I've kind of maxed myself out as far as what I'm willing to spend to keep the promotion going. But I still want to get that 100,000 followers this year. So I'm going to do whatever I can do, come whatever I got to get, as far as, because I want to get an advertising agency to take care of the advertising and get the sponsors to the page and so I don't shortchange myself. I don't know a darn thing about advertising. So I want to make sure I get somebody to take care of that. They get their portion and we get their portion to support the channel, to grow it and to make it better. I want to get more professional equipment. I want to get an LED wall over here instead of the green screen. I hate the green wall because it doesn't key with the crap. So I want to make sure I bring this thing up to standard. And then obviously we'll expand that for national, for the YouTube channel as well. I do want to get a YouTube channel for North Georgia. That'll be like a weather wheel that you'll get a forecast and stuff that's specific for North Georgia. I also want to get some cameras across North Georgia, my own, on top of what's out on YouTube, but my own cameras and put those up. So I got a lot of big plans, hopefully, here in the next year or so. And hopefully, with God's grace and y'all's help, we'll make it happen. That's what I'm hoping to do. Tristan is, how do I sign up for Weather Call Next Gen? Okay, Tristan, all right. First of all, you got the QC code right above me right there. You can take a snapshot. If you're watching on your phone, snapshot it, hit that link, and you can go right to it, all right? Now, if it's not there, I could do this for you real quick. Hold on real quick. I could do this for you one better. Let me get right to it. Hold on one second. I will put this in the chat. And there is the link right there. Boom. All right, so you go to that link right there, and you can watch the little video, shows how it works. And again, it's 24/7 monitoring. You can set up wherever you go. It's exclusive alerts. There's lightning safety built into it. It's $15 for a year. You hear it's my voice. You're going to hear me. I'm the one telling you, hey, take immediate shelter. You got a tornado warning in your area. It supports the channel. It's your way to support the channel because I do get a little money for every subscriber, and it goes back to support the channel. So you want to help support the channel, get the service, and you support the channel at the same time. It's a great thing. It's a win-win for everybody, especially for those who hate dealing with those weather apps. I don't like the weather apps too much, man, because they're so wrong so often, especially with the forecasting stuff. They're not very accurate. It's just an algorithm that's going out all the time. I got a new warning. Let's go back here to what we got going on here. Down here, the southern part of the line. This is getting into Mobile here. So we got this for southwestern Monroe County, Mobile County, northwestern Baldwin County, southern Washington County, south central Clark County, and eastern George County. Goes until 9 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located along the line 6 miles northwest of McIntosh, moving east at 40. So that southern part of the line is moving a little slower than the northern portion, that's for sure. Hey, make sure if you're on Facebook, if you haven't subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. Before you leave, please hit that thumbs up if you could. If you can tell me where you're watching from, go ahead and post that down below as well. I'd like to go ahead and say hello to you. And again, do a share. And if you have not signed up yet for the weather radio giveaway, we got a weather radio that I'm going to be giving away. The contest is open till 6 in the morning. I might as well go ahead and put that out there. I didn't do that too. I might as well go ahead and put that in there. I haven't done that in a little while. I'm going to put this in the chat right now. Here it is right here. I'll put this in down here again. This is the link for you to go ahead and register to win a free NOAA weather radio. Looks like one of these is one of those official Midland radios here. And also a year subscription, a weather call. Next gen, I'm going to be giving away. It's kind of a card. You put in the code and it'll tell you how to do that. So right now, we are currently at, let me see what we're up to here on the entries. We are up to 36. All right, had a nice little 6 jump there. We're up to 36 people who have registered for that giveaway here for tonight. And I'm hoping to do this for every one of my severe. I've got 8 of these things, so I got a little while. I don't know if I can do weather call next gen every one. I think I can. I think I can swing that. But I've got 8 of these. It'll probably last me the year to give away one of these events every time we have a severe weather live event like this when we're doing wall-to-wall coverage. So I like to be able to get back, and this is part of me. I actually bought those with some of the money I earned with YouTube last year, so it's good to give it back and give it to you guys to stay weather prepared and to stay safe. So on Facebook right now, we are at almost 250 likes. Thank you. Y'all keep the likes up. That's good to see. 55 shares. All right, keep that going. So again, keep doing, for those who've already done it, you don't need to do it again. I appreciate that. Again, if you're on YouTube, again, do a share. Invite a friend here. Good to have you on board here. Let's see if there's been any difference on the YouTube. I've not looked over there in a minute. Let's take a look. Let us take a look. Nope, no change. That's still staying the same. Okay, that's good. Just double checking that. Like I said, YouTube does not, or Facebook does not do this stuff. Natalie Warman just joined us. Hey, Natalie, I just caught that. Thank you for joining us here on Facebook. Natalie Warman. All right. Let's Let's go back here to the radar here. I want to go back to, I'm waiting to see. Oh, they did issue that. Oh, I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. See, I was running my mouth. Okay, got a new warning here. I was waiting on this one to come out. This one actually just came out a minute and a half ago. Okay, so southeastern Walker County, eastern Tuscaloosa, southeastern Blount, southwestern Shelby, northern Bibb, and Jefferson County. So this is getting into metro Birmingham. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from east 6 miles southwest of Gorgas to near Cooling, moving east at 35. So getting a little lightning in there too. See, we got a little lightning going, so got a little, not a whole lot with this. I don't think we'll get a whole lot of lightning with this as this comes across North Georgia, that's for sure. Hey, thanks, Patty. I appreciate it. Thank you for your thumbs up. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I will say that's one advantage that I have over some of those guys out on YouTube, you know, the Max Velocities and the Ryan Hills of the world. They can't give everybody talk discussion like this. They got way too many. Their doggone chat feed is moving so doggone fast. You can't interact with anybody because it's just too much, you know. The weather enthusiasts, God bless them, they got their little audience, and but I really don't like what they do over on the YouTube side. They've gotten so out of hand, hyping stuff to death. It drives me crazy. The only thing I'm a little jealous about is that why didn't I had the idea to do that stuff back in 2018 and I didn't do it. And I'm kicking myself in the head for not doing it. I had the opportunity, had the chance but then I was good. I was getting back in the military. That was part of it. For those who don't know, I was working in Columbus, Georgia back in 2016. And new news director came in. The guy who hired me had left. News director comes in. He wants a weekend morning show. So the corporate tells him, well, you're not getting any more money, so you're going to have to come up with it yourself. So he decides, Greg, you're too expensive. I can give the weekend chick to do your job for $15,000 less, so bye. When that happened, I said, you know what? I'm too old for this crap. I was a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve, and I went in and did the Army for the rest of my tenure in the military for the last from 2016 to 2023. So I did the Army thing here for a while. I did freelance, fill in every now and then down in Columbus, Georgia, but predominantly stayed finishing up my military career. So I retired in 2023, and I started. My mother got me the computer that I'm operating this thing on as just kind of a hobby type thing, and I started the YouTube channel and was doing that, and so it was doing pretty good, and now I've got the Facebook thing going, so it's going pretty good. No problem, Debbie. Thank you very much. Now, one thing about broadcasting for live events, just so you guys know for future references, okay? All right, so whenever we get into a big situation, if we get later in the year and we have a prolonged event, say like a hurricane or something, I did a couple of events, obviously, with Helene and a couple of the big hurricanes we had last year. It was over 12 hours of coverage. Facebook only allows you to do 8 hours. 8 hours, that's it. YouTube, it is 12. So with Facebook, if we ever into that kind of situation in the future, especially if you're doing a wall for a hurricane or something, there may be a way I will have to bring the channel down and bring it back up, just so you know for future reference. Let me see what these winds are doing. I want to take a look at the winds in here. Let's take a look here. Ooh, man, they do got some good winds in there. Now the watch just turned away. Oh, yeah. I can see why they're 53, 67, 82, 85. Boy, that winds off the surface are 100 mile per hour. Ooh, look at these winds off the surface, 100 miles. These are not at the surface. These are out there, but the radar's right here. I mean, that's pretty close. I mean, you're just up a few thousand feet. You got 102 miles, 103. Look at this wind, 107. Wow. 109. Yeah, that's that upper jet energy. That's what that's picking up on. Remember, the storms were intensifying when they were coming into the middle of Alabama. 116. I mean, these are off the surface. These are not at the ground level. Wow. That's something. That's some very, very strong winds. So here's the thing. So you saw where those winds are. Here's the squall line, all right? So as that squall line moves where those winds are blowing, it drops that thing down. That's where you get those very gusty winds to come down to the surface. But boy, they got some very strong winds just off the surface there. That is something. So, hey, if you're just coming in over the YouTube side, hey, welcome aboard. We're kind of following the severe weather here coming through Alabama right now. We've got 4 active warnings, 1 near the Birmingham area, a couple here north of the Mobile area, 1 tornado warning. Oh, that one that was just radar indicated. I'm not seeing anything there currently. If you have not done so, please give me a thumbs up and please hit that subscribe button if you can. It'll be a pleasure to have you on board here for future updates. On YouTube, I do a weather daily pretty regularly there for your weather updates, kind of looking at long term. For those of you new on Facebook, I do a weather on the go, a morning short every morning. That's a nice little quick forecast for you folks there in North Georgia. So you're checking out some stuff here. Just kind of checking. Jan Hyde. Jan Hyde just joined us. Hey, Jan, nice to welcome you on board. Also, Joseph Early, Don Durrett, Lindy Ginzer. I think that's it. Lindy Ginzer, Sandra Carter, Jennifer O'Neill, Gail Daniels, Kim Fitz. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you guys coming on board here. Thank you very much. I wish I could do the same on YouTube side, but I can't. Although it sometimes picks up on that. So if you're on YouTube and you'd like to subscribe, please do so. Maybe it'll alert me. Sometimes it'll do I've got this thing set up using Streamlabs that when somebody comes on YouTube, it'll go, little applause thing will go off. So, but it doesn't do it for everybody. I never figured out why it's different. It might be the platform you're using, whether it be a mobile device or a computer. So it's interesting watching this thing. It looks like a tidal wave, this thing. You see it kind of snaking here all the way down. Again, you got a very, very strong, there's a very strong jet stream blowing in it. You got a very strong jet here blowing behind this. So you got this very strong squall line right here. All right, so as this comes on in, I'm probably going to stay on here until, I don't know. I was thinking about 10:30, 11 o'clock. I don't want to go too late because I do got to get up in the morning and do stuff. But I want to see how this thing evolves. But at least till 10:30. So for at least another hour and 10 minutes. But I might go till 11. We'll see. We'll see. You clearly see where all the instability is down here because that's where all the lightning's at. All across there, across southern Alabama. Nope, new warning. Just caught it right when it came out. Look at that. Right through Selma. Boom. All right, let's take a look here. This is for, I'm going to butcher that one, Autauga, western Chilton, south central Tuscaloosa, Perry County, northeastern Hale County, Bibb County, and Dallas County. Goes until 9:45. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near Newborn to near Pine Hill, moving northeast at 35. Hey, Corey, good to see you. Corey Joseph, Martison House. Good to see you, Corey. Again, if you guys are new and you're just kind of joining us here on the channel for coverage, again, welcome on board as we're kind of tracking the severe weather through Alabama right now, about almost halfway through the state right now. If you have not signed up yet to win a free weather radio, if you're watching on the YouTube channel or on the Facebook channel, I did put the links in the chats there. Let me see, the last update I had. Let's take a look real quick. Last update I had, we were at, that update, 37. So the 37 folks have registered already. So just go to that link. All you got to do is put in your name, your email address, and you're automatically registered. And the service that I use is called Raffle Press Giveaways. It's so when the thing closes off, I got to run until 6 tomorrow morning because I figure people will come after the fact. So 6 in the morning, it'll kick out 2 names for me, and then I will just email you, and I'll get your information, and I will mail you one of these Midland radios. And if you win the weather call Next Gen, which is our sponsor, there's a QC code right there. It is a call service. It's $15, so it's like $1.25, a month. And what the service does is that you get a call from me if there's a severe weather. I'll give you an example on this. I've done this a couple times. I'll do it again for tonight. So let's say that you live in Selma, Alabama. Boom, boom, boom. And that warning just came out right now. You would get a call on your phone. You would hear my voice saying, hey, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. You need to take immediate shelter. You expected to be in this area, blah, blah, blah. It's a little quick blurb. And you will get a text message in your phone. It'll show you the radar, and it'll have the little dot showing where your position is to the relation to that severe thunderstorm and tell you what's going on with it. So again, just scan the QC code there, board. You can take a little snapshot with your phone. Go there. You can sign up. There's a little video there below that you can watch to see how it works. And I decided to do for it. I'm going to do it for my parents because both my parents said, "Hey, Greg, you need to get that for us." So I'm going to get that for my parents to hear from me when I'm doing that. And again, they're a partnership here. So just know that when you sign up for that service, you're supporting the channel because that does generate a little income here for the channel as well. So I do appreciate that. Okay, anywhere warnings in Town, Tennessee? No, nothing up that way. Nothing up in Tennessee. Tennessee's not going to be looking at anything severe, I don't think, tonight. The only thing y'all going to have up in Tennessee is a lot of doggone wind. There's a lot of wind energy up in here. So as this line comes on through up here across Tennessee, you're going to be all right. I'm not expecting any severe thunderstorm warnings up y'all's way. I think I'll stay to your south. Lula. I'm trying to remember where Lula is. That's on the west side of the state, is it not? I forgot. I know some of my geography, but not all of it. Lula, Georgia. You're up the northeast side. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're up there. It is northeast here. Okay. It's going to be early morning there. It's probably 3 or 4 in the morning before it's through your area. And nor am I expecting the winds to be as bad for you guys there in Lula. So you're okay. You'll probably hear some howling winds 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when this thing comes on through, but you'll be okay. Go back here to the radar. Let's get this thing going on through. So make sure if you're on the YouTube channel before y'all leave, averaging about 4.5 minutes on the turnover there, please give me a subscribe. If you have not already subscribed, please give me a thumbs up. Leave me a comment. Tell me where you're from as well. Again, that helps the YouTube algorithm. No, I'm not muted. The microphone died. Sorry about that. Anyway, I digress. I was saying that I will have my weather wall for the radar in the future so I can go over to my wall and stand and talk about the radar for the future. So, sorry about that. Sound's back. I'm back. I see it now. It's going. I just noticed there's a little bit of delay there. Hey, Trenton, Georgia in the house. Good to see you there, Pops. Sorry about that. The microphone died on me. I should have known that. I should have switched on over there. The microphone died. Should have known. Let's go to East Central Alabama radar. That kind of sucks. I won't stay on this one. Yep, I'm back. I'm kind of scanning up and down. Right now, I'm just kind of scanning up and down the line here a little bit. Let's go to velocity mode. I want to see anything here. Oop, yeah, still got to watch it. You got to watch these little kinks. See this little kink in here? Anyway, you see a little kink in the line, that's where sometimes you can get tornado warnings to come on out. But again, not expecting tornado warnings up into North Georgia tonight. All right, what I'm expecting is some gusty winds. So let me get this looping. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the. I want to pull up the high resolution data here. I should have the 0-1 coming in. Let me take a look here. Yep, just came in. All right, let's go check this out. So it is 10 o'clock. Good, we'll leave it on there. All right, so here we go. This is the new high resolution model data just came in. So let's take a look at this. New high resolution model data just came in. We'll take a look at this. So this is the 10 o'clock snapshot. So there you see the 10 o'clock snapshot. All right, look at that. And look at, here's local radar. So that's Central Alabama. Oh, just coming into Birmingham. So you can see it's lining up pretty well. All right. So let's take this forward. Watch the timestamp in the upper right hand corner. So again, looks like the southern part of this line is where the most intense part of that line is going to be. Now, as this line comes in across North Georgia, that's 1 o'clock in the morning there. And that's midnight. So it looks like this thing's through North Georgia. But like I said, morning rush hour will be fine. It'll be breezy in the morning, but it'll be all the way through by that time. Let's go check I heard that new alert just came out, so let's go check that out. Ooh, northern part. Ooh, okay, wow. All right, look at this. All right, so North Georgia, we're getting awfully close now, folks. Northern part of this line just kicked in. Again, you saw that wind energy I just showed you a little while ago, showing 100-mile-per-hour winds, 115-mile-per-hour winds are up north. Yeah, this is why they put this warning out. I guarantee you, this is a big watch. This big warning box here. This is for Marshall County, southwestern DeKalb County, Coleman County, Morgan County, and southeastern Lawrence County. This is moving east at 50, wind gusts at 60 miles per hour. So this is an awfully big box here. And again, this is anticipation of this line right here as this is moving this way. Showing some very gusty high winds just off the surface here. So those torrential downpours move into that area. It's going to drive that down. And look how much that line is intensified here in just the last few minutes. Again, this is all very, very much being driven by the dynamics of the situation. Switch it back on again. There we go. So to give you an idea, that this is moving at about 50 miles an hour. So let's do a crawl for the line here. So we're about 93 miles from the state line. So we're 93 miles from the state line there of Georgia coming at that time. Well, I try to make it educational as best I can. I try not to get overly technical. Sometimes I do, but I try not to. Hey, Hampton, Georgia in the house. Good to see you. TJ Floyd in the house. Good to see you as well. Welcome aboard. Let's see if we got any new followers here we can mention. Well, I go to that next warning here in just 2 seconds. Hold on a second. Nope, okay. All right, let's go check out. Oh, this one's on the southern part of that line. All right, so we're getting another one here. Hold on 1 second. This one is also for northeastern Walker County, Blount County, and north central Jefferson County. It goes until 9:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing gusty winds was near, is that Sibsey or Sumpton, moving northeast at 45. All right, so again, I'm most concerned about these counties in here in western Georgia as that squall line continues to move off toward the east. So we might see some severe thunderstorm warnings getting into the state of Georgia. We're getting awfully close. Now, we're still probably at least an hour and a half away from the state line based off that speed. So we're about halfway through here. So I'm using this radar up into the Huntsville area to track this into northwest Georgia now. We're getting close enough to do that. Oh, yes. Well, you know, I've been educating you there, Marcus, on YouTube for a while there. I appreciate you continue to check us out there. I appreciate that. Let's see here. We've had here on Facebook tonight, we have had, well, it's kind of weird. It went up and didn't show me who it was who joined. Okay. 5,200 views tonight. All right. That's outstanding. Outstanding. So you guys on Facebook, again, I know we get the turnover. So again, so let's look at the here. We're up to 261 likes. Thank you. If you haven't done a like, do the like thing for me. If you haven't done a share, we're at 57 shares. Go ahead and do the share thing. If you got individuals or people you can invite to the page, that's a good thing. And again, let me know where y'all are from. I do like to engage with you guys and do that kind of thing. What do you mean by winds off the surface? Okay, down to the surface, what I mean. So above the surface at 2,000 feet, we have some very high gusty winds. The velocity mode on the radar was showing winds upwards of 100 miles per hour. So when you get a downpour of some heavy winds or heavy rains, it can take that wind and drive it down to the ground. Think of it as like taking a rock and dropping it into a pond. It's going to drive it down to the ground. And so you can get these gusty winds that are ahead. You basically, it's almost like like a tidal wave here, and it's going to roll the wind out in front of it and drive it down to the ground. All right. So that we're seeing those very high winds. The jet streak that we were looking at about this time is coming into that portion of Alabama right now. That's why that line was intensifying a little bit. So here we go. And let me see. Here we go. Let's see here. What we're up to on checking the radio. The radio registration still at 37, folks. Again, I want to put that out there. Again, if you have not done the radio giveaway, I'm going to put it in there for you again because I know we get turnover. That's just the nature of the beast. So there it is. I just put the radio giveaway link in the chat. It's in there on YouTube and on Facebook. If you go to that link, go in there and make sure that you it's just a name and your email address, and you're registered to win a free NOAA weather radio as well as Weather Call Next Gen service for a year. All right. All I ask is that you make sure that you're a subscriber and you're a follower. I will check and make sure. So make sure you're a subscriber and a follower, and then I'd love to give you guys something as part of the giveaway. And I want to make this a regular part. I've got 8 of these weather radios. I figured I'll probably do 8 of these in a year at least, and I'll give away a weather radio for those live severe weather coverage, and hopefully be able to give out the Weather Call Next Gen as well as on that service. You like my Weather on the Go? Yeah, I tell you, Weather on the Go had 22,000 views today. 22,000. I was like, hello, boy. You know, if I had videos like that on YouTube that would do that on a regular basis, I'd be more happy with YouTube. YouTube has been a little bit of a disappointment, but we're gonna keep chipping away. Like my wife says, you never know. It might take off one of these days. It may take off. You know, it's like, yeah, you're right. Just keep doing what I'm doing. And it's still going up. We're still adding new followers to the YouTube channel. It's just not growing as much as I like to see. But Facebook, we're doing good. We're kicking butt, man. We're knocking in on 30,000 followers. All right, let's go back over here to the radar here. So these are boy, that's a large box. That's a big box. That's a big one. And it goes for an hour, so they're at least putting these out for a big long time. Crawford. Hold on a second. Make sure I. You're east of 10. Oh, you're going to get it late. Yeah, Crawford, you're over there way out east. That's going to be early morning for you guys in Crawford. And you're probably just looking at some gusty winds. I'm not expecting any real bad severe weather for you. I think the east side of the mountains, especially, the winds were not looking nearly as bad. So this is going to be early morning time frame. 4-ish maybe, 4 in the morning. So thanks for watching there, Matthew. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting close. I don't think we're going to get there tonight because I didn't do any advertising with this. I ran out of advertising money, and I've pretty much cut myself off from advertising right now. I've gotten out of the 29,000 followers I got on the page, 29,006. I would say probably 20,000 of that was based off me running advertising. So none of it's been organic, coming from the weather on the go and all that stuff. And then the other 9,000 was was done through advertising. So I spent a lot of money. I'm not going to say how much, but I've spent a good chunk of change to help grow the channel because I just didn't want to take. If I did it organically, it would take me probably to get to that 100,000. Probably take me a couple of years, maybe a little longer to get there. And I don't want to wait that long. I really want to get this thing going. You know, I'm no spring chicken. I want to get this thing going. Hey, good to see you there in Chatsworth. Hey, Adam, good to see you. Oh, thank you, Brandy. I appreciate that. Oh, Crawford, Alabama. Oh, I'm sorry. You're Crawford, Alabama. Okay. Well, that's a little different. Crawford, Alabama, you're looking at probably here in just around midnight or so. You're over there in East Alabama side. So, yeah, you can see where that is right there. So we're at about midnight, I would say, midnight, 1 o'clock. So that's what you're looking at. Sorry about that. You said Crawford. I was like, Crawford, Georgia? Yeah, Crawford's east of Athens. Yes, we can all pray. Yeah, I love it. I tell you, I tell you, if I hit the 2 goals of the year, if I have 100,000 followers on Facebook and I have 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, I'll be happy. I'll tell you, at the end of the year, if I hit those 2 things, I'll be a very happy camper. Things looking at Jasper. Windy Jasper. You're up there in Jasper. You're up there at the elevation. Again, I think that you guys are in that county. Your guys are in the watch area there. Yeah, you're in that. So you got the Jasper sitting right there. So yeah, you're in that box zone for gusty winds up to 55 miles per hour. And I would say, looking at these, what's interesting is you see the warnings up here, and we got all these warnings that they just issued up here. And there's no watches in that area, not even a severe thunderstorm watch. You think they would have put a severe thunderstorm watch or something up. I know why they didn't. It's kind of a political thing. Well, they're not really. It's more being driven by jet stream winds and not thunderstorm winds. Oh, who cares? It's still bad. Let me switch back over to the Huntsville radar here. Yeah, it's starting to bend a little bit too. Whenever you see a squall line have a little bit of a curve to it, that could be an indication of some strong winds pushing in from the west. And typically when it does that, it can drive that wind further. I'm checking the southern part of this line. That Mobile radar is terrible. I don't like that radar one bit. Now the Eglin Air Force one's even worse. These 2 radars down here, this one down here in Mobile, it sucks. And the one here at Eglin is even terrible. See how pixelated that looks? It's, again, not all weather radars are the same. East Alabama's not too bad. And Birmingham's not too bad. Birmingham was a good one. So we got Michael here. My wife's twin lives in Jasper, and we live in Milledgeville. Hey, Michael. Okay. You're over there not too far from Augusta. Yeah, they should be okay. They're going to have gusty winds. There might be some sporadic trees knocked down, and maybe some sporadic power outages, but I'm not expecting anything too widespread. Just to kind of hit and miss. Let me look at the One thing I do need to add, I forgot about that. I need to add to this. I did it for my hurricane coverage. I need to add a power line map to this thing. Let me look at the. Let me see what the power outage is doing across Alabama. Hold on a second. Because if it's up, then I could pull it up on. I could pull it up on. Georgia's not too bad. Let's see. Alabama. Ooh, they do have a lot of power outages. I need to show that. All right. Let me show this. Yeah, that line is setting off some pretty good power outages. We'll see if that continues. Let me switch over to this real quick. I'm going to turn. Where's power outages here? State power outages. So here in the state of Alabama, I can go and look them up. They've got 67,000 customers are without power, or 2.6%. So here in Georgia, it's only about 5,000. I'm not sure why they got 5,000. Maybe we've had gusty winds all day. But Alabama's got 67,000 and Mississippi's got 20,000. So Alabama's got a lot of power outages right now from those winds blowing in. Let me turn that back off. All right, that's one good thing that Radar Omega's got. It can at least tell me the power outage and stuff. I do like to have the other map because I like to interact with that, and I'll need to add that to the server. So I'll put that on my to-do list there. You know what, Michael? I do need to add that. I saw something. I need to add that with a wildfire map. I probably need to include that for the future. I did see one earlier. It wasn't bad across North Georgia, but there was sporadic around the south. This rain will definitely help tonight. The wildfires were worse over in the Carolinas than we had in Georgia, but I do need to add that. Hey, there's Lindsay Vanderlest from Jefferson. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you checking in with us here tonight. Thank you very much. Make sure y'all do that. If you have not registered for that free weather radio, again, it's the word there is free, as in free. So if you haven't registered to do that, do so. So far, we've got here. We'll make sure this is updated here. We were up to 39. All right, added a couple more. 39 people have registered for the radio. So if you haven't done so, again, the link is I will put that link down here again for y'all. I like to keep doing that, and this includes on the YouTube as well. YouTube, you guys get this as well. Please go in there. All you got to do is make sure that you register. Just put your name and fill out your email address, and that way, when the program, which is I use, which is called let's name this thing again. I forgot the name of it. Raffle Press, that's it. Raffle Press. I'm sorry, new service. Raffle Press. It closes at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then if you guys, it'll kick out 2 names randomly to me, and I will go ahead and put it out for you guys. So I hope to make that a regular thing. So that's what the weather radio looks like. The Midland radios look like just like that. So here we go. And so right now on Facebook, we are currently at 271 thumbs ups. Awesome. 60 shares now. That's great. Awesome. Appreciate you guys doing that. That's how we grow the channel. That's how we do it. Over 207 comments on Facebook tonight. Y'all are awesome. It's weird. I was looking to see new followers pop in. Usually, sometimes it puts it at the top, and sometimes it doesn't. It pops in further down. I'm not sure why it does that, but I didn't invent the doggone app in the first place. So let me go back over here. Oh, I never did look to see what this did today. Let's see here. Couple bucks. All righty. So here we go. We're up 9:45 here. So let's go back over to the radar here. Switch back to the northern part of this line because this is the part of the line we're watching coming in North Georgia, obviously. see what this. So this is one of the cameras there in northern Alabama. You can see the wind. So it's very windy there. See some of the rain falling. Of course, that's up on a tower. It's going to walk around a little bit. But where this is located, I guess it's something we can watch. So here's this. This is where that tower location is, right there. When this line that's back here gets over the top of that, I can promise you, you're going to see some very gusty winds. That camera is going to shake like crazy as that wind moves in there. Haynesville, North Carolina. Good to see you. Welcome to the program tonight. You guys are going to get your share of wind up there too, but I'm not expecting any severe weather. You guys up near Murphy. So Marcus, make sure you go in there and register for that free NOAA Weather Radio, and make sure that you are a follower. That's the only thing I ask for you guys. Make sure if you're on YouTube or on follower that you are a subscriber or a follower on the page, so that when you register for that radio, I'll give it to y'all. Yep, new warning. I was waiting for that. Just happened to catch it. All right, this is for southeastern Blount County, northeastern Jefferson, and northwestern St. Clair. This goes until 9:45. Severe thunderstorm extended from Warrior to McDonald Chapel, moving northeast at 45. Wind gusts 60 miles per hour. That's going to be the standard here for tonight. Hey, you got Randy from, I'm going to mess that up. Resica, I'm sorry. Blairsville, Tina Franklin in the house. Good to see you tonight. Again, Randy and Tina, make sure you get that link there in the comment section there and register to win that radio. I'm also going to be giving away a free 1-year subscription to Weather Call Next Gen, which is that little emblem there above me. That QC code up there, if you snapshot that on your phone and hit that there, it'll take you right to the registration for that service. It's $15 a month. It is my voice. You get an alert from me telling you about a severe weather in your area. It is locked into your phone's location, so it'll show you like a radar image. There'll be a little dot showing this is you, this is where the severe weather is, this is what you need to do, and you get that, and you get the call. So when you sign up for the service, you'll get a text call from me with a phone number. Just save the phone number as weather call in your phone, and you got it. So when you go to that QC code, or if you go to the link, which I'll put here in a minute in the chat, there's a little video there you can watch, and it'll explain how that service works. So let me go ahead and do that. I haven't done that in a little bit. Again, a lot of turnover. So here is the weather call link right here. Dahlonega in the house. Good to see you there, Jennifer. Welcome. I'll get some gusty winds into Dahlonega tonight too. You're up into that high wind warning area tonight. You go up to, I guarantee you, one place I would not want to be tonight when these storms move through is Suches. That's up there, up the high point there, just north of Dahlonega. Hey, Brasstown Ball, that's another place I wouldn't want to be tonight. Yeah, Tina, you're in that, Blairsville is in that area where the high wind warning is for tonight. Again, not so much thunderstorm winds, it's just these rain squalls shoving the higher winds aloft down to the surface. So again, this is where the current high wind warnings are, right up here. So right up around North Georgia. That includes obviously Blairsville over to Bluetown, or Blue Ridge over to Dalton. All those areas up in there are into that high wind risk area. So there's the latest on that, as that's kind of updating here. The squall line is about halfway through the state of Alabama right now. Again, this is associated. If you want to know what's driving this once again, I want to pull this back out because I haven't done this in a little while. But boy, look at this thing. It's a 984 millibars. Wow. I mean, this looks like one big giant pinwheel. It really does. It's a big area low right here. And you got these little pinwheels of energy just whipping around this thing. It's really bottomed out. And to give you an idea, they're expecting blizzard conditions, and it's already starting to come into Kansas City right now. The temperature is dropping like a rock there. and they're expecting blizzard conditions with 70-mile-per-hour winds into Kansas City. So just be glad we're not in Kansas City, because they're taking it really bad there tonight. Guarantee you their weather folks are going wall to wall. I'm sure they got a lot of power outages too with 70-mile-per-hour winds. But this is what we're looking at right here. So it's truly a two-dimensional storm. You're getting the blizzard conditions up there in the Kansas City area, and you get the severe weather that's lining up here up north and south of the line from just south of Huntsville, straight down 65 practically, down to, now getting close to Montgomery and down toward Mobile. Any changes? No, other than the fact we're expecting those gusty winds. And again, I think some of these severe thunderstorm warnings might work their way here across the western portions here of Georgia here. We're going to watch closely as it crosses the state line. Now, the model trend is as it reaches the Georgia line and it moves eastward, the trend is for it to weaken. Now, so far, the high-resolution model has done a pretty good job showing as it was moving into central Alabama, it was going to intensify, which it has done so. It's done so because of some very strong low-level jet energy that's kind of flowing in with that squall line. But as it moves further off to the east, the dynamics weaken a little bit, not quite as strong, so the storm should weaken a little bit because there's no instability with this. This is all being driven by the dynamics of the storm, the very strong gusty winds. Okay, the only place that's got any kind of instability is down along the Gulf Coast. That's where the tornado threat's the highest. All right. Oh, good. Oh, wow. That was good search. Way to go, guys. Smart move. Up to 45 now on the radio giveaway. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, for Tina and Janet and Morgan, you guys just came on here. Again, the link for the free weather radio is just above you there. You'll see the North Georgia First Alert Weather Center. The link is right there. You'll see the link above there. You'll see it's basically to my website. You'll see weather. It says weather giveaway. You'll see it. You'll see it. You can't miss it. Also there on YouTube, if you guys watch it on YouTube as well, again, make sure you go into your chat and there is a link there for the weather radio, okay? Now you got to be a subscriber, so please do that. Make sure you're a subscriber and make sure you're a follower because I want to reward people who help support the channel. That's my only rule. That's the only rule. Let's go back over here to the weather Omega here real quick. Let's go back over to this. I'm watching this stuff coming into Birmingham. Ooh. See what some of these winds are doing up in here. Let's go back to the velocity mode here. Boy, very sharp line. Wow. 64, 64, 64, 64. Yeah. See, I'm just looking right along, scanning up and down that line. 64, 64. That seems to be right along that boundary. You got a lot of very gusty winds. There's some 76. These are higher winds aloft here. 78, 82, 85. Well, that must really be moving higher up here. 85, 89, 90, 90, 90. Of course, it's further away from the beam's going up, so it's shooting higher. That's catching that winds higher up. But just kind of shows the wind energy that's just above the surface. Oops, sorry about that. That's crappy. Yeah. So make sure, on the YouTube side, make sure before y'all head on out, thumbs up, subscribe, comment. That keeps the algorithm happy on the YouTube side. Facebook, let's see how we're doing tonight. Facebook so far, we are at 64 shares, up another 4. Way to go, guys. And we're up to 279 likes. We might get to 300 tonight. Who knows? I'm not sure what the clip thing is. I see people have taken 3 clips. I guess they take a segment of it and they share it. I guess that's what the clips are. I've never used that. It's a Facebook thing. Anybody know anything about clips on Facebook? Let me know. Just put it in the comment section. Hey, Lafayette, Georgia in the house. Good to see you, Janet. Appreciate everybody letting me know where y'all are watching from. And one thing I'll say tonight overall, it's been, we had a very good spread. Excellent spread of all across North Georgia here tonight. And some other folks from Carolina, a few other folks elsewhere. YouTube has been some of our normal viewers have watched as well. All right. I'll pull us back out here for a second. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. That's what happens when you drink all that soda, and I'll be right back. All right, stand by. All right, sorry about that. Had to go to little boy's room. All right, here we go. So I want to freeze this real quick. How many miles are we from the state line now? I haven't checked that in a little bit. So let's see here. We're for the main squall line is about 70 miles from the line right now. So it's moving at about 45. So it's moving east about 45. So you figure a little less than 2 hours. That puts it right at about midnight. So again, everything's been behaving very good with the models. The high resolution models have done very good job with this right so far. I want to go real quick while we got that up. Let me see here if we got the 2Z coming in yet. It's just now coming in. So not enough of this yet for me to show. Let's give this a few more minutes. I want to check on the 2Z run here. I still think this thing is showing indications of it as it crosses into Georgia, it weakened a little bit. But I'll show you that in here in a second. Let's give that a little more time to render here. All right, so no changes on this. Again, this thing's going to move over to tomorrow. Is going to move over to the coast. So tomorrow it's going to be moving and clearing into the southeastern portions of Georgia, and the Carolina coast will be under the gun. So again, the tornado risk with this thing was always going to be low. Okay, so it's very, very low there. It's running 2%, just kind of cripping a little bit of North Georgia there over toward the Rome area, for example, north of Interstate 20, running very low. The wind threat, that was high, running decently. The 15% there coming in there in the yellow. The reason why it's higher down there with the red, that's where the best instability was running. And the hail threat was not really existent, so you don't have to worry about that. So that's what we're seeing there with the Storms Prediction Center right there. Again, there's our satellite imagery as the storms continue to race off toward the east there, seeing things begin to improve. Again, with this big low, and you can see it winding up there, the upper level feature is hanging right back here. So again, we're going to still see some very gusty winds with this thing tomorrow morning. It'll still be a bit breezy in the morning, despite the fact that the storms have left. So tomorrow will be a windy day, but by the time we head into the evening hours, it should begin to improve. Hey, Josh in Lithia Springs, Douglas County in the house. Good to see you there. Welcome. Franklin County and Toccoa in the house. Good to see you, Tanya. Again, Tanya and Josh, if you have not done so, please go ahead and go up in the feed I put in there earlier. There is a link in there for you to win a free NOAA weather radio, as well as a subscription to Weather Call Next Gen, which is that little logo there above me there. And that's the QC code if you'd like to sign up for that service to get what I call personalized weather service, where I call you and tell you about severe weather coming in your neighborhood. It's a great service. It's $15 annually. That's like a what, $1.25 a month. It's a good thing. It's a real good service for that. It's well worth it. Well worth it. All you got to remember to do is keep your phone on. Especially good to have at night, especially with systems like this coming in at nighttime. Oh, great service to have at night. Oh, we got a new warning. Let's go back over here. Oh, here just south of town. Oops, turn this off. All right, just south west of Birmingham here. So it's getting real close here. This is for Shelby County and southeastern Jefferson County. Goes till 10 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from Fairfield to west of Blockton, moving east at 35. Wind gusts 60 miles per hour. That's been the bread and butter for this entire line, is 60 mile per hour winds, in which we just showed you when I was scanning it. I was saying 64, 64, 64. It was all the way up the line. So, yeah, getting a little windier there on that camera. Be interested to see what that camera looks like when that squall line gets right on top of them. What we got going on? Further south. Oh, now we're getting near Montgomery now. Let's switch back over to the Birmingham radar. Oh, what happened here? Where'd my radar go? Oh, where's my radar? Anyway, let me get this first and I'll go with the radar. This is for Ottawa County, Chilton County, and Lowndes County. Goes until 10 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located a line extending from Breerfield Ironsworth Park to 7 miles south of Belknap, moving southeast at 35. So the northern part of the line seems to be moving a little faster. Where did my damn radars go? There we go. Sometimes it gets stuck. Hey, if you're on the YouTube side, again, I want to say welcome aboard here as we're kind of watching the severe weather going through Alabama here for tonight. Appreciate it. Before you guys leave, please give me a thumbs up. Leave me a comment. Let me know where you're watching from. I'd like to know where you guys are watching. And if you haven't registered yet for a chance to free NOAA Weather Radio, please do so at this time. It's down in the chat there. And just go up there and just put your name and your email address, and you guys are all good to go and registered to win a radio. And let's see here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go till 11. I think I'm gonna wait till 11 o'clock. I'm gonna see what this thing does when it gets closer. 45. So we got 45 entries here on the NOAA Weather Radio. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. Northern part of the line. Here we go. Getting up to the Huntsville area here. So we're talking northwestern Marshall County, southwestern Jackson County, central Madison County, and east central Morgan County. Goes till 9:45. Severe thunderstorm was located over Triana, or 7 miles south of Redstone Arsenal, moving northeast at 45. So we got a pretty good line there coming into northern Alabama. And the models did a very good job with this, really did. It was a little bit of a lull as it was coming across the Mississippi state line. Came into the middle of the state. There was some jet energy that was coming into the middle of the state. When I was doing a velocity scan, I was seeing winds up to about 100 miles per hour just off the surface. So it really kind of gave gasoline to these thunderstorms because it's really not getting a lot of fuel from what we call instability, the heat. It's all being driven by very strong dynamics that are driving this. So we got this very strong line. Now, as it approaches the Georgia line, those dynamics pull away, are not going to be as strong. So the line should begin to weaken, but I still suspect areas here across western Georgia from Lafayette down to Cedartown and to Rome, this area in here, as this line comes your way, still might institute some additional severe thunderstorm warnings coming out of Alabama and into Georgia. Now, I think the further east it goes, that it will diminish. So you guys over here into, say, Cleveland, Dahlonega, Gainesville, I don't know if it'll still be that strong as it gets into there later tonight. I'm just kind of checking a couple things here on my apps here, double check some stuff. Oh, Cynthia Greenway, thank you for joining us on Facebook. Thank you. Appreciate you coming on board. We are up to 29,653 on the Facebook followers today. Again, if you're on the YouTube side and you haven't subscribed, please do so. It'll be a pleasure to have you on board here for our live coverages when we do these. Also, I do a weather daily, kind of looking at the big picture, national updates and stuff like that you can keep an eye on. And for you Facebook folks, if you're obviously a new follower and you're already following the page, you can look out for those Weather on the Go daily shorts, which are really nice to have. 22,000 views on that this morning. It was awesome. That was so cool. So again, very intense lines. We got right now we got 9 severe thunderstorm warnings here coming right through Alabama, all the way down to southern Alabama. So you see how that line's kind of snake. It almost looks like a snake coming on down through here. What's interesting is that the southern part of the line really is kind of petered out a little bit, which kind of surprised me a little bit. I think it's because some of the best dynamics have kind of pulled away. The instability is greater down here, but as we've gone through the night, it's kind of diminished a little bit. Because this is the area that is under the tornado watch box down here. You can see they're trimming it away slowly, but you can see the warnings extend here from the Huntsville area all the way down here to Mobile, and they just added that new one up here. So again, I do suspect we'll get some of the warnings here going into west portions of Georgia as it crosses the line. But again, I don't know how far east it's going to get if the model data is correct. So go back here to the regional here. Let me check and see if that new model run is done, at least done enough for me to show. I think it is. Yeah, it's done enough. Okay, so let's go ahead and show this. So this is 10 o'clock. Let's show you the model data here. This is the high resolution model data here. So you can see a snapshot. It's lining up pretty well. It's left 10 o'clock right now. So notice as it goes into North Georgia, it does weaken a little bit as this kind of passes on through. So you get that initial, that initial line is going to have some very gusty winds with it regardless. I think you're going to have that. It's a question of how much it's going to be as it goes through there. And then as we look at the wind profile here, let me switch up to the new one here. That's the 2. I mean, that's still pretty good though. I mean, this is 10 o'clock here. I'm showing 64 mile per hour winds here, 61 here, showing 53 up in Blairsville. Even away from those lines, they're still showing some very gusty winds just off the surface. So anywhere you're seeing that orange, you're seeing winds up greater than 50 miles per hour. There's a 60 still showing up at 11 o'clock right there. Here's a 56. Here's a 56. So again, North Georgia is going to be seeing some issues with that. Let me go in a little bit closer. Let me go in a little bit closer here. Let me pull up the state real quick. Oops, sorry about that. Pull it back up. Sorry. Let's go to the state. I'll switch this down real quick. So here we go. So you can see North Georgia here specifically with the winds. So yeah, 55 there at Blairsville. Dalton at 50. Looks like near Rome, 53. 46 up there near Woodstock, or 49 there at Woodstock. So some pretty good winds in there. And this comes on through, but notice how it stays to the north. See how it just dies as it goes across. A lot of those oranges go away. So I think it loses some of the dynamics that's helping to fuel this a little bit, and I think that the winds will dry down. But I still think the way it's lining up is these counties right in here probably have the best chance of seeing some sort of severe thunderstorm warning with these as these comes on through. Based off what we're seeing with the model data and based off what we're seeing with the actual radar itself. So let me clear that out. So that's what we're seeing right there across Alabama as this kind of moves off toward the east. Again, I've seen I got a bunch of new viewers here on the YouTube side. Again, if you're new to the channel, my name is Greg, by the way. Again, we're doing our severe weather coverage here for tonight. And if you have not yet subscribed to what's right now currently the Weather Nerds channel, please hit that subscribe button. Go ahead and leave me a comment. I'd like to know where you're watching from tonight. If you could, put that down below. And there's also a link in the YouTube chat there. If you'd like to once you're subscribed, go ahead and register for a free NOAA Weather Radio giveaway that we're going to do tomorrow. It closes at 6 o'clock in the morning, and we'll do that going into tomorrow. All right, let's see here. Becky, you want to say that I appreciate your forecast for towns, county, or before we just had to figure out. Yeah, I appreciate that, Becky. That's why I'm trying to help serve the North Georgia community. Hopefully we'll build something nice here for everybody up this way. Randy, thank you for sharing there with Janet. I appreciate you doing that. Somerville, yeah, that area is the area right there just over the line. I'm concerned about maybe severe thunderstorm warning going out for your area there, and Dalton as well. Hey, Sharon and Dalton, good to see you. You guys are watching that coverage coming your way with that heavy storms. Again, I do suspect there's a chance we might see some warnings getting into that portion as that line comes on through. So again, everywhere up in here, right through there, as that line approaches, we might see some severe thunderstorm warnings going in here. Whoops, sorry about that. That is going to be because of the gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. That northwest section was always my target zone for the winds on this, and right now, looking very likely here. So right now, I'm going to freeze this real quick. Just kind of getting an idea how far we're from the state line. 62 miles. So we're moving about 45. Yeah. Again, 11:30, 12 o'clock, somewhere in there. Making the crossover there. Jasper. How you doing there, Jasper, Georgia? Again, you guys a little bit later. It'll be your early morning hours, like 2, 3 o'clock. But when it's halfway through the state of Georgia, gusty winds, that's going to be the big thing. Now, you are in that high wind warning area. Again, that's up there. Jasper's right there. So, again, you're looking at those winds up to 50, 55 miles per hour up in that zone as that squall line passes through. Make sure you guys have gone ahead and got all that stuff out of there. Tristan, again, that's early morning hours. By the time it gets over that way, we're looking at the state line by about midnight and get halfway through the state. You figure what, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning? Somewhere in there. So you'll be probably sound asleep. I know I will, and because I'm not staying up that late. But that's what you'll be dealing with the warnings at that time. I know we're getting to that time of night, where folks are getting ready to go to bed. They got their phones. They're probably watching Facebook on their phones. I know I do that a lot. YouTube too, kind of checking what's going on with the weather. See how we're doing here on the Facebook here. Facebook. Oops, not that. My bad. Hold on a second. Oh, there he goes. All right, Facebook tonight. You guys are doing great. We're up to 284 on the thumbs up, 67 shares. Good, I appreciate that. You guys keep doing the good work there. If you haven't given us a thumbs up real quick before y'all leave, please do that. The way these algorithms work on both Facebook and on YouTube is on interaction. So that means you got to give the thumbs up. That means you got to do the comments. That also means you got to do the likes and the shares and subscribe. So please do that as well. I haven't really looked at the YouTube stats tonight. Not that much. We got 23 likes over there. And a couple new members have joined over on the service. I do appreciate you guys over there. So we're averaging about 6.5 minutes on the YouTube channel here for tonight. But I appreciate you guys checking us out. It's all about stats, Drew. And I tell you, that's one part about this thing I don't think I'll ever get used to. I want B what? Oh, you want one? Well, log in there. Go ahead. You want to win a radio? You gotta go in there and do that. Just go ahead and get that that link. I put it down below. I put it in there. Let's see. Last time I checked, we were at 45. I think we're still at 45. Let's see. What are we at? it's still at 45. So 45 people have registered to win that No Weather Radio. So if you want one, you got to go in there and do it. Here, I'll go ahead and I'll help you out. I'm a nice guy. Here you go, right there, because I know people have been chatting and who wants to go back through the feed. There it is, right there. Boom. So I just put the link down in there. If you want to subscribe if you want to go ahead and register for the new for the No Weather Radio, just go just hit that link and name, email address. That's all you got to put in there. And just make sure you're a follower and make sure you're a subscriber. That's all I ask to do that. Because I know sometimes people watch, but they're not a follower or a subscriber. So I want to make sure I give those to people who are supporting the channel. Woo-hoo. All right, let's go back over here to the channel here. Let's go. Yeah, kind of look at. Oops, turn that damn thing off. Hello. All right, boy, got a lot of warnings up and down this thing. That's for sure. I don't know why that radars kick off every now and then, but they do. So getting awfully close to the Montgomery here. It looks like you should be getting to Montgomery here probably the next 40 minutes. And then from there over to Columbus, probably a couple hours. So I still think Auburn and Columbus, if you're watching in those areas, probably looking at a little after 1 o'clock in the morning there. Eastern time, midnight Central, obviously. It's kind of interesting how the top part of that line is the strongest, that's for sure. Interesting to see. There might sneak a warning into toward the Chattanooga areas too tonight. Let's see what this camera's looking like. Not look that windy there. Dalton, I think, might see a severe thunderstorm warning tonight. The winds that are being reported in with that line that's approaching out from the Alabama side is about 60-mile-per-hour winds, Stephen. So yeah, you might see some gusty winds. I think regardless of whether you got a warning out, you're gonna notice it, for sure. Whether it's severe weather thunderstorm warning or not, you're gonna hear that wind howl as that line comes on through. Dawsonville, I think there's one in this area. Let me see here. Yeah, there's a couple of them here in Dawsonville, actually. There's Dawsonville City Hall. Winds don't look too bad there. That's Dawsonville. And that's Dawson High School, which is shooting up in the sky. I can't really see very well there. But you got that one. 63 degrees. And wind don't look too bad there. And let's see. Pickens County, you see the winds picking up there. See the flag blowing pretty good there right now. Pretty good robust wind blowing there. Let's see. Where's the other one? There was another one that had a flag on it. That's golf course. I forget which one it was. Was it this one? That's just the Bartow County one. I use these cameras a lot during the snow. That was fun to see. You can see where the snow was falling, where it wasn't. We've got a pretty good network of Radar Omega's got a pretty good network of cameras across North Georgia, which is really good to have. I hope to add one myself one day, hopefully, at least over here in the Brazelton area. Yeah, so make sure if you guys are watching that if you haven't registered for the radio, unless you don't care, which is fine, I understand that. But I just want to make sure we get as many people as possible to have the opportunity to win a weather radio and that weather call next gen, which is a great service that we're glad to be partnering with. I'll have to find out how many people actually signed up for that tonight when I get with them. I'm like, how many people do we get? It's like, oh, we got 5. I'm like, okay, well, we started. It's new. I don't suspect we're going to have that many, but we'll see. I'll make a couple of promo videos, and I'll probably promote that later. What's this reporting here? Power pole broken at 10:10 tonight. Wow, that's out ahead of that. They've actually got a power pole that broken in the wind already. I saw a wind damage report posted. That's not even associated with the winds. I should tell you something right there. There's a damage report right there from a power pole that we got broken. Makes me wonder what the winds are doing over there. Probably after midnight there, Steven. Right after midnight. Or right around midnight. Yeah, probably right just after midnight. Seeing right through there. So we should be seeing some new warnings. These are getting awfully close. At the speed they're going, we're probably going to see a new batch of warnings come up for these counties here real soon here in Alabama. Very soon, probably in the next 30 minutes. We'll have some new warnings coming up. Looks like that's accelerating a little bit. Yeah, might be accelerating a little bit. A little bit of a push from the jet stream energy coming in from the west around that low pressure. Southern part of this line don't look as bad. The northern part of this line looks a little bit better. It's just snaking all the way down. My mother lives in Pensacola, so I'm glad to see that the weather's looking a little bit better down there. We're going to continue to watch this north part of this line. The only place I see the convection is with that boundary. It's so funny because the air mass is fairly stable because there's not a lot of instability there. So you got all this little fuzziness, and it's kind of sharp right through there. That's where the convection's the best through there. Oh, Tyler, wildfire just broke out in Pickens County over the East Price Creek area. Well, that's bad to hear because we ain't got the rain there yet. That rain coming in will help, but these windy conditions aren't going to help. We've had a couple of wildfires across North Georgia. There's the new warning I was waiting on. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Goes for an hour and 22 minutes. Boy, that's a long one. Southeastern Blount County, Ottawa County, and St. Clair County goes till 10:45. Storms are moving along, extended from, is that McLarty to Grand River, moving east at 40. Well, thanks for sharing that, Tyler, there on the YouTube channel. Yeah, that's bad news about those wildfires. Those windy conditions darn sure don't help, but we still got a while before we get some of that rain into Pickens County. That's up in here. All right, actually, Pickens County is right there. My bad. That's Pickens County here. Yeah. So hopefully this rain will help put some of those fires out. So again, looking at the timeline here, this stuff's moving about 40, 45 miles per hour. Again, you're going to have some rains initially. You're already getting some rains coming across the line right now. All right, but where the main squall line is, all right? I mean, you're about 52 miles from the line. It's moving about 45. So that's an hour. So a little 11:30, 12 o'clock, it's coming across the state line at that point. So it's going to be after midnight for Dalton, Calhoun, all you guys in there, Somerville, all those guys in there. You guys are going to see that. Let me turn this off. You know, Somerville, Tryon, Lafayette, all this will be just after midnight when the most intense part of that line should be coming through. 11:30, 12 o'clock should be crossing that line, assuming it maintains its speed. And then it'll come on through. That's assuming it. Again, even if it loses its punch, it won't matter. You're still going to hear that gusty wind. Maybe it's not quite, severe criteria, but you're going to hear 50-mile-per-hour winds. So thank you, Tyler. I appreciate you promoting the channel there. Get everybody to hit that like button. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm probably going to go to 11 o'clock. I'm starting to get pretty tired. I've been going since about 6. So I'm going to go till about 11 o'clock. I was saying 10:30. I'm going to go till 11. And then you guys will have to just kind of watch this thing out for the rest of the night. And that's why I say you got to get the weather call. Next gen, man. That QC code. I'm telling you, man, that's a great thing. You want me to call you and give you personal service with warnings like this in the middle of the night. This is a good service to have, especially at night. You know, maybe I don't want to hear that loud Midland radio, which is pretty loud, but you know, just have the phone near your bed, have the alert, have your phone go off. It say weather call, you pick it up, you hear me, I'm telling you about a warning in your specific area, you're getting a text message, you're getting a radar alert showing the dot showing where you're at in that alert. That's a great doggone service, man. I'm telling you. Here's the new warning that just came out. Now we're getting really close. So this is getting up near the state line now. This one goes for an hour and 3 minutes. So it goes up to about 11:30. So this is going for Marshall County, Southern Jackson County, Southeastern Madison, and DeKalb County. I think it's DeKalb in Alabama, actually. Goes until 10:30 Central Standard Time, and moving east at 50. All right, so we got that main line. So again, I will say it again, for all these counties here from all these cities, I'm going to go up down those lists. Trenton, Chickamauga, Lafayette, Tryon, Somerville, Rome, Cave Springs, and Cedartown. All of these locations, all up and down in the area, I suspect you're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning here. As the storms are coming across that line, 11:30-ish, midnight time frame, coming across the border, just about midnight. So that's about the timing we've been talking about for a while. So it's been pretty good dead on with the timing of this event. No big surprises. So what you're going to see, you might see a little lightning with this. There's a little lightning with this. There's a nice little cluster of lightning right here, coming in between Gunnersville and coming up toward the Gaston area. You're going to see a little lightning, but not a lot of it. There'll be a little bit. You're going to hear the winds just pick up, and you're going to hear like a rolling wind that's just going to kind of roll at you real quick. All right. Looks like they've just issued a severe thunderstorm watch out. Let's see if this is updated. Okay, so this has just been issued. A new severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued. This just came out 1 minute ago. So it hasn't updated in my checker here. So let me double check this. I was wondering if they were going to do this because let me get you the latest on this. All right. All right, so they just issued a severe thunderstorm watch. I was wondering, it took them a long time to do this. You got all these doggone watches out, and they finally put a watch box out. So the watch box comes in just barely into the state of Georgia, coming all the way down to Columbus and over. So they just put a severe thunderstorm watch box covering this area. They should have had one done earlier than that. So these are just the inland counties. And the reason why they're just doing it that far is because the models all say as it crosses the state of Georgia line, it's going to weaken. All right. So we're waiting for this to update. It'll take it a minute for this to update. That doggone service is being slow today. I'm gonna have to change this out in the future. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, it's just being real slow updating. That's Pivotal Weather Service I use for that. I'm gonna have to swap that out for something else in the future. But the new watch box, I'll go ahead and draw it on here for you. It's coming in right here. These counties all the way down, and it kind of goes up like that. So that's where the new severe thunderstorm watch box is being issued. Okay, so that watch box goes until 3 in the morning Central Time, so 4 o'clock Eastern. So it's Eastern Alabama, Western Georgia. Scattered, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour possible, and it's still possible for a tornado or two. But mostly going to be strictly the straight line winds with this. Goes until 4 in the morning. It won't go till 4 in the morning. It'll be by there before it gets that far. They'll trim those counties away. So we got more warnings here. We're going into central Alabama. Hold on, let me switch radar sites here for a second. So this is a really big box, hour and 14 minutes. We're putting some big ones out. Woo! Elmore County, Montgomery County, Cosa County goes until 10:45. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 7 miles northeast of Jemison to near Augavitaville and 12 miles west of Lowndes County Airport, moving east at 45. So again, again, Auburn, Columbus, you guys will get onto this action probably toward about midnight, 1 in the morning, I think, because this thing kind of bends backward. The forward part of this line doesn't look nearly as bad as the southern part of this line does. But we're going to see some warnings coming in through the state of Georgia here, at least initially. And I tell you, the nighttime stuff, that's where you got to have it, man. So again, if you have not registered for your chance to win a free NOAA weather radio, I'm going to go ahead and put this back down, and I've been doing this pretty regularly throughout the night just to make it easy for folks. So here's the link again. Put this in the chats. It's in the YouTube as well as the Facebook chats, comment section in the YouTube section, chat section down below. You hit that link, put your name, email address, register there for a free NOAA weather radio. So far tonight we've had, last time I checked it was 45. I don't think it's changed much. And we're up to 48 now. So 3 more people have taken advantage of that. 48 people. Go ahead and just go ahead and hit that link and put in your name and your email address, and you're registered. It closes at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then tomorrow the software that's called Raffle Press will pick me out 2 names, and I will contact you by email, and I'll set you up on where I need to mail you your weather radio and also your opportunity to get the Weather Call Next Gen, which is up there. Weather Call Next Gen is the perfect thing to have on a night like tonight, when you have severe weather that's coming on at night, okay? Because it's a personalized service. It's personalized service with me, with the North Georgia First Alert Weather Center. You have this service. Again, you hit that QC code, or you go to this link. I'm going to put this other link here as well down below. It helps support the channel too, by the way. So it does help us in that respect. So, but this is a good time to have this, okay? So when you sign up for the service, it's locked in on your phone. You'll get a test call from me. You'll have the number. You save it as weather call in your contacts. Save it in there, and you're going to get a call. Say, hey, you got a tornado warning here. Hey, you got the weather. There's a couple of things on there. I'll make a couple of promos on this because I got the audio that's saved on this. So you'll have that. And again, it's like $1.25 a month. It's worth it. It's well worth to have that peace of mind. Not to worry about fooling around with an app. You know, only got to remember to do is if I got bad weather, keep my ringer on my phone, and that's it. And you'll get a text message, and you'll show the radar and show you where your location is. So Weather Call is a great thing to have on your phone. It's a great service. Again, not an app, it's a service, and it's a good thing to have. So let's go over here to the, got a new warning. Boy, they're really putting out these warnings. Birmingham office is all over this. They're putting out these humongous severe thunderstorm warning boxes. Talladega County, the whole dang county, till 10:45. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near Leeds to Lay Lake, moving east at 45, 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is what we're seeing all up and down this line. I want to take a look at the velocity mode here. I haven't looked at this in a hot minute. I want to see what these winds are doing above the surface here. Boy, they're look at it, 95, 100 miles. Now again, this is not the surface. This is where the radar beam is up here. Okay, the radar beam is up here, and its beam is shooting out, and it's showing winds off the surface here of 100-mile-per-hour winds. So these are this is jet energy winds, 100 miles, 107. So as this line is blowing into these very high winds aloft, that downpour is driving those winds down to the surface. So you can get those 60, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts because of the fact we're getting that. And I'm sorry I didn't switch over. Let me do that real quick. My bad. I'm talking about this. So let me do this again. My apologies. Forgot to switch this over. So you got the radar up here, the beam shooting out, and it's showing 170-mile-per-hour winds just a few thousand feet off the surface. So all this blue is some very, very high jet stream winds in here. 107, 114. Wow. I can see why they got that severe thunderstorm warning box up. Again, this is all being dynamics driven storms. These are, I hate these things. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of this setup. So if you're in North Georgia right now, please make sure that you are brought in all of your trash cans, especially the northwestern sections, Dalton, Lafayette, Calhoun, Rome, Cedartown, Bremen, over to Villa Rica. Make sure you got all that loose stuff in. It's going to be a breezy, windy night as these storms sweep across North Georgia tonight. So make sure that you guys are prepared for this. We could see some sporadic power outages. Let's see. I've looked at the Alabama number here in a little bit. Let's take a look at that real quick. And state outages. I'm not going to worry about the individual counties. I want to look at the state county here. So far in the state of Alabama, yeah, it's up to 101,227. So 4% of the power is out in Alabama right now. So, and Georgia, it's up to 7,991. And so we've gotten some sporadic power outages before the real heavy winds have gotten there. So we got almost 8,000 power outages across Georgia and 100,000 power outages here in Alabama, 101 right now. So I do expect some power outages across Georgia here for tonight. Take that down. Now we're getting real close to this camera. We got a camera right here. We're getting really close to this cat. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, that camera's starting to shake now. That main part of that squall line is getting very close to that area. Look at that camera shaking. Those high winds. Getting some very high winds blowing into that area now. Wish there was a flag around. But some very, very gusty winds blowing into that city right there. That's the town of Bose, Alabama. So when this part of the line, which is just a few miles away, gets on through, they're going to have some very, very gusty winds blow through there. Let's see if my watch warning map's updated. Nope, still hasn't updated. That hasn't updated in a while. God, I hate that service. I'm going to swap them out. They've been fired. I fired them. Let's see. Can he crack 50 for the weather giveaway tonight? Yes, he's at 50. Ha ha. Hallelujah. 50 people have signed up for the weather radio giveaway tonight. That's pretty cool. All right. That's awesome. That is awesome. So is this thing weaken? It will weaken as it crosses North Georgia. I think the initial counties in Georgia, just across the Alabama line, we'll see some of that, but it should weaken as it approaches, as it crosses the state. And that's what all the models are showing right now. Yeah, as it crosses, Stephen, as it crosses the state line, again, I still think we'll get a few thunderstorm warnings there in those initial counties across near the Alabama line. But as it continues to move eastward, it is forecast to weaken. That is what we're looking at. 50 entries. Hallelujah. All right. Let's see here. Go back to the radar real quick. Yeah, getting some lightning. That's definitely picking up there a little bit. I'll freeze that real quick. Right now, 41 miles from the state line. Yep, a little less than an hour. Oops, turn that off, dummy. We got 10 warnings. Look at that. Line is straight right up there. We got it right all the way down. Almost the entire eastern half of Alabama is under under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Switch over to, I don't know why that keeps dropping away. That's starting to tick me off. I got to use the Birmingham radar because I kind of shoot the whole line there. So you can see everything up and down that line. From South Alabama all the way up. What if I can see some of the lightning on this? Let's see if this is picking up any of the lightning off in distance or not. Windy in South Alabama too. I was trying to see if it picked up any of that lightning down there. Very breezy. I'm going to get seasick if I stay on that. So, all right. So Alabama is the demarcation zone or the line from the Birmingham Weather Service hands off to the Peachtree City service. Now, we'll see what Peachtree City says when the storms start coming across on what they're going to do with the severe weather criteria for these storms as they cross. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. Livonia. Oh, you're in Livonia? Oh, Livonia, don't worry about that, Amanda. That stuff ain't going to come in until way early in the morning, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for you. And by that time, it's definitely not going to be as robust or strong. You'll still have some gusty winds. You'll hear a little bit of heavy rain coming through, but it won't be that bad. You're okay, Amanda. You're good. It's moving up because that's where the jet stream's kind of pushing it that way. Again, it's a whole line. So you see how it's snaking depending on the push. It's kind of doing, it's kind of wavy, you know. So it's moving this way because you got winds going this way and the upper level winds are blowing this way. So it's been, when we say it's dynamically driven, we're saying it's got a lot of wind shear, and it's definitely got that. The only reason why we're not getting a big tornado threat with this thing is because we just don't have the instability there, which is light buoyancy of the air to kind of help lift and help develop tornadoes. We're not seeing that. Yeah, she should be okay to sleep tonight, Amanda. You should be all right. In fact, by the time morning rush hour comes through, this thing should be all the way through North Georgia, so you should be all right. I don't think this gets into Columbia. Well, some of the rain may get into Auburn here very soon, but the really heavy stuff ain't going to move into a little bit later behind it. Okay, let's see here. Cartersville. Cartersville's going to get some gusty winds. I still think it'll be in a weakening mode as it goes there. Not sure if we'll get severe thunderstorm warnings that far east or not, just based off what the model guidance is saying, because it's saying as it crosses the state line, it should begin to weaken. Not to mention, I still think there's some residual wedge there. Where's that warning? Oh, Pensacola. They just put a warning up for my mama. My mama lives down this way. This is up in toward southern Baldwin County, west central Santa Rosa, and central Escambia County. Goes until 10:45. See, if I was a good son and I'd already given my mother the weather call next gen, she would be getting a call right now. Yeah. So because my mama lives right here on the edge of this, she actually lives right about here. So if she had weather call next gen and this popped up right there, she would be getting a call on her phone from me saying, hey, this is Greg at the North Georgia Weather Center. There's a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning for your area. So that's how that call service works, by the way. So if you're interested in that service to help support the channel, there is the QC code up there. You can snapshot it, go right to the website, or you can go to the link in the chat room there and sign up for the service. $15 for the whole year, like a little over $1.25 or something like that a month. Real easy service and really good service, especially have at night. Absolutely. Yep, I'm going to go till about 11 o'clock, guys. I'm running out of juice. Been about 5 hours. See, when you're at a TV station and you do this wall-to-wall stuff, you got somebody to hand it off to, typically. You got another meteorologist, so somebody there, or an anchor to hang off, so you could take it. When you're by yourself, you're kind of going, ugh. I can't believe during the hurricane, I actually did 2 sessions. I did a 12-hour coverage and a 14-hour coverage on 2 hurricanes this past year. I don't know how I did that. That was crazy. Oh, so let me take a look here. I haven't looked at the Facebook here in a little bit. Let's see what we got here new here. Wanda L. Austin Smith. Welcome on board, Wanda. We got Jerry Carbo and Cynthia Greenway. Hey, welcome. Thank you for joining the channel. Thank you very much. I don't think we've had any new subscribers on. Oh, we did. Oh, well, thank you. Whoever did, we just added one more subscriber on the YouTube channel as well. Thank you very much. I didn't get the name on that. Sometimes it alerts me, sometimes it don't. But thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. We're at 5837 over there. I'm not sure when we'll get to 6,000, but we'll get there eventually. All righty. Let's see if that watch box has been issued here. No, it won't do it. I don't know what's wrong with that. I tell you what, I want to post this on Facebook real quick. Let me do this myself. For some reason, it's not updating, and I'm not sure why. It's like I pay money for that service. You'd think your stuff would be legit. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post this right now onto Facebook. You want to see this here. I almost speak this. Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Period. Expect strong gusty winds up to 70 miles an hour possible. I'm just posting this on the Facebook page since we're doing the broadcast, and my stupid thing's not updating, so I'm just posting it right now. There we go. So I'll make sure I got that out there. Hey, Blairsville. Boy, I think it's going to be a windy night all night in Blairsville, especially with the higher elevation, man. Y'all going to be howling with that wind all night. And even tomorrow it's going to be a windy night, so just get ready for that too. And let's go to here. I want to take a look here at the 18Z here. Yeah, maybe. Still don't think it'll be that much. North Georgia, y'all might see a few snow flurries tomorrow night, Wednesday night, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything. I saw somebody kept posting snow accumulations. I was like, no, I don't see that happening. I did not see that happening. Just kind of looking at the model run here. Maybe that one. So next potential severe weather just for y'all's, as far as the southeast is concerned, I'm maybe the 15th, maybe. It doesn't look quite as, this one looks a little more traditional if we get it. Maybe a few thunderstorms with that one. And then there's another cool shot, and that's about it. Let me look at the GFS real quick. Just kind of bouncing between the models here. And the 0Z is just coming in. Don't look at the 18Z. Oh, I see. Okay. Don't ever trust intermediate model. I see why somebody was posting the snow stuff on there. 18Z was going nuts. The GFS, which I don't like. The American GFS model is terrible. I like the European the best. Yep. That's there on the 13th. And the 15th, yeah. 15th, I think around the middle of the month, that's probably the next best chance for any potential severe weather. So once we get by with this, we'll be okay for a while for the southeast, North Georgia area. I'll go back to my standard advertising, and we'll see what happens. But it looks like the 15th is the next chance. All right, we got a new warning out. Let's go take a look. Now this is down toward the south. And this is for, that's a weird looking box. Northern Butler County, northeastern Monroe, northern Crenshaw, and north central Connecticut County until 10:30. Severe thunderstorm is located 10 miles south of Pineapple or 19 miles north of Evergreen, moving northeast at 70. Woo, that's hauling. That is hauling. Getting a little surge there. Get a little punch there. So we're going to close in on Fort Payne there. I don't see how it's not going to miss Somerville. Somerville, we're going a little closer here. There's Somerville right there. I don't see y'all missing that. I mean, there's your storm coming right through. I don't see how y'all missed that stuff. Oh, let me go back. I'm sorry. I'm on a local radar. Here you go. Sorry, right there. So here's Somerville. Here's our storm back here. So that's definitely not going to miss y'all. I'll get some rain there now. I want to see. I haven't done this all night. I don't know why I didn't. I wanted to check to see what the heights of these storms are doing here. If the 3D scan will come in. You gonna come in tonight? It's loading. Nope, not there. All right, let's try the Birmingham radar here. Yeah, let's see. They're not doing them on these tonight. Interesting. Sometimes I can do a 3D scan and just to see where the. I'm not going to reset the app for this just to get that up. I probably have to reset the app, but I'm not going to do that. I was just wanted to see what the bases are. My guess is these are 35,000 foot tops. They're not that high. You can get summertime thunderstorms, springtime thunderstorms, 50 to 55,000. You really get some really good ones going there when you get into the warmer months. Because the warmer months, obviously the hot air rises, you can get a column there to go a lot higher with more heat, more instability than you can with storms this time of year, especially early March. All right. So let me go back to the radar here. We're going to go back through some stuff here. Let me see here. Nope, it's just not updating. Just not updating. They bad tonight. Bad. All right, so let's go ahead and do a little recap on what's going on right now. Okay, so we got the most intense squall line here coming in across the eastern portions of Alabama, getting ready to cross into Georgia. So you counties there up against the Georgia line, okay? All of y'all's counties that are right into this area here, you're going to see the most likelihood here of seeing some sort of severe thunderstorm warnings in this area. As the storms go further inland, currently the way the guidance is, the way the high-resolution model is showing, it is forecast to weaken as it pushes east. Now, that's not to say you're still not going to hear some gusty winds. It just may not be quite as high as what they're going to be when they cross the line. So, again, I hope everybody's secured trash cans, lawn furniture, anything outside that might get blown over. You don't want to have all that ending up in your neighbor's yard. Okay, so make sure you got that out of the way. Now, the good news is for morning rush hour, not a problem. This stuff's going to be gone, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the latest model, high resolution model data. I want to look at the latest one here, which is the 2Z. That's complete. So I'm going to go ahead and walk you through this so you guys know what to expect tonight, because I'm going to go to bed here in a little bit, and I want to drive y'all through this. So let me show you this. Let's go over here. All right. So this is 11 o'clock. It looks like it's lining up just pretty well with what we're seeing on the radar. All right. So 12 o'clock, again, this is coming on through. Looks like some pretty intense stuff here going through Atlanta and Columbus area at about 2 in the morning. All right. So this continues to move on off to the east. By 4 o'clock, it's going through Athens and going through that area. And by 7 o'clock, notice that all North Georgia is gone. It's already cleared out of there. Now, what you're going to see tomorrow is this, even though that's gone by, again, you got this very intense low up here. You're going to have some very gusty winds coming in out of the west. All right, it's going to shift around out of the west. You're going to have some very gusty winds in there. All right. Now let's go see what that warning is here. Where's this one at? Don't see it. Where you at? Did not see it. That may have been a modification on the, oh, there it is. All right, there we go. We got our first North Georgia. Boy, called it, 11 o'clock. Look at that. All right, we got our first warning here in Georgia. There we go. All right, so we got our first warning here. This is for Walker County, Dade County, and northwestern Chattooga County. Goes till 11:45. Severe thunderstorm is located along the line extending from Larkinsville to near Fife to Crudup, moving northeast at 60. This stuff's really starting to accelerate. So again, all these counties here to the south, okay, going in from Somerville to Rome to Caven to Cedartown, you're going to see additional warnings coming down as that line comes on through. All right, they got some very high winds off the surface. It's going to take much to drive it down. You're going to get a little lightning, a little thunder, but not a lot of it. It's going to be just gusty winds and heavy rain, and then you're going to be through. Now, hopefully this rain will help put out some of the fires that we have reported over into Pickens County, so we're getting that going, all right? So as this thing moves on through, again, I want to go back over to this, and I want to show this again. I want to show the winds here for North Georgia. Let me slide that down for you real quick. All right. So again, you see the winds, they're going to be the worst. There's 10 o'clock. There's 11. You see that 60-mile-per-hour wind there up there in the Dalton area. And then as this moves on across, it really weakens. By 2 o'clock in the morning, it's tapering off. All right? So that's why I don't suspect the watch box will go off further to the east. I'm just going off of the model data here, what we're seeing. Now, one thing's for sure, these winds in the higher elevations, they're going to be howling, folks. If you've got any elevation from Blue Ridge over to Blairsville, Hiawassee, in that whole area there, if you're anywhere, if you got above 1,500 feet to 2,000 feet, you're going to have some very gusty winds. I guarantee you, if I was up on Brasstown Ball, they're going to have a hurricane force gusts probably blowing through there, okay? Any elevation at all, you're going to have some very gusty winds. The higher the elevation, the higher your winds are going to be. No doubt about that. So again, you got the warning now coming across the state line. There are going to be warnings that are going to be going all the way down to LaGrange, I think, from Troup County all the way up to Dade, all the way along that line. But as it progresses eastward, based off model guidance and based off what we're seeing, I think the trend is for the weekend. Not to say you might not see a warning here and there. I'm not ruling that out. You can't on this kind of situation. But it will begin to weaken as it crosses North Georgia. Got a new warning here, came out here. Let's see what we got here. This one is down to the south. This is in Alabama. In close to the line. This is for Calhoun County. Goes until 11:15. And this cell's moving east at 40. This is moving near the Alpine Bay Resort. Let's switch. I wonder what the Peachtree City radar is looking like here. All right, there's Peachtree City. Let me switch over to that local radar here. So to give you an idea what the local radar looks like, this is the Peachtree City radar. out of Atlanta. So we're already getting some of the rain coming in here into the state. Squall line is back behind it. All right. So what's going to happen tonight? You're going to start hearing the rain falling initially. You'll have the rain falling. The winds will steadily pick up. And when that main squall line comes through, it's going to sound like a rolling wind gust off in the distance for tonight. Again, I appreciate everybody for checking out the channel here for tonight. I appreciate all the new followers we've picked up here tonight. We've had over 303 likes tonight. Wow, awesome. You guys are awesome. 264 comments, more than 70 shares on the Facebook tonight. Very, very good. We had viewership tonight. I'm going to give you all a number on that. We had almost 7,000 views. Outstanding. Very good to have all that participation tonight. So very good coverage here for 5 hours of coverage for tonight. Again, I can highly again in the future for these nighttime events, because you know folks don't want to stay up all night and keep all that. You got to get yourself that weather radio, folks. And so if you have not signed up for that event, before I shut this down, I want to do this one last time. I'm going to give everybody one more time to register. I'm going to put this in the chat. Put this in the chat one more time. There's there in the YouTube and on Facebook. If you want to get a chance to win one of these, go to that link I just put in there. Put your name and email address. So I let this little fancy little widget I bought called, what's this thing called? Raffle Press. Going to give you one of these. Also, the other prize I'm giving away is a 1-year subscription to Weather Call Next Gen up there. That's the QC code above there. Okay, so in the future, if you can't get to this, or it's the middle of the night or something like that, if you want to get an alert in your area, not only for where you live in North Georgia, but maybe you live somewhere else, maybe you're in a different part of the country, you get that service. It's locked into me. It supports the channel here. You get a call. It's going to be me. Hey, this is meteorologist Greg Majeski from the North Georgia First Alert Weather Center. I'm going to tell you what the warning is and what to do and that kind of thing. You're going to get a text message. You're going to get a radar image showing your dot where you're located and where the storms are to your location right there for Weather Call Next Gen. So again, if you'd like to support the channel, because it does help me, supports the channel, and if you want to get the service, it's going to cost you like $1.25 a month, which is really not bad. Go ahead and hit that QC code, snapshot it, go to that site, or go to this site I'm going to put down in the link box for you. Here for it's tied to, you'll see the first alert logo there. So you can go ahead and do this. I'll put this in here too. Boom. So you got that. So, because I'm going to tell you folks, these nighttime events are the absolute worst. I actually hate them. And I can't, this and that weather call thing, those are the two best things you guys can have to keep yourself safe. So when you're sleeping or you fall asleep and there's an alert going off and you're not paying attention, you're instantly get alerted. You know what you got to do, because, you know, we got a lot of severe weather season still ahead of us. All right. Right now, I don't see anything coming at us until maybe the middle of the month right now, which is good. But as we get into the end of March and into early April, especially when the instability gets better, the risk for bigger thunderstorms are going to be there. So again, to be safe, go ahead and do those things. Okay. It's been a privilege and honor to be with you guys for 5 hours today. It's been a great kind of watching this coming in for tonight. One of these days, I'm going to get one of these to come in during the regular daytime hours. That'd be nice for a change than something going in at night, because I just can't stay up all night. I just can't. I'm too old. I got to sleep. I'm not a night owl either. That's against my nature. I have no problem getting up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I think it's because I was an Army veteran and was in the military for so many years and got so used to getting up so early. But I'm definitely not a night owl. Not my thing. That's for sure. And so let me see here. Let me go back over to here. I want to double check a couple things. Let me see what this camera here in Bartow's looking like. Yeah, getting windy there in Bartow. That's for sure. So we got our first of what will be a few warnings here. Boy, there's lightning. It's getting real clustered down here toward Alabama, Montgomery side. So the rain's getting ready to come into Auburn here real soon. But it's interesting how the rain comes first, then the heavy rains comes. It isn't like a traditional severe weather setup where you get a nice little squall line and the heavy rains hit and then you got the rain behind it. No, this has got the rain out ahead of it and then the heavy rain comes in. So it's a little backward. It's kind of weird. That's for sure. All right. Let's see if I got any more people I can thank here for joining us today. So let's look at the new followers here. Roxy King, thank you for joining our family here on the Facebook page. I'm going to go look here for a few more names here to call out. I'm just trying to get to the last place I was at here. Robin Allen, Susan Tucker, John Tracy, April Good, Joe Kane, Jane Stansel, Dana McCoy. I think we saw Dana earlier. Carol Wade, Renee Heath, Ryan Sheff. Again, thank you guys, everybody here coming on board and signing up on the channel. All right, that's going to do it for tonight, guys. Again, I appreciate you guys checking out. Again, stay weather aware here for tonight. And just, again, I think everybody's going to be fine. Again, the tornado risk is going to be very, very low. I'm not worried about that. You might have some power outages. Make sure you got your phone charged up, because if the power goes out, most people use their phones for their alarms anyway. Who uses alarm clocks anymore, right? But you might have some power outages. We've already got 100,000 power outages in Alabama. I suspect we're going to have a little bit of power outages across Georgia, especially areas up here. I think areas up here on the northwest side, especially right up in here, probably going to see some power outages, the highest on that part of the count of those state of Georgia. Okay, so and again, those higher elevations up in the mountains, you're going to see have those gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour all night. Remember that you've got that that high wind warning here. Let me go back to that real quick. Yeah, there it is. You got the high wind warning there in effect here, coming up right through here. So again, that means you're going to have winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour. All right, that's going to do it tonight. I'm going to take it easy. You guys take it easy. I'm shutting it down. Y'all have a good night. It was a pleasure and honor to be with y'all tonight. And we will do it again in the near future, and hopefully during daytime. It'd be better. Y'all have a good night. Bye-bye.